Good to be with you. I'm Katie Turk. Today, Capitol Hill finds itself once more navigating uncharted territory. The House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol is in a new phase of its investigation, subpoenaing 5 sitting members of Congress. Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Andy Biggs, Mo Brooks, and Scott Perry. Also Jim Jordan. None have said they will comply, at least not yet.
Congressman Jim Jordan, will you comply with that subpoena from the January 6th Commission?
Well, Harris, I haven't seen it either. They haven't given me the subpoena, which is, amazing because the press has had information, knowledge of this for 24 hours almost now. I still have yet to see the subpoena. It has not been given to me. I did write a letter to the committee back in January when they asked us to come voluntarily, and I said, look, there are all kinds of concerns I have with this committee.
So what happens if they do not comply? The committee could recommend contempt charges, as they have done in the past, but so far no one on the committee has yet suggested they will go that route. It is fraught. There is a real concern about setting a new precedent, as House Republicans already threatened to launch their own probes into Democrats should they gain control of the House next year. What's more, the panel has promised to reach out to senators as well. We still don't know exactly who in the Senate the committee is interested in hearing from. Joining me now is NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and Punchbowl News co-founder and MSNBC political contributor Jake Sherman. So Ali, any more news today on next steps?
Yeah, because that's really where this all goes next, Katie, especially the question of what happens if and when these Republican lawmakers say they're not going to comply with these subpoena requests. That's a long conversation I had with Chairman Benny Thompson as well as Congressman Jamie Raskin, and there are a few options here for routes that the committee could take. Of course, the committee members engaged on this premise theoretically because they have continuously made the point that they think anyone who takes an oath to serve in Congress should abide by a subpoena request like this. Nevertheless, the options include many of the things that we've seen them already do when subpoenas have been ignored, specifically criminal or even civil contempt referral charges. I asked Raskin which of those would be faster because, of course, there's a time element here to this, and he said that it really depended on the civil front, on the line to draw, and what judge you got. And then, of course, on the criminal front, we've seen the slow pace that the Department of Justice has moved, or rather not moved, on these criminal contempt referrals after they've been voted out of Congress. So certainly those two options are something that the committee is talking about. And then, of course, there's also the option of bringing it to the Ethics Committee here. That could also be a drawn-out process that's shrouded in secrecy. So the committee trying to figure out what their next steps are, even as they make the argument that these lawmakers should comply.
Well, let's play a little bit more of what these lawmakers have said about this committee. We have Andy Biggs, and Kevin McCarthy. Let's listen.
Well, I think this is an illegitimate committee and they don't really have the authority to issue subpoenas, in my opinion. So we don't want to dignify what they're doing.
Does that mean that you will not comply with the subpoena?
Well, I haven't even seen the subpoena, so I really can't tell you whether it's going to come back or not.
Well, my own committee has not changed. They're not they just want to go after the
It was all for headlines and sensational, and the fact that they sent it to the press before they sent it to the members, just proves about headlines, this whole thing's a charade.
We had Scott Perry as well. So, Jake, Kevin McCarthy, Andy Biggs is one thing, but Kevin McCarthy is saying this is not legitimate, calling the panel illegitimate. That's taking it a step further.
Well, it's not relevant, Katie. They've not been asked their opinions on this. Meaning, this is a committee that was created by the House of Representatives, that was given subpoena authority by a vote of the House of Representatives. So it's interesting to me that they don't think the committee is legitimate with that 0.0 weight here. This committee was created by the House. It is legitimate inherently. So whether they like it or not is not relevant. There seems to be indicating a political distaste for how the committee represents itself. This is not a matter for debate about its legitimacy. I want to add 2 points to Ali's very good point. Number one, the Ethics Committee is evenly divided, Republicans and Democrats. So Ali's 100% right. It would be drawn out, and it would eventually end in stalemate because Republicans would stick up for McCarthy. Number 2, there's been precedent in the past for the criminal and civil contempt angle of this, that the judicial branch is not always interested in weighing in on what's essentially a legislative branch dispute. That's something that the purpose team understands, the committee frankly understands. So they understand, although they won't say it at this point, you probably they, but they don't really have much many places to maneuver here, because they don't have much recourse, meaning the ethics committee would deadlock. There's no guarantee the courts would take it up. And I think we could just take a logical step here, Katie, without too much inference. They're not going to participate. That's what seems to be plainly obvious by the fact that they've ignored months of letters. They say it's illegitimate. And they're not even commenting now on the propriety, on the subpoena, which, by the way, they all have received by now. We signed up Benny Thompson. He said that today. It's been delivered to members. And it's not as if this is a surprise to these people. They know what the subpoena is going to say. We want you to talk about January 6th. They know what they've been involved with. They know what the committee wants to hear from them. So, this is a political game on their behalf, too. I mean, these Republicans are taking what is a legitimate committee and deciding they don't want to participate because they think it's political. It's just a huge charade on their behalf as well.
Jake, I know that behind the scenes conversations don't really carry any water, especially not nowadays, but is this how the whole Republican caucus in the House feels? That they all whitewash their memories of January 6th?
Well, yes and no. It's not in their political interest to talk about it, they think, because it was a horrible day for which the Republican Party bears responsibility. There's no question.
Isn't it in their political interest not to continue to fracture democracy?
Yeah, listen, I think this gets to a larger question about our political system, which is 90% of these people go home, Republicans and Democrats for that matter, and they go home to very, very partisan districts in which Republicans are dominant or Democrats are dominant, and they feel as if the only issue in the election, which is what drives them, the only issue in the election is going to be inflation, the economy, COVID, things of that nature, which they think they have an upper hand on. That's the state of the party right now, and the state, in their view, of the electorate.
They are in very partisan districts because of partisan gerrymandering, and because they have been, so some of them at least, lying or misleading their voters for years now about what's been going on in this country. Jake, thanks so much. Alan Vitale, thank you as well. Like the florals today. Joining me now is Democratic Congressman and Majority Whip James Clyburn from South Carolina. Always good having you, sir. What do you make of the refusal to comply, and what do you think the committee should do?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me.
The migraine today. No migraine Friday. Why not Sunday?
You must be couched in political terms. What? At some point in time, you need to think about this.
Today, why not Sunday?
That we are at a very
Why not migraine?
critical stage in our
I
country.
can't get to
And
eat
any of
pizza.
us know anything about the history of democracies. This is the way democracies begin to deteriorate and to fall. Denying the obvious, undermining and absolutely considering everything to be an alternative to the truth. So I'm saying to everybody in whom I speak, I'll be doing 2 commencements this weekend, and I'm going to tell these young people to think about what it is to do the study for the last 4 or 5 years, and think about it in terms of what they'd like to see the future be for them and their children and their grandchildren. If they want a future full of misrepresentations, full of denials, then they have wasted their time over the last 4 or 5 years. So I would hope
I don't need that. No. Just tomatoes. I'll take these out.
You want it to be cake or not?
No. I got cheese on pizza. Why do I need cheese on my salad?
I know.
Yeah.
You did it. Sure.
I don't want it. I said no. You did it anyway.
But take off no eating.
I don't
Why
want,
don't
I don't want,
any?
I don't want raw onions.
Ah,
I want onions cooked.
sunin.
Soon.
Wait.กินเองหมดว่ากินเมียเลยเอาไป Don't want?
Ranch dressing. You know what ranch dressing is?
No. ศูนย์ว่าน้
You did it.
กุยละศูนย์
But still remoting. It's gonna be part one already. You put it on the side like this.
รู้แล้ว
Oh.
A long time now that this tissue passed. But you know, I grew up in a foster, and I'm beginning to believe that we may be threatening to really undermine this democracy, and this country really is teetering on the edge. So I don't know. I thought that we were, but I'm not too sure.
That's the first time I've heard you say that, sir. Whenever I've asked you that question, you've said that we've seen worse times and we've come out the better of them. It says something that you're doubtful right now.
That is. Because we see too many parts of our various institutional structures seem to be, acquiescent to all of this, ignoring it. You don't solve a problem by pretending it doesn't exist. We know we have a problem. And you solve these problems by meeting them head on. To pretend that we don't have a problem will not get us anything when it's trying to resolve the problems.
Congressman Jim Clyburn, thank you so much for being on with us, and thank you for giving an honest, if not scary, assessment of where we stand today. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
And a Russian sergeant was in court in Kyiv today in the first war crimes trial of the Ukraine war. The 21-year-old soldier is accused by Ukraine of shooting and killing an unarmed Ukrainian man in the head. Here he is. His lawyer told NBC News that he was arrested after he surrendered. He did not enter a plea and asked for a jury by judge, not asked for trial by judge, not by jury. This case could be the first of many as Russian forces continue to face accusations of atrocities. Joining me now from Kharkiv, Ukraine, is NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. So Matt, what more can you tell us? Probably some issues with your audio, Matt. I don't know if we needed to adjust something on the audio panel where you are. We're going to try to get back to you in just a moment with the latest from Ukraine. We're going to move on now. Wait, is the audio okay? Let's go back. Matt? Nope, never mind.
The audio, that's all.
We do have the audio. Great. Matt, what more can you tell us?
Thank you. Well, I can tell you, thank you for your patience, that basically we saw this young man appearing in court today, and I have to tell you, Katie, this was an extraordinary appearance, not only because it was the first such appearance, the first such trial, but we were seeing a Russian soldier appearing in a criminal court, in a civilian court. He's being tried as a civilian, and he could be facing only 10 to 15 years. So he appeared in what looks to be a sort of a cell, kind of surely a bulletproof glass box. He has head down for most of the trial, and as he mentioned, he didn't enter a plea. He had a court-appointed lawyer, a brave man, no doubt. It's not a popular position to be defending a Russian soldier who's being accused of war crimes, especially given the current climate here in Ukraine. There's no love lost for this young man. But really, I mean, what we're seeing here, and this was just a pre-trial sort of appearance, we didn't hear much, just basically what you mentioned in your introduction, but it's extraordinary, and I think that what we're seeing here is kind of the Ukrainian system being put on trial. This is a very public gesture by the Ukrainians showing that they will have mercy for these Russians who they've captured, who they're accusing of war crimes, that their justice will not verge off into mob justice or lynchings, even though there is an enormous amount of anger in this country, especially for those Russians who are accused of war crimes. This was very public again, and I really do feel as though the Ukrainians are demonstrating or trying to show the world that they are going to be fair in the face of unfairness by this Russian invasion. Kate?
Matt Bradley, Matt, thank you very much. Glad we could fix that audio. It's an important report. And still ahead, Elon Musk puts a pause on his bid to buy Twitter, citing an investigation into spam accounts. But is that really what it's about? Kara Swisher joins me. Well, an NBC News exclusive with the Republican Senate candidate Donald Trump has said cannot win Pennsylvania's general election. What Kathy Barnett told us about who she is and what she thinks about the former president. And under increasing pressure from parents and politicians to ease a national crisis, what is the White House doing to get baby formula back on store shelves?
You're pretty particular about keeping a healthy body. What goes on it? Usually. In it. Mostly. Here to meet those high standards is the Walgreens Health and Wellness brand. Over 2,000 high-quality products. Rigorously tested by us. Real-world tested by you. And delivered to your door in as little as 1 hour.
Hi there. You're Jonathan, right? The $9.95 plan.
Yes, Colonial Penn.
Your $9.95 plan fits my budget just right.
Excuse me. Aren't you Jonathan from TV, that $9.95 plan?
Yes, from Colonial Penn.
I love your lifetime rate lock. That's what sold me. She thinks you're Jonathan. With the $9.95 plan? Are you?
Yes, from Colonial Penn.
We were concerned we couldn't get coverage, that it was easy with the $9.95 plan. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm Jonathan for Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. This guaranteed acceptance whole life insurance plan is our #1 most popular plan. It's loaded with guarantees. If you're age 50 to 85, $9.95 a month buys whole life insurance, guaranteed acceptance. We cannot be turned down for any health reason. There are no health questions and no medical fees. And here's another guarantee you can count on. Guaranteed lifetime coverage. Your insurance can never be canceled. Just pay the premium. Guaranteed lifetime rate. Your rate can never increase.
Pardon me, I'm curious. How can I learn more about this popular $9.95 plan?
It's easy. Just call the toll-free number for free information.
Call 1-800-848-8383 for your free information and free beneficiary planning. 1-800-848-8383.
No grow tomatoes, thanks. I want to feel in control of my health, so I do what I can. What about screening for colon cancer? When caught in early stages, it's more treatable. I'm Cologuard. I'm non-invasive, and I detect altered DNA in your stool
Yeah.
from 92%
That's
of
been tight.
even in early stages.
On TV.
Yeah, it's for people 45 plus.
It's been tight.
For colon cancer.
What?
I'm high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask you
I don't think so.
Cologuard is right for you. Consider it done.
Not Thai, looks like Korea.
It's
Or Chinese.
It looks like a real
Annual air conditioning service check.
Too dark for Korea.
Check today at cranehomeservices.com.
What?
Too dark for Korea.
South Korea is that?
Not that dark.
The Dexcom G6, I don't have to prick my finger.
Not Thailand.
How do you know?
I know Thailand in the tomato in US not too much. Thailand in US not much. I know that. ถามว่าไทยเลดี้I need that Thailand not too much. US.
Seneca starts with the natural Seneca. That science transforms into yummy gummies. Seneca laxative gummies.
It's time to call Crane Home Services for your annual air conditioning service check. Schedule your AC check today at cranehomeservices.com.
If, like you say, all bets are off and draft opinions get leaked now, what's consequential about that to us as Americans? Is there any new restriction on the ability of the government to force women to give birth? Do you think that they might be the dog that catches the car in that case? They might be too scared to actually do something that radical. Do you think they could just go for it? What sort of impact do you think this will have on the court itself?
Elon Musk has put his bid to acquire Twitter on hold weeks after he agreed to take the company private in a $44 billion deal. Musk has been vocal about his goal to clean up Twitter's spam bot problem, that's what he calls it, and said in a tweet that he wants to pinpoint the exact number of fake accounts on the site, which Twitter claims is less than 5%. He added a couple hours after the announcement that he is still committed to the buyout. Joining me right now is New York Times contributor and pitted co-host Kara Swisher, also one of the smartest people I know, and good to have on to talk about this. Kara, you kind of called this, didn't you?
Yeah, I did indeed. Indeed, I did. Yeah, because the price was going down. Look, the price of Twitter right before this, he offered $54.20, his weed joke, and then it's been hovering $10 below it for a while. Now, all of tech has fallen off a cliff, and Twitter would have done so, probably down 30, 40%, even more. Some stocks are down a lot. 18% is good for tech right now. And so he probably doesn't want to pay as much as he offered. And so he's trying to reprice it. That's what I would assume is going on behind the scenes, and it should, because the price should be lower now because of what's happening in the broader stock market, including things that affect his own shares of Tesla, which he's using to pay for this. That's down 8%. Sorry.
Will he get that better deal from Twitter shareholders?
I think they're going to be pretty pissed if he's going to try to, he has all the leverage. That's the problem here, is there's no other buyers, and there may be another buyer when it gets really low, but not right now. I think Snoop Dogg offered to buy it when it gets low, but we'll see.
How perilous is this for him? Because there has been a lot of talk about, how much money he actually has. And what happens if he takes it private and it is not as successful as he wants it to be, and what that might mean for Tesla and the stock market?
Quite a bit at the $54.20 number. It may be less with less money. He has to pay less for it. The loans would be less. The Tesla stock that he's putting against this would be less. The loans that Twitter would have to pay back would be less. All of it would be better at a lower price. And so I think he's using these bots as the excuse for doing so. He actually, in the agreement, I just read it, he agreed not to do due diligence, so it shouldn't really matter. He can walk away for $1 billion, wait for it to drop, and then buy it up if there's no other buyers. His risk is that there might be other buyers, and then we'll see.
So he would have to pay $1 billion if he walks away right now.
Unless he finds some excuse, which he could. He essentially is, he could say they lied to him, but it doesn't really matter. He agreed to no due diligence, so. It's not clear he's doing it. Obviously, there's huge pressure on Tesla stock. Tesla rose today on this news, hoping that he won't do the deal, but he definitely wants a lower price, which is what I indicated on Monday, that he's got to get a lower price.
Will you give me more insight into how he would run Twitter if he takes over?
No, but today we found out he doesn't like straws, the new straws, paper straws. So, no, it's all been incredibly vague. It's been incredibly vague. I think, here's the irony of it. Here is someone who actually could change things at Twitter and make it a better business. This guy is really visionary and very innovative. He's a type of person like this is the one to do this as a private company. Putting aside all the, the virtue signaling to the right, which he's doing for all kinds of reasons, and partially he believes it. But I think he's the kind of person you want to change Twitter. That maybe if this doesn't work out, it's a good moment for Twitter to reassess and reestablish itself as a real business that isn't so bad as it's been.
Explain that, because I think a lot of people watching would say, why exactly is he the kind of person that would make Twitter a better place if he is doing all that virtue signaling to the right, and when it is such a toxic atmosphere, and there's worries that it would be even more toxic than it is right now.
Let's keep in mind that people that use Twitter are very small, and that's the problem with Twitter. If it was Facebook, we'd be talking a different game here, because This is a very small service, as much as people in the media on the right and the left, by the way. It's very not bipartisan in that regard. Politicians on the right and the left all love it, but it's very small to most people. Most people over on TikTok watching, like me, air fryer videos. And so that's what's growing. And Facebook is still, despite some recent troubles, Facebook is huge. This is not a great business, and it hasn't grown. And so someone like that could have some innovative ideas around having payments. Maybe you could do payments over Twitter, subscriptions. Lots of people have talked about paying for Twitter. I'll tell you the one person who's gotten a lot of free marketing from Twitter for nothing, the richest man in the world, Elon Musk. So, he should pay. Maybe people like him should pay for the marketing that he gets for not just himself, but all his businesses.
Well, like any true fuddy-duddy, I watch all my TikTok videos late and on Instagram. Sure, Karen, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time. And coming up, Tim Alberta joins us with his new report on how politics poisoned the evangelical church. But first, an NBC News exclusive with Kathy Barnett, a Republican candidate in the Pennsylvania Senate race. You're going to want to know more about her because she could win the GOP primary, which means she could win this seat. Stay with us.
Can a company make the planet a better place? What if it's a company of people working beside friends and neighbors, pursuing 100% renewable energy in our operations, aiming to protect, manage, or restore millions of acres of land, and offering you more sustainably sourced products so you can be a part of the change? So, can a company make the planet a better place? At Walmart, we're working on it every day.
Let your queries be known.
How can we enforce those bikers anymore? I mean, riders is cool, but bikers, really cool.
Seriously? Deny. Can we go back to meeting at the rec center? The community is brutal. Deny.
How do you feel about getting the folks and see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurance? Well, stop asking the same question every time.
Boom!
Denied! Whoa.
We believe there's an innovator in all of us. That's why we build technology that helps everyone come to the table and do more incredible things.
I'm Robert Strickler. I've been involved in communications and media for 45 years. I've been taking Prevagen on a regular basis for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Skyrizi. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months after just 2 doses. Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received the vaccine. Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Joe Bonamassa, hailed as one of the world's greatest guitar players. Performing live on Saturday, August 13th at Leader Bank Pavilion. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Joe Bonamassa's Time Clocks Tour.
It's time to remodel your bathroom, but you don't want the hassle or the worry of getting it finished. You just want to pick a style and relax, knowing that it'll be wonderful when it's done. Is that too much to ask? No, actually, it's not. Rebath, from start to stunning. Call us or visit rebath.com and save $1,000 on your complete bathroom remodel. This is the planning effect. This is how it feels to have a dedicated Fidelity advisor looking at your full financial picture. This is what it's like to have a comprehensive wealth plan with tax-smart investing strategies designed to help you keep more
With Pennsylvania's primary days away, conservative commentator Kathy Barnett could pull off a major political upset. Hard-right Barnett has gone from an unknown to potential frontrunner in Pennsylvania's Republican Senate contest. The late surge that has turned the battle between Trump-backed Dr. Mehmet Oz and hedge fund manager David McCormick into a three-way fight to the finish, and GOP leadership is spooked. They fear that she is a wild card whose nomination could ultimately blow a key, otherwise winnable seat. Political strategists have called her an opposition researcher's dream, with social media posts saying the 2020 election was stolen, ridiculing the Muslim faith, and rallying against gay rights. And in an exclusive interview with NBC's Dasha Burns, Barnett says she is unapologetic about who she is and what she stands for. Joining me now from Millersville, Pennsylvania, is NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. So Dasha, you showed her those old tweets about Islam and her comparisons, and she claimed that she didn't write them. What else do you know about Kathy Barnett as a candidate?
Yeah, Katie, you said people are calling her an opposition researcher's dream. That opposition research, though, is just happening right now. This is a major twist in the final days of this high-stakes race. A lot of people, including these campaigns, didn't see coming. I mean, for months, it was a two-man race between Oz and McCormick. But I'll tell you, as I've been talking to voters here for months now, I felt a lot of resistance from people. You saw the numbers of undecided people just up until the last poll. The numbers were like 40% of Republican voters still undecided, and you got the sense from people that they were looking maybe for that third option. And Barnett's momentum, I think, hit kind of at the right time as people were trying to find their way in this primary. She also, at the same time, Katie, has this SCOTUS leak, the opinion that leaked on Roe v. Wade, re-upped her story. Her campaign put out an emotional video of her backstory, her mother having been raped at 11 years old. She was born when her mom was just 12, and she takes a very staunch stance on abortion and may also be picking up some support from those single-issue voters that are jumping into the race. But this is pretty stunning, Katie. She has spent a small fraction of the money that these other two candidates have spent, and you see her rising as both Oz and McCormick have really struggled to break free here. Oz, despite the endorsement from Trump. In fact, many are looking at Barnett as the ultra MAGA candidate. And what does this say about the Republican Party and where people want to see things go, at least for primary voters? Take a listen to Barnett's answer on that. And lastly, what do you think this race says about the future of the Republican Party?
There's been very little vetting that has taken place with these two quote-unquote frontrunners. But the only thing I believe most people were interested in is that they were very rich and they were spending a lot of money. I think it's going to say a lot about who is the Republican Party. Is it truly all you have to have is a high name ID and a lot of money, and that's all that matters to get someone through?
Yeah, Katie, we've been talking about the money, we've been talking about the Trump endorsement, but right now, despite all of that, it really is anyone's game ahead of Tuesday.
Dasha Burns, Dasha, thank you. Really interesting interview. I encourage our viewers to listen to everything else you got out of her. Fascinating stuff. There is an identity fight, not just within the Republican Party, but within its most influential voting bloc, white evangelical Christians, the key drivers of Donald Trump's win in 2016. The argument now, 6 years after Trump's unlikely win, with many on the right not just embracing conspiracies and extreme rhetoric, but acting on it, is whether to push back or to lean in. As our next guest writes, if this is a tale of two churches, it is also the tale of churches everywhere. It is a story of millions of American Christians who, after a lifetime spent considering their political affiliations in the context of their faith, are now considering their faith affiliations in the context of their politics. Joining me now is Tim Alberta, staff writer for The Atlantic. Tim, all your pieces are good. This one was very fascinating because you come out of this somebody who grew up in the church and somebody who's seen this snowball effect and this stratification, this division. Walk me through what you discovered and what do you think it means for all of us?
Thanks, Katie. Yeah, I just really try to come into this with an open mind and spend a lot of time not with the really high-profile, visible Christian leaders and kind of evangelical figureheads, but I really wanted to report this from the ground up, just from a lot of small and medium-sized churches around the country, and really try to figure out what is it that has sort of set off this turmoil and this infighting inside the evangelical movement, and just how prevalent is it? I think we can make a mistake sometimes, it's certainly in our political coverage of extrapolating a bit too much and making an assumption that something is universal when it's not. And what I discovered along the way here in all my reporting is that there is in fact this sort of identity crisis playing out in the evangelical church, as you put it a moment ago. And the scale of it is really what is just staggering. You cannot find a church, you cannot find a pastor, you cannot find a churchgoer, just a rank and file, every Sunday churchgoer in any of the major denominations or independent churches anywhere across the country, white evangelicals in particular. You can't find anybody who will tell you that this isn't happening in their church. And as a matter of fact, what I try to document in the piece is not just the degree to which there's a ton of vitriol and ugliness and combativeness inside these churches, but also the degree to which there is a lot of movement because of it. You have substantial numbers of evangelical Christians who in the last couple of years, due to some combination of COVID-19 and Trump's presidency and George Floyd's murder and all of these sort of swirling culture war factors that are driving so much of the conversation in this country every day, they are also driving the conversation inside the church. And people are leaving their churches because of it and relocating to churches that better align with their politics. And that in and of itself, Katie, is a very new and potentially hugely consequential phenomenon, not just for the church, obviously, but for our politics and for our culture.
I was struck by one of the churches you went to, one of the main churches you talked about. You said you walked in and you didn't see, it wasn't necessarily church paraphernalia that you saw, crosses and such. It was American flags that you saw when you first walked in, and people wearing MAGA hats. And that seemed to be, in your writing, what the idol was when they were going to worship.
Yeah, and you know, listen, it's a broad brush, right? I don't want to. We're talking about tens of millions of people, and I think we are always hesitant to paint in broad stereotypes. But there is certainly something to this idea, as many pastors of individual congregations and denominational leaders, evangelical scholars, including many who voted for Trump, they will tell you that there is a serious threat of political idolatry within the white evangelical church today, and that Trump is the subject of much of it, but perhaps more broadly, Katie, America is the subject of some of it. You have a real sense from these conversations that love of country, fear of country slipping away and becoming something unrecognizable, that those things are doing more to animate many white evangelical Christians today than is the gospel of Jesus himself.
I don't have time for this question. I'm going to ask it anyway, so I apologize to my executive producer. You talked to Russell Moore, who's a pretty prominent figure in evangelical Christianity, not a fan of Donald Trump, and has paid a big price for that in terms of those who follow him. And he said that there's a very real threat. He doesn't want to sound like Chicken Little, but there's a very real threat from people believing that there's only, I'm paraphrasing, a two-state solution here. Basically, that a civil war is coming.
Yeah, well, luckily for you, Katie, I'm always concise with my answers. Yes, you do, Russell diagnosed that properly, and it lined up with everything I've seen on the ground. And by the way, even before I really dove into this reporting project over the past years, we were seeing that in all kinds of different pockets of American life, but it is especially concentrated and visible inside the church. It's a very real thing. And as Russell said, there are people in the church lending that transcendent religious authority to that thought of a civil war. That's what makes it so sobering.
Tim Alberta, the piece is absolutely fascinating, and I encourage everybody to go read it. It's scary too. Tim, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, Katie.
And coming up next, chaotic and violent scenes in Jerusalem at the funeral for slain Palestinian American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. We're going to go there live for the latest.
We believe there's an innovator in all of us. That's why we build technology that helps everyone come to the table and do more incredible things.
Hi there. You're Jonathan, right? The 995 plan.
Yes, from Colonial Penn.
Your 995 plan fits my budget just right.
Excuse me. Aren't you Jonathan from TV, that 995 plan? Yes, from Colonial Penn. I love your lifetime rate line. That's what sold me. She thinks you're Jonathan. With the 995 plan? Are you? Yes, from Colonial Penn.
We were concerned you couldn't get coverage, but it was easy with the 995 plan. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm Jonathan for Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. This guaranteed acceptance whole life insurance plan is our #1 most popular plan. It's loaded with guarantees. If you're age 50 to 85, $9.95 a month buys whole life insurance, guaranteed acceptance. You cannot be turned down for any health reason. There are no health questions and no medical exam. And here's another guarantee you can count on. Guaranteed lifetime coverage. Your insurance can never be canceled. Just pay the premiums. Guaranteed lifetime rate. Your rate can never increase.
Pardon me, I'm curious. How can I learn more about this popular 995 plan?
It's easy. Just call the toll-free number.
Call 1-800-848-8383 for your free information and free beneficiary plan. 1-800-848-8383.
Is there it?
Yes.
We were alone when my husband had the heart attack. He's the most important thing in my life. I'm so lucky to get him back.
Your heart isn't just yours. Protect it with bigger aspirin. Be sure to talk to your doctor before you begin an aspirin regimen.
Conventional thinking would say Verizon has the largest and fastest 5G network, but they don't. They only cover select cities with 5G. And with coverage of over 96% of interstate highway miles, they've got us covered. Here we go.
I love my mom's a kayak player, so please don't bring it up.
Check this out.
Do the research. Listen to me. Kayak searches hundreds of travel sites to find you great deals on flights, cars, and hotels.
They're lying to you.
Who's they? Kayak?
Open your eyes.
Compare hundreds of travel sites at once. Kayak. Which one? And done.
Can you believe someone thought this would help you hear better? And no one will notice it? Genius. Now this is Ergo. Made to be heard, not seen.
Save $300 on Ergo 6.
The funeral for Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh was not peaceful today. Israeli police confronted the crowd trying to carry her casket out of an East Jerusalem hospital. Look at this. At one point, as you can see, the coffin was dropped by pallbearers. Israeli police blamed the mourners for inciting the violence. The mourners were later allowed to drive her remains to a church in the Old City where hundreds gathered. Joining us from Jerusalem is NBC News foreign correspondent Raph Sanchez. Raph, what exactly happened? I saw a video a little bit earlier. It seemed like an Israeli officer was pulling the Palestinian flag off of the car that was carrying her coffin.
Yeah, Katie, I have covered a lot of funerals here in Jerusalem. I have never seen anything like what happened today. As you said, this started at a hospital. Palestinian mourners wanted to carry Shireen Abu Akleh's coffin on their shoulders through the streets of Jerusalem, the city that she was born in. Israeli authorities would not let them do that. There was a standoff in the courtyard of that hospital. That standoff escalating to the point that Israeli police are literally beating the pallbearers with nightsticks. As you said, there is that just heart-stopping moment where the coffin falls. It looks like it's going to spring open. Now, Israeli police were saying in a statement that they moved in response to nationalist chanting by the Palestinian mourners and also to rock throwing. That they have released a drone video which does show one man kind of on the edge of the crowd throwing what looks like a bottle towards Israeli police officers. But that doesn't explain why they are beating people who literally have the coffin on their shoulders, who can't be throwing anything because they have the weight of this dead woman's coffin with them. We are also seeing images of Israeli police ripping down Palestinian flags off that hearse. They are very determined not to allow Palestinian national symbols to be on display here in Jerusalem, which Israel claims as its eternal and undivided capital. Now, thousands and thousands and thousands turned out for her funeral. Mercifully, the burial went smoothly, and it was a reminder that Shrina Malaka is a household name here in life, but she's really a Palestinian national icon now in death. Okay?
Raf Sanchez, Raf, thank you very much. And the Texas Supreme Court just ruled that state investigations into alleged child abuse by parents of transgender kids could carry on. It reversed an appeals court decision that had temporarily halted the inquiry statewide. Joining me now is Austin American Statesman State Desk reporter, Chuck Linville. Chuck, what exactly happened today?
The court ruled on a background issue, to be honest. It lifted a statewide injunction that was imposed by local courts that blocked state child abuse investigators from investigating families who provide gender-affirming care to their adolescents. That goes back to a February order from our governor, Governor Abbott, who said that gender-affirming care should be treated as child abuse when reported to our child welfare agency.
So what exactly is going to happen now to families of transgender children?
They're all wondering that right now. Their lawyers hope that there was a portion of today's ruling that can help them. The court said that it clarified that the Department of Family Protective Services does not have to follow the governor's directive. He doesn't have the authority to order them to do anything. They have their own sole discretion on who investigated or not. And the lawyers are hoping that that's enough to get the agency to pause and say, let's wait for this to play out in the courts, because the underlying case, whether the state has this authority to investigate families for providing gender care, that's being determined by an intermediate appellate court. And that case is still unknown. That hasn't been decided yet.
And as I understand it, there are some hospitals in the state that have basically stopped providing this sort of care because of the uncertainty around these court cases.
That and families have decided to leave Texas for safer states that they won't be investigated. We've had district attorneys from Democratic-run counties saying they will not investigate.
You still cannot call them up?
Against families, there's a lot still undecided with what's going to happen.
No, from before you try.
Chuck, thank you very much.
Yes,
And coming up next, what the Biden administration is doing to get baby formula back on store shelves.
You're pretty particular about keeping a healthy body. What goes on it? Usually. Mostly. Here to meet those high standards is the Walgreens Health and Wellness brand. Over 2,000 high-quality products, rigorously tested by us, real-world tested by you, and delivered to your door in as little as 1 hour.
We believe there's an innovator in all of us. That's why we build technology that helps everyone come to the table and do more incredible things.
Aren't you glad for innovation? Things that used to be big and bulky, well now they fit in your pocket, even your hose. From the makers of the #1 expandable hose in the world comes another amazing pocket hose, the Silver Bullet. It's making other hoses obsolete. Look, that old hose is a pain in the grass, but the new Silver Bullet is the hassle-free hose. Just turn on the water and the silver bullet inflates from pocket size to super size. It's the hands-free hose that grows and grows. Now turn off the water and it shrinks back to a super light pocket hose. It's putting itself away. The other hose, it just sits there. No more dragging heavy hoses, no flipping and whipping to clear the kinks. The silver bullet will never kink. I mean, come on, look at that. Now that's a kink. Look at the water pressure. The exclusive bullet shell outer casing resists snagging and tearing and wearing. It easily maneuvers around the garden without crushing your plants. The machine aluminum connectors make it safe for drinking. It's the lightest hose I've ever owned. Come on, dump that heavy hose and grab a pocket hose. Get your 25-foot pocket hose silver bullet today. Still just $19.99. You also get our adjustable bullet nozzle, a $20 value, absolutely free. Powerful enough to make all that equipment look like new again. Our new pocket hose works as hard as you do. Hold on, order now and you can double it to 2. Just pay a separate fee. This offer is not available on Amazon, so make sure it's legit and not a counterfeit. Get the original pocket hose silver bullet today.
To order, call 1-800-220-3192. That's 1-800-220-3192. Or visit silverbulletHose.com. So call 1-800-220-3192. Or visit silverbulletHose.com. Don't wait, order now.
Bipolar depression. It made me feel trapped in thought. This is art inspired by real stories of bipolar depression.
I just couldn't find my way out of it.
The lows of bipolar depression can take you to a dark place. Latuda can make a real difference in your symptoms. Latuda was proven to significantly reduce bipolar depression symptoms, and in clinical studies had no substantial impact on weight.
This is where I want to be. Call your doctor about sudden behavior changes or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Report fever, confusion, stiff or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be life-threatening or permanent. These aren't all serious side effects.
Now, I'm back where I belong.
Ask your doctor if Latuda is right for you. Pay as little as $0 for your first prescription.
Nail fungus is nasty. OptiNail starts improving the appearance of fungus-damaged toenails in just 2 days. Its clinically proven formula penetrates the nail for results you can see quickly. OptiNail. Give fungus-damaged toenails a makeover.
President Biden's immigration agenda was in court last hour. The current administration wants to lift a pandemic era policy known as Title 42, which will allow thousands of asylum seekers at the southern border into the United States. The policy was put in place by former President Trump. 21 Republican attorneys general sued Joe Biden, the president, after he tried to repeal it. All of this comes as illegal border crossings hit a 22-year high back in March. A decision on the case is expected next week. And the national baby formula shortage is now being investigated by multiple House committees. House Oversight requested documents from 4 key manufacturers that control nearly 90% of the market, and both corporations and energy and commerce will hold hearings in the coming weeks. And Indiana correspondent Blaine Alexander has more.
Well, for so many parents, this truly is the topic of conversation. Consider this, the average 3-month-old can go through a hearing this size in less than a week. So that's why there's growing pressure on the Biden administration to find a solution. For millions of parents, the frantic search for formula is getting closer to home. It's scary. It's scary not knowing they're going to be able to feed their kids.
And the shortage is growing. 43% of the nation's baby formula supply is out of stock.
There was one day that I went to 11 different stores and could not find any.
Overnight, the White House announced new steps to address the crisis as President Biden met with retailers and manufacturers, including Walmart, Target, Rickett, and Gerber.
Our message to parents is, we hear you, we want to do everything we can.
The administration is facing growing pressure.
This is not a third world country. This should never happen in the United States of America.
The new measures include increasing imports of formula, cutting red tape, and asking regulators in states to crack down on price gouging. But the White House acknowledged there is no timeline for when parents can expect to see the results on the shelves.
We would certainly encourage any parent who has concerns about their child's well-being to call their doctor or pediatrician.
For many families, the need is dire. According to the CDC,
only 25% of infants consume only breast milk through their first 6 months, and many rely on specific formula brands.
I've seen moms in the store crying in the formula aisle because they can't find their baby's formula.
Inventories are now so low that some major stores have put limits on how much baby formula you can buy at a time. The months-long shortage comes from a voluntary recall by manufacturer Abbott Nutrition that prompted the shutdown of a major plant, all of it made worse by supply chain issues. Now, parents are scrambling for solutions. Online searches for homemade formula have spiked, but experts warn against making your own or diluting formula, as both could be harmful for your baby.
We try to tell parents to remain calm and make sure that they contact us. Now, there are some lawmakers, including some of the president's own party, who say that that does not go far enough. They're calling on him to invoke the Defense Production Act. It's a war-era measure that would essentially grant the president emergency powers to be able to order companies to produce more of a certain good. Now, the White House says that is something that they're considering, but already at least one manufacturer, one company says they've got their plants running 24/7, but that's only part of the solution. Back to you.
It's a little bit problem. Brian Alexander, thank you very much. That is going to do it for me today on this Friday. Have a nice weekend, everybody. Garrett Hake picks up our coverage next.
And we're back. It's time to see which chew provides the longest lasting flea and tick protection.
Roberto's the big winner. 12 weeks of powerful protection, nearly 3 times longer than any other chew.
Bravo, Roberto. Bravo.
Before I got Laura, 24 my online account for hacked.
He uses the same password for everything.
I didn't want to deal with it.
Like Aura Digital Security just dealt with it.
What were you worried about again?
Shopping on public Wi-Fi is sketchy. But with digital security, my devices are protected in like 3 minutes.
It's time to protect your life online with Aura's all-in-one digital security. Try it for free today at Aura.com.
What was that password anyway?
Hell.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America that'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the Ideal Agent was that we saved $12,000 in commission.
We would definitely use Ideal Agent again. The whole process was so positive for us.
Excellent, excellent service.
Getting right to the point, hiring an Ideal Agent, I wish we would have done that sooner. And we would have saved 6 months of time and mortgage payments that would probably never happen if we would have just gone in first.
They were so stress-free, the whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We certainly recommend Ideal Agent out to all of our family, all of our friends. It's just a great experience.
We are not a discount brokers. These are top local agents that'll get you the best results.
Hello?
I went to Angie and
Hello?
did pool.
What are you?
Cleaners.
Garage, interior painting, exterior paint.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Mom. Hey, Mom. I'm gonna call you back.
You have reached. Thank you for calling Country Gardens Assisted Living. Please leave a message. Sorry, this mailbox is full. It can't receive any more messages. Please call again later.
Whoa. GD 365 BEI U20.
Who's next?
-7 minus 10. Minus 14. 16. 19. 22. 25. 28. 31. Try to call the number, it goes right to voicemail. So there you are. I try to call the number, it goes right to voicemail.
Only hear voicemail.
Yeah.
It's okay. You cannot call home, we can go again soon.
But, Lindy doesn't think it's okay. That's the problem. Lindy doesn't think it's okay. That's the problem.
Because you try to call already.
I know, but he doesn't believe.
Why you not do it?
Well, he said, you don't try hard enough. Call me early. I'm going to call him now because he said call me early in the day.
Need to call to me home today?
No, he said call him to try to get the phone number working.
Or call early?
Yeah.
You call early already?
I'm going to call him. I got to call him to let him know what's going on right now.
Oh my God, why is it so difficult to come? Or they don't want to answer? They miss you.
Yeah. 10 minus 14, 17, 20.
They've been called already. They don't care.
29. Yeah.
Look at the phone.
36.
It's a good way that he has to go there.
Yeah.
Call you.
Yeah. I just let him know I'm telling him the truth. I'm doing the best I can, but
You go to Ding already?
I tell him I poon Jing Jing. Yes, I poon Jing Jing.
You would.
Nobody cares because I poon Jing Jing.
You go call him. Lenny, I put Ding Ding. He's talking like that.
Yeah. I'm gonna let her know what I did. I called my mother directly on the Alexa, and that worked. She was there, but she could not, she could not pick up the phone.
Really?
Yes. So I tried to call on the phone and ask the lady to bring the phone to her,
Why they don't do it?
and they're not there. They don't even get voicemail. Voicemail says the voicemail is full, so you can't leave a voicemail.
Voicemail full, so you cannot leave voicemail.
Hey, what's up? So I just tried to call mom. I called on Alexa. She's there, but she's not getting the phone. So I called the lady, and it's going to voicemail, and they said voicemail's full. Which is, but I hear her. I can hear her. On Alexa.
So we stop.
Okay. Poom Jing Jing, he don't care. I don't care if you tell the truth. You didn't do it. You didn't talk to her. Jared done.
Like my Jai, be careful when you walk.
Okay. He's gonna call me back.
Security outside already because we put on Monday.
Okay. Okay. Where's 3?
I call on seat on the cat. On seat. On the seat.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, I told you, I need to leave it.
Yeah, I guess, I'm not sure where the lady is, but I think I have to talk to her to get the Alexa to mom. 'Cause I'm just looking at the sky.
Should I drop it on something?
No, I just called Alexa to see if the lady was there, because she could get mom the phone.
Yeah, the problem is, you don't have time to pick up someone just from.
No, it already clicked, it already connected, so does somebody have to touch the button for connect? 'Cause I don't think, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe mom touched it, but she cannot, you could hear her, but she cannot, get to the phone.
You went to the drop in, so you just kind of dropped it.
Okay. So, all right, so I'm gonna call the lady back later and try to get her. What's that? Yeah, you told me they were closing it down, I didn't know when. End of the month, so that's like, what, 10 more days?
Yeah.
Okay. And Lamont has a new kid, so that's gonna make it harder, but, he said he could take care of her, I don't know.
Well, I looked into this last half of the
Yeah.
So it took at least 3 months for me to get a person to come over the house and
Okay.
and then it's gonna be a med for Medicaid.
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure, what happens after mom passes on, is Medicaid come back and try to get the money back.
Why they want their money back? What money you spent?
You don't get services from the state if you passes.
And what that's it, well, we selling the house, right? So, I don't think, oh, we're not selling the house, we decided to keep it. That's the assets you have, right? Okay. All right, so they're gonna come for their money back. How much do you think we're gonna spend? Probably at least.
A lot. So I'm telling see how it's really not else to do with it.
Yeah, but we don't really have that, so now that I think about it, we got the house on that special kind of loan, right? They're using the house as equity. So.
I know, but if there is any money, I'm saying to you, you're gonna come back and try to get it.
If there is any money, yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, so whenever we sell the house, they're gonna take their money, it's gonna be a lien, right?
Yeah, you're gonna get looked at.
That's fair, though, they have a lien on the house.
I'm not saying that I did it, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You know,
Now, the problem is gonna be with Lamont, because now he's got an even larger family. And where are they gonna move? How long do you think we're gonna hold it? How long do you think we're gonna hold the house? 2 more years?
I don't know. There won't be no message as long as probably alive.
Right.
But, you know,
Yeah.
eventually it's gonna be, be bad.
Right. It's gonna get bad.
Nothing gonna happen. It's already, can't continue to do this.
Yes, this is wrong, but we knew that from the beginning, before this even started. This is wrong.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable with you right now, but,
Yeah.
I mean, you're both right. What you want to be back in the house.
Yeah.
This is the perfect time to make that happen.
Yeah, and she really, I mean, ideally, she wanted to be back in the house if we had a nurse here. That would be the best case scenario. So, but you're saying even if we get a nurse, we gotta pay him back. So, yeah. But that's a long lien on the house, so. We expect, that's fair. Yeah. All right, so that's what it is. My house is, I think it's gonna sell for about $350, $370. So that's what it's gonna be. I don't know if they can, I told them, we can start it now, but I just wanna make sure the bank gets their money when it closes. You think they're gonna do it automatically, but we'll see. They're gonna get the money automatically once the house sells, right? Yeah. All right, so. They have a lien already? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a link, they put a lien when they first get mortgage.
Oh, really? Okay. All right, so, yeah, that's why I'm trying to get the cash outside of that before they even close. But, I asked for about 20K, I don't know if they're gonna do it, maybe 10. So.
Don't mention that to anybody, because that's,
Yeah, I know it is.
Anybody still want to give it to you,
Yeah. Right. Well, I'm using that as leverage to choose between all these different viable interesting viable. Yeah, at least 6 called. They're ready to get that house out of my hands. Yeah. Yeah.
Once you do that,
Happy?
yeah, it's just all the time, so it does.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, at the end of it, I only owe them 200,000 now. I don't even owe them 400 anymore, so that's what they're gonna get, 200, so I only owe them 200,000. So, yeah, well, I'll be happy once this thing's over, that's for sure. But, you know, it would have cost me a house, but, you know, you learn the hard way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
It is what it is at this point.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, at least I'll stop having to pay the. Yeah, if they're making you pay the rent, the mortgage on it, the mortgage on it, because they're taking the money from me anyway to fix stuff up. So. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it clean for the sale, but I guess I don't have to. I don't know. Yeah, that's true, but it does make the price of the house go down every month. Because you gotta pay that, they gotta put that into the, how much you owe, right? So, and you don't pay it every month, so pay. Yeah. Yeah.
Why so far?
All right, I'm gonna stop paying. But if you don't pay enough and they go 3 months, they take it from you anyway, so. No, the state, okay, I mean, don't pay, no, the bank, you gotta, the bank I owe 150. They'll take it, because if you don't pay the mortgage, they're gonna take it. 3 months, right? 3 months, so before they declare it, give you an eviction. Yeah, we gotta stop paying. Yeah, but once we clear that up. Yeah, I know that.
So,
Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it attractive for them, because I know every month I don't pay, that's more money I get back. Out of my pocket. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's true. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not like it's coming in your pocket.
Right, that's true. That's true. All right, well, I'll think about not paying that too.
I mean, it just doesn't fuck with your credit, but
Yeah.
bankruptcy would be that anyway. So.
Yeah, what is bankruptcy gonna do to my credit? Make it lose 200 points?
Oh, man, it's going to take a little hit.
Okay.
But, you're going to get it back quick, Joe, because, once it's all said and done, it's gone.
Yeah, okay. So I gotta get ready to not be able to buy. I don't think I'm gonna buy anything on credit, except for the car, right? You gotta get the car, and I wanna get the couch, that's it.
Right, you got to get your car now.
Yeah, okay. My credit is high right now. I'll take a hit. What do you think we're gonna file this? Because okay, because the chapter 7 thing's not gonna happen, right? We're not sure.
Oh, no. Hey, like I said, I'm the only one now. I'm trying to see what happens.
Yeah. Okay.
This one, actually, I'm pretty good.
Okay, if that goes down, I definitely rather keep it that way. But what is he paying back on the chapter 7? What is he paying back on the chapter 7 that we're doing? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that's like a, that's what I think it should be, because I think these guys scammed me. They didn't tell me my house was on a lien, and they would have taken that house in the end over if I didn't switch it. Yeah, Allison didn't speak up. She spoke up. Said, I don't want this house. Allison said, I want this house on the wall. You're great. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, right,
Yeah.
it was right saying that this is, production.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll call Mom later tonight. I'm gonna call the lady again. And
I'm had so much work to do. I can't talk to you before all this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're going back. Well, we were planning to go back down there early June, but it sounded like she wouldn't be there in early June. But we were planning to go back down there and spend the whole time with her. But we got to figure out where she will be. So we can find out. Yeah. So I'll get some time to figure that out. All right. I'll contact you later tonight.
Yeah, hopefully we can, I'm telling you, I don't know why she only asks my call. They're all doing with that.
Who, mommy or the lady?
The lady.
Yeah. Yeah. Is he going to voicemail? And they said they can't leave me a voicemail.
Yeah, she's working with her.
Yeah. Well, I don't think she's working with Mom. I said she would have heard me when I called in.
Did you say that?
Yeah. I said, hey, Mom. Yeah.
You dropped it.
Yeah. Oh, how do you drop it? I mean, you're still connected to a call, right?
Yeah, but it's really designed like if you ever be.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You just want to drop it. It's so like,
Oh, because you got audio. They got audio. I heard Mom.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like you drop it.
Right. I see. Okay, I dropped it. It's yeah, that must have been when I clicked. The account looks like it's your account too. It says Lenny Jones. So, but under Mom's Echo is account for Lenny Jones. All right, I'll call back later today. Hopefully, I can catch up with the lady.
Yeah, you know, then you got they call the Astros gonna play at Friday night.
Mm-hmm. That's the lady?
Yeah.
Really? What is it with the band or just the school or certain school members?
No, it's just 3 people in their band, in the band.
Oh, really? They're reading music, or are they playing music? Are they playing, practicing playing music?
Well, he's been doing a lot of stuff. He has this friend walking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you about that already.
Mm-hmm.
So that actually, wanting to come and play for some special concert.
Oh, man. All right. That's nice. I gotta play with him again and see what's happening. But it sounds like he's mostly playing sheet music, right? Or is he reading? Or is he playing by ear? Okay. Oh, classical. Oh, and is gig is classical? Gig is classical, or is it jazz? Okay.
His private class counts.
Yeah.
And it's like one of the bishops there, the band player. I guess they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, yeah, we're going to come play a concert for us.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So, I mean, he must be pretty.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty good. And that classical's, that's going to be hard for you and I to judge because that's a different style. But I can hear it. I like to hear them play live. I might have to pay them to play a gig up here.
They're playing tonight.
They're playing tonight?
Yeah.
You gonna get video? You gonna get video? Yeah, try to get some video. I like to hear it.
I see some video and stuff that they did already.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. All right. I got. He might want to come up here and play with me, and I got another guitar player that plays with me. We can play with Lenny sometime. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. All right. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's pretty serious. He's been doing it for a while now, right? Yeah. Yeah.
He's like, he's like kind of like the man of the base.
Yes, yeah, yes.
He's like first base in school, man. Like,
Yeah. Oh man, that's nice.
I think he right about that.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so he's got the. I'm real impressed that he's got the read music now. That's hard. Yeah, yeah. But if you can read in jazz, that helps too. I mean, it's not. That doesn't hurt you in jazz. That actually gonna help you a lot. So. Now they might just ask them to read charts though. I don't know if they ask them to read single line notes. You know, the difference in classical is you got to read single line notes, but in jazz they might just give you charts and you read the charts and you have to play your own bass lines in between. Right. So that would be a good experience. Yeah, that's, most people play jazz. Yeah, I guess some people play acoustic, you know, like the old, the old guys that used to play stand-up bass, but, you know, mostly electric, it's mostly electric bass and jazz. So, so you got any influences there? Because is he Stanley Clark or is he? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, let him hear some Stanley Clark albums. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get him right. He's like, oh man, what's the chops?
Yeah, just tell him, let him hear the Laps You Go album by accident. You can't hear it by accident, let him hear it by accident. Yeah. Well, he might be more acoustic. Yeah, and he's using a bow, right? Or something. Yeah. So it's a little bit different, but. Yeah. Yeah, he's using a bow, so that's. I don't think we ever even got into that. Because I think our band was never a classical band, right? In high school, it was jazz from the beginning. Yeah, in Springfield. I don't think it was ever a classical band. It was. Yeah. But I remember when they asked me to play guitar. You know, I was reading charts. It wasn't. Didn't have to read single notes. Yes. Do what? Yeah, I played with him a couple times. But that's all charts, you know. So it's gonna be interesting to see him play. I like my friend Peter to meet him and some other guitar players up here. I gotta figure out if I know a bass player up here that can meet him. I know one that's really good, but he's that's the ear guy, you know. Most of these guys are ear guys. But I have to find him because he used to play with me a lot. Those guys are most of the ear guys.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's really good. But I have to find him. But you know, I think he'd really appreciate meeting these guys. Yeah. All right. So I'll talk to you later when I try to catch Mom again later today. All right. Here we go.
And make sure we invest in the police departments and local and county and city police departments. Because one of the things we talked about in the cabinet room
is that I don't know any cop who likes a bad cop. I mean that sincerely. I grew up in a neighborhood in Claymont where you became a cop, a firefighter, or a priest. And I'm not joking. The guys I know in the police forces, the last thing they want is a bad cop, a bully, a thug being on the force. So the idea that somehow there's this overwhelming desire to protect the bad cop, it's the leadership's role to make sure they find them, get rid of them, and if they violate a crime, prosecute them. Thank you all so very, very much. Thank you. Bye.
On his press secretary's last day, the President of the United States having something of an impromptu press conference. We got into it just moments after he was addressing the infant formula crisis that we were talking about at the start of the show. We're going to try to get Peter Alexander to join us here in a moment. He was at that event and asked that question. We also heard from the President addressing issues of global concern, both in Africa and his conversations with those two Scandinavian leaders today who are applying perhaps to join NATO. The President wasn't particularly keen to share his insights there. We're going to turn now to some news out of Russia, with the State Department saying today that an American diplomat in our embassy in Moscow did in fact talk with WNBA superstar Brittany Griner today. Griner was in a Russian court. You can see her in handcuffs there. A judge in Russia ruling that Griner will be held in jail there for at least another month, denying her request for house arrest. She was arrested in February after authorities found what they say was a vape pen with hash oil in her bag at the airport. The State Department has since classified Griner as wrongly detained by Russia. Joining us now is NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli, who is back with us. So, Mike, how does this extension, if at all, change the way the State Department is handling trying to get Griner back into this country?
Well, Garrett, the news today is what you just mentioned, the extension of her detention there. The real significance in terms of what the U.S. might be able to do in support of her case was what you also mentioned that happened recently, which was the State Department reclassifying her as wrongfully detained. Now, that opens the door for the U.S. Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs to be involved in direct conversations with Russian officials about trying to negotiate what we also just saw happen with Trevor Reed, of course, that U.S. Marine who was there for a period of up to 3 years before he was just released as part of a prisoner exchange, as it was called. Now, we also heard today, interestingly, from the U.S. ambassador to Russia, John Sullivan, not somebody who we hear from often, but he did make clear during the course of the conversation on Morning Joe this morning that these kinds of issues have become an increasing focus of his time in Moscow, which is significant when you consider the nature of the U.S.-Russia relationship at the moment. That this is still something that is a priority for the U.S. ambassador is significant. The White House's position all along has been that they decidedly do not want to discuss these cases publicly. That kind of public discussion only potentially makes it more difficult for them to secure their release. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked today if the president, that is, might be willing to meet with Brittany Griner's family, something that seemed to be important in leading to Trevor Reed's release. The press secretary saying on the final day that she had nothing to share on that at this time, an unsatisfying answer at the end of a distinguished tenure on the part of Jen Psaki at Clover.
Indeed it was. Mike Memoli, thanks. Now we're going to turn to our other White House correspondent, our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who was in the Rose Garden, joins us now. Peter, you asked the president about this baby formula crisis. What did he tell you?
Well, obviously, Americans, parents across the country right now are dealing with this crisis, the lack of available formula in the country. You're hearing stories anecdotally of parents driving across their communities, across their state to try to find formula without success. And the White House on defense about this issue, and I asked the president about it specifically, and among other things, he detailed one thing. He detailed a new website that's been set up, an effort to try to better communicate information to parents and other individuals. HHS.gov/formula, I think, was the site where you can get more information about where you can access formula at this time. The president also making the case that it's important that those parents speak to their pediatricians before they trade one formula for another, given, as he described, the potential negative effects of doing that without following the guidance of your pediatrician. But beyond that, and as we've heard from the White House broadly, there is a push from this administration. The president speaking to manufacturers and retailers just yesterday. He name-checked Walmart, I think, in his remarks earlier, to see what they can do to expedite the production process. There have been questions about whether he would pursue what's called the DPA, the Defense Production Act, which might allow for an acceleration of the production of baby formula at this point. To this point, the president and this White House has not said whether that's something that it will do, whether it's something in effect that could happen as quickly as it needs, but certainly that it's something under consideration. I think beyond that, we did hear one other detail. It was about the FDA. I want to make sure I get all of it right. The administration says it's been working with the FDA over the course of the last several months to determine the next steps at this time, all of which follows the challenge that had existed in one of the major producers of formula in this country, Abbott, at their Sturgis plant, where it was determined that there was a problem with the formula, and as a result, it's really impacting the supply chain there, produced here in the United States, Gary.
Peter, I had Rosa DeLauro on the show earlier, the chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee, and she suggested that this was the kind of thing that the administration or the FDA was becoming aware of as early as last fall. Do you get the sense that the administration was caught by surprise at how quickly this went from kind of small grade problem to national crisis issue?
I think the administration has said that this was on its plate from the start. The president sort of brushed aside questions to that effect, saying, we could have moved quicker if we were mind readers, but as soon as we had information about it, we did move on that. Jen Psaki, the press secretary, who we should note is now in her final day here at the White House, was asked a question to this effect earlier this week, I think just yesterday, and she said when the administration became aware of it in the last couple of months that they did initiate the process of trying to find new details, that they reached out to the FTC for their help pursuing this as an independent organization as well. They claim that they've moved as quickly as they can, but I think there are going to be a lot of questions whether enough was done and whether enough was done soon enough so this didn't just show up not just on the front pages of American newspapers, but really on the kitchen table for so many families out of nowhere, as the administration appears to have been at least a little bit flat-footed by, certainly.
No, we'll get now at least 3 congressional committees who are going to be asking those questions. Our Chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, in the Rose Garden. Peter, thank you. And this afternoon, the Texas Supreme Court allowing the state to pick up investigations into families that provide their kids with trans-affirming care. The state Supreme Court ruling that a lower court overstepped its boundaries when it blocked those investigations, the result of a February directive from Governor Abbott that was challenged by the family of a transgender teenager. But today's ruling also questioned whether the governor's office and his attorney general have the power to order those investigations in the first place. Joining me now is NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba. So, Joe, a little bit of a mixed bag for the state and for advocates in this decision, but cut through the legal jargon. What is this decision actually going to mean for transgender kids and their families?
Sure. So what this decision actually means for Texas families with trans kids is that they're facing more uncertainty because it strikes down the statewide injunction, as you mentioned, that was preventing investigations into families, but it's unclear whether those investigations will resume. I spoke to one Texas parent named Katie who said her 15-year-old trans son actually asked her to pick him up from school early today because he heard about the decision and, quote, went into panic mode. So they are planning to move out of the state this summer due to the investigations, and now she's actually thinking of moving up the date for their move even sooner. So this really adds to the uncertainty for families, and they're feeling afraid again.
So walk me through the directive from Governor Abbott here. I mean, for families like this, is this directive completely thrown out? Like, what's going to be the next step in these investigations? Because my understanding is the individual family involved in this lawsuit, their part of this is over, right? The court has said they can't be further targeted.
So that suit actually hasn't been thrown out, though the investigation into that family is still blocked. It's the only one that the court is allowing to be blocked. That legal battle will continue through the courts. So that family is still going to, continue that legal battle. But what's going to happen with the other investigations is totally unclear because the court did say that Governor Abbott and the Attorney General don't necessarily have the authority to tell the Child Protective Service Agency what to investigate or to change the laws. So it's unclear what's going to happen with any of these other investigations.
Right, that's nominally an independent agency. All right, Joe Yerkeba, thank you for your reporting and staying on top of this story for us. And now the latest in that dramatic and curveball-filled tale of Elon Musk's Twitter acquisition. Twitter stock dropping today after the mega billionaire said he's putting a deal on hold over reports of fake accounts on the platform, saying that 5% of accounts on the site aren't real people, although Musk says he's still committed to following this deal all the way through. Joining us now is NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward. So, Jake, Musk tweeted very early this morning, almost never a good idea, about this at first. Then he said he's still committed to buying Twitter, even though he wants to put the deal on hold. This is not like a super technical business question here, but is putting a deal of this size on hold even a thing he can do, especially with a tweet?
That's really the confusing part about this, Garrett. I mean, no, this is not like breaking your lease and, leaving your security deposit behind. This is $1 billion stakes kind of decision. He could, in theory, get away with paying $1 billion, literally billion with a B, dollar breakup fee to make this happen, but only if there were some sort of material change in the value. Get away with paying $1 billion, literally billion with a B, dollar breakup fee to make this happen, but only if there were some sort of material change in the value of Twitter. And that's typically something like a regulator steps in or some sort of crazy act of God takes place. If it's just that he's discovered something new, like this 5% spam bots idea that he's floating on Twitter, that may not be enough. And in fact, if he does walk away, he could be on the hook for a lot more than $1 billion. They could, in fact, sue him for the entire acquisition price, the $44 billion. So what exactly he hopes to achieve by this is not clear, but it seems like more of a renegotiating the price kind of tactic rather than maybe the kind of clear-cut, hey, there's a 5% spam problem here.
Well, you lead me to my next question, which is it the kind of thing that could materially change the value of Twitter being one of its biggest users and the guy who wants to buy it, suggesting online that it's got big problems and he may not want to buy it? I mean, is it possible, or is anyone sort of discussing the prospect of Musk potentially interfering in his own deal in some way?
Well, it may be that he is attempting to, in fact, establish that there is some sort of material change to the value of Twitter, something that perhaps Twitter did not disclose beforehand when he looked at acquisitions. But if you look at the background context of all of this, right, I mean, Twitter's stock value is down a huge amount below the $54.20 a share that he originally offered. Meanwhile, Musk's value of his Tesla stock, which is the collateral he's using for borrowing all this money that he's supposedly going to use to buy Twitter, that stock is down. And so this does feel like some sort of effort to renegotiate the value of it. The problem, of course, for Twitter is that they don't have a lot of options. And it may very well be that renegotiating the price is their best option. They may not want to get into a court fight about this stuff. But, at this moment, it is definitely creates what could have been a pretty straightforward acquisition and turns it into a very, very complicated and very, very vivid exchange of business tactics here as we see this go forward here.
If Musk tries to walk away after beating up on Twitter publicly, essentially, and lowering its stock price, does it open the door for another buyer to swoop in and get the company on the relative cheap?
I think it does, in theory, right, allow that to happen, but there are no other good suitors on the horizon at this point. There's nobody with Musk's resources and huge connection.
Verizon 5G from the network more people rely on.
Verizon just gave us all a brand new iPhone 13.
We've been customers for years. We got iPhone 13s too. We switched 2 minutes ago, literally right before this.
Now everyone can get a new iPhone 13 on us, on America's most reliable 5G network. For every customer, current, new, everyone, to show the love.
Pepper, oh no, they didn't. Papa John just took their signature pepperoni and hand stuffed it inside that garlic kissed crust. Oh, now that's an epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza like no mouth has ever seen.
Welcome to the conference final.
Every night, the pressure builds.
They've been waiting all year for this moment.
Exciting! Conference finals time on NBA winning. Everyone's asking, who's got great skin? Oh yeah, game recognized game. Conference finals, here we go! Can't lose more games now.
Who's going to check it?
You're pretty particular about keeping a healthy body. What goes on it? Usually. And it. Mostly. Here to meet those high standards is the Walgreens Health and Wellness brand. Over 2,000 high-quality products. Rigorously tested by us. Real-world tested by you. And delivered to your door in as little as 1 hour.
Strip away what you don't want, like added sugars and preservatives, and what's left is the good stuff, the real fruit juices of naked. Stripped down to naked.
What's this? Over 75 live channels for sports, news, and entertainment, just like cable.
We'll have live TV.
The reality of living with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease means you might be dealing with a lot of symptoms, which can change your plans at any time. Gut-focused Entyvio is made for you. Entyvio is the only medicine just for UC and CD that is gut-focused. Entyvio has helped many patients achieve long-term relief and remission. It may help you, too. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, a risk of PML, a rare, serious, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, experience frequent infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Liver problems can occur with Entyvio. If other treatments haven't worked well enough, ask your doctor about Entyvio. Find out if Entyvio Connect can help with the cost of treatment, whether you are insured or not. Entyvio, made for the gut, made for remission, made for you.
Isn't cheesy puffin so cheesy, airy, and puffy? How'd you do it?
Pasteurizer 5,000, anything indefraudibly puffy.
Cheese puff, defy your cheese expectations.
It's Macy's one-day sale now, with great deals of the day, like 40% off summer looks from 8, up to 60% off suits and suit separates, and up to 65% off fine jewelry. Plus, download the app for even more deals at Macy's.
Monday.
Something's wrong. I felt it in my core.
It was if I can't handle it, nobody else can.
A brand new season.
She's on the floor, bleeding out.
All new Fatal Attraction. Monday at 9 on TV One.
Get amazing deals on bestsellers in stock and ready for fast delivery. Refresh your whole home with a multi-room package. All this for $49 per month with 60 months no interest. Plus, free doorstep delivery from participating stores. Shop Ashley today. The Memorial Day mattress sale is going on now at Ashley. Save up to $1,100 on select Sealy, Beauty Rest, and Serta mattresses. And for a limited time, Ashley Sleep Queen mattresses start at just $199. Visit your local Ashley store or shop online today.
My perfect day at Denny's. I'm trying to be good, but then I see Uncle Charlie's fries. So I reach across the table. Why do fries taste better when they're not yours? Open for sharing, open for anything. Crispy, crunchy, sweet with bunches. Honey bunches of oats bring some bunch to your morning. So you can bring a bunch to your day. So go on, make a bunch happen.
When is Freddie getting here with a pack of juvenile delinquents? Now I don't have time to waste.
Oh, you show some Christian tolerance. I'm proud of your role model.
and reclaim our lost youth from the streets.
Well,
Guess who? Okay, everybody, come on, smile and wave. They're a little shy, but they're my babies. Ow.
This Brooks, I'll be checking in constantly, but the moment one of these brats steps out of line, I expect you can.
I'm sure it'll be brief. So, what do you think? What do you think? Are they cute?
Oh, shoot, I got catfish cuter than them.
Come on, Mr. James, it's said 13-year-old kids. That's what I'm trying to tell.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, well, if looks could kill, we'd be in the mall. Dean, what these young boys need a strong black man in their lives.
They're not the only ones, Colonel. Eddie, you got 5 volunteers. Why am I counting 6 kids?
That's the math teacher, Dwayne. Well, Michael got transferred from the war I've been observing, but just like the other kids, he's got a 5-day pass, and if he makes it through the week, gets his service parole.
Hey, you got a problem, man? Yo, what you doing for your gear like that? I ain't looking for no twin. You looking to get trapped if you don't get out of my face. This is my style, so what you turn your gear on?
Now, I want you to meet your volunteer faculty role model. So, which one of you would like the honor of not only helping one, but 2 young men?
You, young man, please come with me. We'll get to work on our project right away.
Yeah, 2 young men. Come on, 'cause I ain't got all day.
No, come on, no. Okay, fine. Fine. Just crush a young brother's life.
You owe me.
Hey, my brothers. What do you say we go and chat about these presentations y'all have to give, huh?
Hey, yo, man, is your mother's name your brother Wilson?
No.
Then you ain't my brother then.
He's adorable. All right, you little up next. We got a week to put this together. So, who would you like to do your presentation on? Sounds real interesting. I was thinking of more along the lines of somebody like Jackie Robinson. Who's she? He was the first brother to break into Major League Baseball.
I got one.
All right, how we talking? Hit me, Mike.
Steven Seagal.
What? The white boy with the ponytail?
Yo, that sounds decent to me.
No. I got a much better idea. How about Garrett A. Morgan?
Man, that sounds like 5
It's not a cop, this is an inventor. Now, I haven't been up on my inventor's book in quite some time, but I think I can remember thinking through about Gary A. Morgan. That's my favorite.
Man, it's fun.
Not just the belt for the sewing machine. This brother invented the gas mask. He invented the automatic traffic signal. I mean, the list goes on, does it not? Hey, this is your history too. It's not my butt up there giving the presentations, it's yours. Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal?
Yo, where you at?
Man, I hope we don't get no more white lectures. Man, I ain't stepped that good in a long time. Yo, what you get sending the email for anyway? Man, why you want to know, man? I was just asking a question. Well, you know how I followed with my cousin and them when they jacked somebody's car. We was riding around and 5 rolled up. So what about you? Man, I was hanging with these dudes from around the way. And you know, we was riding this store. Where you had a jack, man? A 45. For real, man? It ain't had no bullets, though. You got one? My cousin told me all this to him. It was only a 38, though. You sure you had to find it? Nah, man, he's dead. Damn.
All right, young lions. We got to supposed to start yesterday, but we're going to approach this differently. You all like movies, right? So, if Garrett A. Morgan were alive today, what type of movie do you think he'd be in?
Terminator. Or RoboCop.
Okay, now we getting somewhere. Follow me. Let's say there was a movie called Brother Traffic. A robot with the red, yellow, and green lights flashing on. Do you see where I'm going?
I know where I put my back to sleep.
Now,
saying about you. Step aside, boy. Somebody scream! The black man, a cup of coffee. Last day from their life. Happy single, how do we try? Say, you see, you have to admit, Gary Morgan is as smooth as a jet. Two finger peace, yeah.
Man, if my setup on 220 here, I'll be doing stuff like this, I'll be dead. What you say, man? 220? Yeah, that's right, 220 Roger, boy. Uptown. Coolest punk, east side. 220 is a bunch of suckers. They the ones who killed my cousin. Hey, man, 220 ain't no suckers. And if your cousin was down with east side, he deserved to get smoked. And so do you.
Dr. Strange is the biggest ride of the summer. And now it's the #1 movie in the world. Something. One of the best Marvel movies ever. Doctor Strange, PG-13, in theaters now.
Hey, Big, meet us at the bottom of the trail.
Oh, man. Hey!
Open up the redesigned Chevy Silverado with a sophisticated high-tech interior. Open the door. It's easy to forget it's truck.
Thanks.
That's truck. But find new stuff. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
When I received my metastatic breast cancer diagnosis, I didn't need anyone to tell me that I was strong. What I needed was more time.
Presenting women is significantly longer, and it's for HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer that's progressed after hormone therapy. Diarrhea is common and can severe cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor starting anti-diarrhea and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fevers, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause other potential side effects like low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, including no bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death occur. Tell your doctor if you have a pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if your nurse is pregnant or lactating.
Strength is one thing. The chance to have more time with the people I love, that's everything.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
It's Macy's One Day Sale now, with great deals of the day, like 15% off small appliances from Cuisinart, 42-piece dinnerware sets, $42.99, and 60% off sheets and bedding. Plus, download the app for even more deals at Macy's.
Isn't cheese and so cheesy, airy, and coffee? How'd you do it?
Anything duty-free puppy.
Jesus got crazy, right? It's crazy. I got stuff crazy, running crazy sauce, but only $3.49. Is it too stuff? Walk in, walk out, as literal season. Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now. I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-544-3112. That's 1-800-544-3112 now.
Well, heard my big sister's buying a car, filling my seat.
Gross. No. Anyway, I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. It was awesome. I got my car online and I got pre-qualified instantly.
But your credit score
Wasn't affected at all. Then I got my real rate monthly payment, had an amazing test drive to dealer, and made this purchase.
What's in your wallet?
Pre-rinsing your dishes? You could be using the wrong detergent and wasting up to 20 gallons of water. Skip the rinse with Finish Quantum. Its active lift technology provides an unbeatable clean on 24-hour dried-on stains. Skip the rinse with Finish to save our water.
She was awakened by her husband screaming out her name. He was on fire. She wanted him to feel the same thing she was feeling.
The chilling series premiere of Payback, Monday, June 6th at 10 on TV One.
I get hungry. You big man, huh? Big man. Huh? That you little knucklehead. Now, come on. I didn't spend 3 hours writing this rap so you two could kill each other.
Man, you spent 3 hours like that, man. We should kill you.
Kill me. It's all right. It's all right. What is it? No, Dwayne, no, it is not all right, man. I mean, I've had to hold a gun in my hand. I've had to kill more than once. I've had friends of mine killed more than once. I swear to God, I didn't go all the way to Vietnam and fight my way through that. Come here and have to go through the same mess right here in my own neighborhood. Or my mother's neighborhood. No, these kids know how to fire an AK-47 before you know how to ride a bike. Oh, man. It's anything but all right, man. I mean, it's way right. You can leave the horse to water, but...
Man, yo, man, how much fun? Hey, let me tell you something. If you think that killing or being killed sounds like more fun than sitting here and let me tell you something about your history, if that sounds like more fun, come on, both of y'all, sure. You don't know how to get the hell out of here. Wow. Hey, wait a minute. Damn. Don't you know you have a chance to get parole to change your life? Man, I ain't trying to change my life. I'm chilling. And don't be sweating, because you ain't no OG. Now, what's an OG?
Now, don't tell me that boy don't know how to spell orange juice.
It's original gangster, Mr. Gaines. Hold on now. I suppose you feel the same way as Billy. Little man, I ain't no OG, but that doesn't mean I don't care about you or your homies or Billy's homies. You know, believe it or not, we all brothers, man. Man, yeah, right. Wait. Listen to me. When I was your age, I wanted to be a ball player. I was dreaming about being a ball player, about being a race car driver, astronaut. You ain't ready to die? I respect that, man. I respect that. But what about what you have to live for, man? Man, that ain't nothing to live for.
Say, Dwight, you cannot reach the child, reach the parent. Wasn't I smooth with Michael's mother?
Hey, but you were real smooth. I like the way you kept over you, but she slammed her on your foot.
And good news crisis situation.
What?
Front door.
Yo, man, you got a problem?
No, I'm sorry, my brother. My name is Dwayne. And this is my wife, Whitney.
I'm local.
Lovely name,
We're looking for Billy's mother and father.
I'm his mother and father. Now, what y'all want?
Oh, I'm a professor at Hillman College. I'm Billy's volunteer role model while he's on furlough. So I'm trying to get him to stop him throwing his life away, man. He was fighting some kid in my class today because the other kid was from Coolidge. I mean, they're talking about killing each other, brother.
What?
Well, that's not the point, man.
The hell it ain't. I let my son know. He let someone kick his butt, he's gonna get a real whooping when he comes home.
Brother, fighting is not gonna be enough to get a blind man.
I didn't make the rules, and neither did Billy.
But you can break those rules, Mr. Lockhart. Wouldn't you rather your little son take a nice little 13-year-old girl to the ice cream parlor?
Do you see any damn ice cream parlors around here?
Excuse me, brother. Baby, I think now it'd be a good time for you to go wait in the car.
I am not giving you alone in this building with that man.
Dwight, you are so brave, baby. But really, it'd be safe if I talk to him a little more. Man.
5 minutes?
Look,
Get on with it, man.
Say,
it, bro. I know what it's like to grow up in a rough environment. I mean, but just because things are rough doesn't mean we have to be victims of the ghetto. Hey, strong brothers like you need to build up the community, not destroy it. My dad kept me alive. That's the only way I stayed out of trouble.
Man, step off.
Hey, listen to me. If your son doesn't make it through this week, he's going back to the detention center. Is that what you want for?
I don't need some suit and tie wearing brother to teach me how to be a father to my son.
Well, then teach your son how to be a man, chief.
Come on, brother, come around here acting like you all that. I'm taking care of my boy. See what I'm saying? My father wasn't even around for me.
Hands off me, man.
Man, I could smoke you before you get halfway down the hall. You wanna try your luck? Now, who's my boy gonna think the man is?
I didn't expect to see you here again.
Man, I expect to see you last night. You crazy, you could have got yourself killed.
Maybe.
Talking about me throwing my life away, look at you.
Yeah, well, the difference is I went there to save yours.
Why?
I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, maybe so.
Hey, yo, man, look, I just want to get this over with so I can get off the road. But don't expect me to be nice to that punk right there, man. There ain't nobody swear you because I don't want
Okay, all right, but y'all stop, this is madness. Sit down, please. Tell me something. If I gave you a gun right now, here, you got a gun. You telling me you would shoot at it?
in a minute.
What about you? Why? Give me one good reason.
Cause he's from 220, man. What you think? And he's from Cool.
Is that the best you can do?
They say you trying to diss us, man. And his homies think they bad. But you killed my cousin, punk. Ain't nobody kill your cousin. Homies did, didn't they? If they did, he was probably asking for it.
All right, okay, hey, sit down, dude. Tell me something. How does somebody ask for it?
Man, you know, like if they get up in your face.
You mean like this? Huh? Is this a good enough reason for you to kill me, brother?
Maybe.
I'm bugging. He said I'm bugging. What if somebody wanted to kill you for getting in that face?
I won't sweat it.
What about you?
Man, I wouldn't care.
So you don't care if you die. And since you don't value your own life, you don't care if you kill. So isn't it one thing, just one thing worth living for? Come on now. If you want to gain diamonds and you could be anything in the world that you want to be, what would you be? Come on, man, help me out just a little bit.
Maybe a movie star, man. You know,
A movie star.
All right.
Sit down, man. Movie star. Okay. What about you? I don't know. I know you don't know, but try. Come on, it's free, man. Just pick anything.
I feel like Clay.
Who's Clayton?
The garbage man.
You want to be a garbage man? You like, all right, okay, go sit down. Movie star, sit down, movie star. That's not funny. There is nothing wrong with wanting to pick up some garbage and clean up your community. Right, good?
I ain't say all that. But you know, Clay is so cool. Because when he stops his truck, there's like a whole bunch of traffic behind him. And they be honking their horns and cursing, but don't nobody move till he's good and ready for them.
That's the story. Sit down, Bill. I'm gonna tell you guys a story.
Philip, man.
This is a story about two fleas, one from 220 and the other one from Coolidge. Alright? These fleas are trapped together in a jar with a tight lid on it. Every time they try to jump up, they hit their heads on the lid, they jump back down again. Well, next day, without the fleas knowing it, somebody took the lid off this jar. So when they started to jump up, they just pumped out and jumped back down. Scared they're gonna hit their heads on that lid. You see, these fleas are free, but they didn't even know
What's that supposed to mean? You can be a garbage man, you can be the president, you can be anything in the world you want to be, even gangbangers. It's your choice. But you gotta know something, brothers. There's no lid over you.
Such a great role model. Who would have ever thought that a report on 50 ways to cook collard greens could be so enlightening? Thank you. Our final presentation will be from Billy Thomas, Michael Wilson, and JD.
Yeah. So we're supposed to give some presentation on somebody named Gary A. Morgan. He was an inventor, and if he was with us today, he probably made some about stopping violence. Word, don't waste your life on killing your brother, Chief, because we got a lot to live for, and we are brothers. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you're ready to rock with us tonight, somebody say, oh yeah. Hey yo, this one is super only. Look, don't cruise like a break, get out, good smoke. And I ain't talking about the highlight here, so they try to hide it, make you call you good folks. Until I'm not sure he's dead. A 14-year-old kid put a knife to his head, all because he wanted to get kid, he was throwing. Give me that money, but I give it a Jonas. Johnny tried to trick, homie wasn't near that. Johnny tried to run, got dead in the back. And tell me what happened to the way things used to be. Cause if this hurt, there be no future change. Full of love, y'all learn. That if you play about too long, you're bound to get burned. They say the small thing I'm addressing, it's a big thing. Take it from the daddy as a lesson. Now one look at that, this shit we don't play around. He go to sleep with a head full of anger. And like some of both energized gangbang, like coming about it, just scared of the task. Yeah, not knowing the next day he'll be laying in the casket. So what you think of that, son? In the arcade, they play in the game, say what? Something like Pac-Man, same name for the game as you're playing in the sack, yeah. Run to the next board. The cat got a booth standing in the way at the door. There's no board, no voice. And in this game, this is all Pac-Man wants. The game, the ghosts are always booming, and you slip up in the smoke, yeah. This is for you, Mr. Wayne. Get it? Job no lid. Yeah, I get it. Later, OT.
What do you call you? I'm Tim.
Hey, his name's Original Teacher.
You gotta know how to watch your back and sit this way. They're going in a sec. I advise you all to watch out for the king. Cause the king like nothing but a
Brought to you by ChronicMigraineTreatment.com, because chronic migraine is treatable.
Before treating your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, you're not the only one with questions about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start, with about 10 minutes of treatment once every 3 months. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you, and if a sample is available.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they went to their doctor and started Botox sooner. Plus, right now, you may pay $0 for Botox. Learn how AbbVie can help you save on Botox.
Little Caesar's Juicy Stuffed Crazy Bread is crazy! Pick up Stuffed Crazy Bread and Crazy Sauce for only $3.49.
Is it too stuffed? Probably not.
Walk in, walk out at Little Caesar.
It's Macy's One Day Sale now, with great deals of the day, like 40% off summer looks from Inc., up to 60% off suits and suit separates, and up to 65% off fine jewelry. Plus, download the app for even more deals at Macy's.
We're back on That's So Crispy, where the answer is always 12 crisps. What am I thinking about?
It's not Chris! Correct! You bought yourself a brand new air scooter!
Light, crispy, and buttery club crisps.
Welcome to the conference final.
Every night, the pressure builds.
They've been waiting all year for this moment.
Conference finals time on NBA radio. Everyone's asking, who's got the most game?
Oh yeah, game recognized game.
Conference finals, here we go.
Can't lose 4 games now.
Who's going to take it?
Trump.
You probably have Christopher for business cards, but did you know we also can track and that too? Never knew about that. Or that either. So next time you can print, when you use Christopher, the printabilities are endless.
So, people can get a free Samsung Galaxy S22 when they trade in the Galaxy. Any year, any condition.
Oh, I get it. So you can take your old phone that you've had for 12 years and loved every minute of and trade it in for something new that suits your life now?
That's right, yeah.
Then enjoy immediate success. Even though you'll never forget your old phone.
It's a great trade.
Life changing.
Get a free Samsung Galaxy S22 with any Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition. Only at AT&T.
Well, yes, man.
iHappy Hour, starting at $6 at 3 p.m. Only for iHappy. Download the app. Enjoy the rewards program today. You're pretty particular about keeping a healthy body. What goes on it? Usually. And in it. Mostly. Here to meet those high standards is the Walgreens Health and Wellness brand. Over 2,000 high-quality products, rigorously tested by us, real-world tested by you, and delivered to your door in as little as 1 hour.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check. I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-531-3809. That's 1-800-531-3809 now.
Most important interview I made since I lost my job. Your script auction has this world renowned. What do you want me to wear to this interview? Boxer shorts.
That might guarantee your job, baby. That's your delivery for Mrs. Chipmunk Lane. Oh, Mom sent you a baby? Yes. Not taking Dear little mix of a daughter-in-law. Just whipped these up for you. I knew you could use them. Okay. Hey, go ahead. Mom, sit that right on the head, baby. You can wear that to your room.
And there are 2 more in here.
Lucky you.
And then they're not really corporate enough.
Wear a jacket over there.
Oh, leave me cookie. I love you. Don't let me miss you while working too hard.
Hey, man, you gonna miss your plane. That's right, baby. I love you. Good luck on the interview. I'm gonna call you tomorrow and don't
Buy anything.
Thank you. Now promise.
Promise.
You promise?
I promise.
Say it again.
I promise. I promise I ain't gonna wear this ugly thing.
Oh, we got to start the reading group off with waiting to exhale. I mean, it's a depressing book written by a frustrated sister who can't get a man.
Sounds like you're all out of it.
Oh, wait a minute, Target doesn't have to be a contemporary author who has proven to the publishing world that black folks do read. That's true.
You know, Velma read that book. And she bring a bad mood every single
Well, I had difficulty relating to that particular kind of man trouble. But they don't show up. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I feel it's my responsibility to impart my helpful hints for a successful relationship to those of you who are not as fortunate as I. My beloved man and I, we draw on mutual respect and commitment to communication. Long distance communication. Only until the day after tomorrow. Names is coming. I can hardly wait. And it's the 2 of us.
Listen, I'm going down to Club Mercury to check out this band I'm thinking about managing. Can I work you into being my date?
Oh, I'd love to, but since Kim's I have to be here for that reading group. I'm
Hey.
sorry.
That's all right, baby. I can.
Yeah, but not much longer.
Hey,
Well, you remember she's in Ohio for a dad's surprise birthday party? Oh, I forgot. Why, it's such a bad die. I feel like the butterfly spade joke. Come in, I just made some dinner. That's sweet. You wouldn't want to eat too bright. Oh, really? But it's fun. Good. I brought the wine. Today I had an interview for a job that had my name written all over it.
Yeah, how'd it go?
I didn't get it. How do you know? Because 2 other women were up for the very same position.
So?
So one was the daughter of the CEO. The other was the wife. Never mind.
Nothing wrong with nepotism as long as it's in your family.
Well, listen, Whitley, there's going to be a lot more opportunities and a lot more interviews. But Winifred, this is perfect.
And it's so unfair. I am a college graduate that will never ever work.
Just made that.
Did you do anything?
Oh, I used twice for the card when purchased it, but I put the tapes in. I'm gonna take it back tomorrow. Now what am I gonna do? The shoes in this suit cost $700.
$700? Are you crazy?
Oh, really? I'm sorry.
Well, you're not as sorry as Dwayne's gonna be when he gets that bill.
Thank you for reminding me, Ron.
Oh, why did you just don't take off your little beige suit and go get a blue collar job?
Why don't you, Mr. Black Enterprise?
Hey, I have you know that managing bands is very enterprising.
If you have a band to manage, I'm working on it. So whether you can always go down to unemployment file. Unemployment? Oh, I couldn't do that. That's for some people who can't get jobs.
You seem to fit that description.
It is nothing to be ashamed of because we ain't tried paying for it through payroll taxes. This is true. And you're fired, weren't you? Laid off. Okay, listen, just go down to the office and file. Oh, Winnie, the poo. It does sound practical. Yes. But I can't. Come on. Gilbert never takes governmental handouts.
Remember, you're Wayne now.
I'll call first thing in the morning.
All right, girls, the floor is open. Well, I have to admit, I love the book, y'all. I read the whole thing.
thing in one sitting. Out loud, don't remind me. Now, if I had a little girl, right, I'm gonna name her Savannah, because she was so strong and independent. Of course, I will be married way before I'm 36. Let's hope so.
Well, you know, maybe Terry was, that's what Terry's trying to say. I mean, we shouldn't feel worthless if we don't have a man next to us. I don't know why we have to dog our men anyway. The rest of society is doing a good enough job of that already.
Well, you know, we've always felt responsible to protect the images of our men. Honey, our men don't need protection. We is loving, man, lots of it.
Well, nobody's going to improve the situation by writing characters that are nothing but role models. And you all can't tell me y'all don't know men who fit the description and like, wait a minute, whose reality are we talking about? Until you write welcome on your back and lie down, can't nobody make you a doormat. Now, my beloved man, he's nobody there, came out of the brothers and that boy.
Well, doll, he's just a puppy. Get him some.
Would you like to be included?
Oh, this is so deep. Dig this, sisters. In a larger sense, this is just what you're discussing. I'm sorry, it's a woman's reading.
Oh, no, wait, come on, Freddie. I mean, what good is a one-sided discussion about a book that concerns relationships between men and women? Am I right, Lou? Ladies, we're here because reading is essential. The more you know, the farther you'll go.
That means you ain't going nowhere, huh?
You know, I can't speak for any of my brothers, but I saw myself all through this book, and I didn't like what I saw. You know, I'm ready to make a change, and I think other brothers are too. What? I know I am. I thought this was an honest and searing note. A tough love letter to black males everywhere.
Sounds like somebody read the back cover.
I mean, you're talking good game, but actions do speak louder than words.
Oh, yes, Lena. And my first action was coming here to join this discussion.
But this book is about relationships from the female point of view.
Well, I know that, Charmaine, but see, from the male point of view, the women in this book don't take responsibility for their actions.
Well, he is right. I mean, if you lie down with dogs, you're bound to get fleas.
Girls, we're looking for the wrong things in men. You know, like the size of his bank account, the kind of car he drives. It ain't right. Right, Freddie? You have to look for the emotionally supportive, understanding, sensitive human being. You know.
Yeah, that's like me. See, that's the problem with y'all. You always want what you can't have. But I'm here to tell you, y'all can all have me.
Brother, we don't want you.
Hey, you better take what you need.
I'd rather suffer.
And you have me.
Your mom.
Excuse me, I'm really Gilbert Lane. I called this morning for an appointment, but some mistake I got disconnected.
That was no mistake. I hung up on it. Next person in line.
Excuse me, I'm standing here.
Well, you should be standing at the end of the line.
But how do I get an appointment?
Like I said, stand at the end of the line, fill out an application, a personal history, have your personal identification ready, locate the end of the line, mark by the first letter in your last name, and wait, just like everybody else. Which part of that did you understand? Next! I missed you too. Fill out application, personal history, personal identification. Whitley Gilbert Wayne.
Thanks.
Which name will you be filing under?
I'm Gilbert Lane. I'm a Nelly Lane.
I guess my invitation got lost in the mail. Which is your married name?
Wayne really, but I go by Gilbert Hyphen Wayne.
Then you should be standing in the W line. Next!
Okay, Gilbert. Let's go with Gilbert, man.
Security!
It's not necessary for us. Let's go back to guarantee Have you no pity? Have you
No, but I do have a job.
Verizon just gave us a whole brand new iPhone 13.
We've been customers for years. We got iPhone 13s too. Switched 2 minutes ago, literally right before this.
Now everyone can get a new iPhone 13 on us on America's most reliable 5G network. For every customer, current, new, everyone, to show the love.
Hey, Big, meet us at the bottom of the trail.
Oh, man. Hey!
Open up the redesigned Chevy Silverado with a sophisticated high-tech interior. It's easy to forget it's a truck.
Thanks.
That's truck. But find new stuff. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
You're an awesome big sis. XOXO, Mom. I am an awesome big sis. Carol's Rice Krispies treats a love when it's needed.
Popeye's new buffalo ranch chicken sandwich is getting sauce things. You gotta get straight chicken sandwich now comes with zesty buffalo and creamy ranch sauce. Spread around people's buns with crunchy pickles and juicy chicken breasts. Try it today.
For people living with HIV, keep being you and ask your doctor about Biktarvy. Biktarvy is a complete one-pill, once-a-day treatment used for HIV in certain adults. It's not a cure, but with one small pill, Biktarvy fights HIV to help you get to and stay undetectable. That's when the amount of virus is so low, it cannot be measured by a lab test. Research shows people who take HIV treatment every day and get to and stay undetectable can no longer transmit HIV through sex.
Serious side effects can occur, including kidney problems and kidney failure. Rare, life-threatening side effects include a buildup of lactic acid and liver problems. Do not take Biktarvy if you take terfetalide or rifampin. Tell your doctor about all the medicines and supplements you take if you are pregnant or breastfeeding, or if you have kidney or liver problems, including hepatitis. If you have hepatitis B, do not stop taking Biktarvy without talking to your doctor. Common side effects were diarrhea, nausea, and headache.
If you're living with HIV, keep loving who you are and ask your doctor if Biktarvy is right for you.
New Starbucks Spy Energy Drink in 3 refreshingly fruity flavors. With 160 milligrams of caffeine naturally found in coffee fruit, it's energy that's good.
You are a plate of fajitas at a packed restaurant turning heads. Sizzle, baby! Sizzle!
Keep sizzling.
Peloton, motivation that moves you.
Food Jenner, I'm the assistant manager. This is a strong name. I am Cashews. God of cash back. How am I supposed to want 5% cash back reward with my credit one bank platinum X5 visa in this labyrinth? What are you looking for? Gnocchi. What? Little potato morsels. Gnocchi? Yes. I'll fly. Oh, don't forget this. I'll fly. Life.
Get 5% cashback rewards. Visit creditonebank.com.
Ready to turn your dreams into plans and your actions into achievements? Explore over 75 programs and 40 classes at National University. Your future starts today at nu.edu.
Being in debt was just such a challenge as a working single mom.
I was working 3 jobs just to make ends meet.
I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt by myself.
National Debt Relief negotiated with my creditors and reduced my debt by half.
National Debt Relief can significantly reduce the amount you owe.
National Debt Relief got me out of debt.
I feel like I'm in control again. I feel like I'm taking my life back now.
Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
Save on sunny day outfits at Kohl's. Get tops starting at $18.69, shorts starting at $16.99, and women's sandals starting at $14.44. Plus, take an extra 15% off or save even more with a Kohl's card. More style, more savings. Kohl's.
Well, it looks like my wish came true.
I thought you worked in the key line.
Oh, you get around.
With your luck, not like.
I wish I could say the same.
Actually, it wasn't mine. I borrowed it. These are my real clothes. You see, I need your help.
Yes, you certainly do. So you're recently unemployed.
That's right.
Just so you know, you will not be eligible for benefits. Your dismissal was due to any kind of misconduct in the workplace, was it?
Oh no, I didn't do anything wrong. My unemployment was a direct result of cupcake speech recession claims I submitted. Look, it should be a man.
Claims officer number 5. So I can assume this is an accurate account of your previous earnings?
Yes, in those glory years.
But before you can receive benefits, we have to be assured that you're actively seeking employment.
Oh, I've been looking. Take a look at this.
Oh, girlfriend, put your shoe back on. Right, given your experience in the field of art, I have several job openings here you might be interested in.
That's the one.
Tree pruning.
I think I need something a little more artistic than that.
Virginia Road Commission.
Now, what does that have to do with my degree in art?
Well, they're looking for somebody to paint the lines on the highway.
Can I have my money and go home, please, ma'am?
Well, if you're eligible, you might be getting a check within 2 to 6 weeks.
2 to 6 weeks? I can't possibly wait that long.
Well, you don't have to wait that long if you want the money, honey. Let me tell you something else. That voice and that attitude is not going to help you get a job anytime soon.
You listen to me, number 5. I can get a job on my own. And I don't even need your little governmental handouts. When I do get my job, you best believe it'll be one with a real future.
You know, this kind of clothes. I ought to charge you people rent.
Alright, Mr. Gaines, I'll close up for you.
Oh, well, thank you, because I got a date with a hot tub of Epsom salt and a pumice stone.
Ooh, last night, huh?
Well, you got to get it when you can. Miss Maybelline, you look lovely.
Thanks, Mr. Gaines. Good night.
Good night.
Hey, you don't have to stay in your house and clean up. Oh, that's all right. That's no problem. I have to wait for mine. No, it did look lovely then.
Hey, Leonard.
Hi, Dorian.
Hey, I thought I'd stop by and see if you wanted me to walk you back to the door.
Well, Dad, that's real nice. I have to stay here and clean up. If you can wait, that'd be cool.
Oh, well, sure. I'll help you put up the rest of the chairs.
Hello, it's closed. What? Oh, hold on. Show me. Hello? Lance, where are you? New York? You missed the train? Next week, Lance will be playing us for months. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? That's for all concerned, or that's for you? You know what? I think I'm gonna walk with Charmaine back to the door. Is that all right?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I'll see you there.
You know, it's just as well you're not here, Lance, because I don't want to hurt you either. No, I'm fine. Well, yeah, I mean, there has been an upperclassman who has shown considerable interest in me. Don't be sorry, Lance. I'm not. You want to talk about it, or should I just leave it alone? I'm fine. It's not the end of my life. It's just the end of a relationship. A 4-year relationship. He didn't even have the nerve to break up with me face to face, said he missed his train. He's probably too scared to get on it, Charmaine. How can he be such a dog? Go ahead and say it. I know you're dying to. Say what? I told you so. No. Actually, I was going to tell you that everything is going to be all right. You know, it's going to be so many fine brothers trying to get at you, girl. I have to take a number. You think so? No. Just trying to make you feel better. Look, everything is going to be fine, okay? We're all here for you. Sister, that's what it's all about. Excellent. Come on, girl. But look, let's get one thing straight. Dorian is mine. Keep your hands on him. Oh, well, now that you mention it. Oh, wait a minute. What did you say? We got him.
with Kim back on surprises.
Baby, she's in Ohio. She doesn't get back till Sunday. There's a whole state between us.
You know what I feel like?
Yes, they feel like heaven.
Yeah, but I may be like taking a walk. Wouldn't that be invigorating?
If I get any more invigorated, I'm gonna have a meltdown.
What was that? What was it?
What's wrong with you, Ron? Why are you so jumpy? You're not comfortable.
I'm sorry, Freddie. It's just that I don't feel at ease being alone here.
Ron, are you telling me that you're not over Kim yet?
Oh, Freddie, honey, I'm over Kim. It's just that this is our first time, and I wanted it to be romantic and special.
Okay, well, what about the Hillman Hilton by the airport?
Don't tease me, come on.
Hey,
You're serious.
what if we go to that quaint little bed and breakfast that you call home?
My place? I don't have a kitchen. That's not a bed and breakfast.
I don't want breakfast.
Let's go.
Hello, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, ma'am. This is your telephone sales rep from the World of Rights. Is coming your child's hair painful experience for both of you? It needs be any more the new video. First and next. Order now and receive it no extra charge to World of Rights. Has your child always wanted to look like a lovely baby Simone? When they hear she... Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hi. How long have you been saying?
Well, I have to wonder what the hell are you doing? The place looks different, baby. Did you move the lamp or something? Please so with me.
I don't get the job and I tried so hard. Oh,
No, poor you nothing. Where is the sofa?
did I neglect to tell you that I had to sell the stuff for $200 and now we're only $5? You go ahead and yell at me.
No, I'm not gonna do that because that would only make you feel better.
But Pookie, I went behind your back and got your credit card and I bought a $7 suit. Seven. But now I'm not gonna yell. I'm not gonna move. But I love you, Pookie, and I'm gonna make these calls. See, I'm darling, Pookie. I'm gonna pay you back every penny. Hello. Here's your child tender-headed.
Where's the refrigerator?
$80 and down for 20.
On a day without migraine, my whole body feels free because my eyes don't shy from the light, my head doesn't pound, and my stomach isn't nauseous.
It's time for migraine prevention delivered differently through an IV infusion. It's time for Vyepti, a preventive treatment for migraine in adults. Vyepti is designed to start working fast and to last with a 30-minute IV infusion 4 times a year, delivering 100% of the medication directly into your bloodstream. The power of a Vyepti infusion can help to reduce monthly migraine days. Some had fewer migraine days with the very first treatment. Don't take if allergic to Vyepti. Common side effects are allergic reactions, stuffy nose, and scratchy throat. Allergic reactions include rash, swelling, trouble breathing, hives, and redness of the face. Choose to infuse with Migraine Prevention delivered differently. Talk to a neurologist or migraine specialist about Vyepti. Learn how you can save.
They said we got one cross right now. Chunks engineered for thrills. And crossovers driven by electric current. Imagine waiting for it, when we can have it at home. It's Macy's one-day sale now, with great deals of the day, like 15% off small appliances from Cuisinart, 42-piece dinnerware sets, $42.99, and 60% off sheets and bedding. Plus, download the app for even more deals at Macy's.
Here's Candace, who works from home and then works from home. But she can handle pickup, even when her bladder makes a little drop off. Because Candace has poise. Poise under pressure and poise in advance. It takes poise.
The BK $5 Your Way meal is here to make your choice easy and so tasty. Go straight to the Double Whopper Junior with piping hot small fries, 4-piece crispy nuggets, and refreshing small drink. Can you believe you get all this for only $5? The $5 Your Way meal, only at Burger King.
New Starbucks 5 energy drink in 3 refreshingly fruity flavors. With 160 milligrams of caffeine naturally found in coffee fruit, it's energy that's good. Tattooed Chef. Infused with nourishing serum and provitamin B5, Nivea's sensitive and radiant lotion gently cares for sensitive skin. So you're ready for the dance floor. Nivea sensitive and radiant body wash and lotion nourish on.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Pack and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Learn more about our Hero program at lovesac.com.
Latte, please.
You just use your MasterCard. That's magnificent.
Sterling Paper.
When you use your MasterCard to tap into Open Diner, MasterCard will donate 1 cent of $5 million to Stand Up to Cancer. Together, we can start something priceless.
I'm starving. Who's cooking today?
Rodriguez.
Whoa, Rodriguez? You know, he's in there cooking like a mother.
Right. Reach for the sauce that started in an Italian mother's kitchen. Ragu sauce. Cook like a mother.
Verizon just gave us all a brand new iPhone 13.
We've been customers for years. We got iPhone 13s too. We switched 2 minutes ago, literally right before this.
Now everyone can get a new iPhone 13 on us on America's most reliable 5G network. For every customer, current, new, everyone, to show the love.
Monday.
Something's wrong. I felt it in my core.
If I can hear you, nobody else can.
A brand new season.
She's on the floor, bleeding out.
All new Fatal Attraction. Monday at 9 on TV1.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-531-3809. That's 1-800-531-3809 now.
What's she say?
Something about her foot.
Well, who is she? What is she doing? Look, she's been here since I got up early this morning. Well, did anybody bother to ask who she might be?
No.
Alright, what's up? Who is that?
How long she been here?
All morning?
Girlfriend is strange.
Strange, but yet familiar. Like the hair, the clothes. Excuse me? Hi, I'm Kim, and you must be
Jane, child of God, mother of Freddie.
Good morning, sir. May I take your order, please? And while you're trying to decide, allow me to refill your bottomless cup.
Ooh, I'll have a hot standing helping of you. Come here.
No. Rule number 1 at the International College of Flapjacks is don't mix stinky cake with pancakes.
Listen, the cottage of wind, and we don't have no pancakes without pancakes. You better explain something to me. Why does my wife have to work on Christmas Eve?
So your wife can buy you a Christmas present.
No, baby, you don't have to buy me a present. I told you, all I want for Christmas is you. Under the tree, unwrapped. I know all you want is me, right?
Right.
So, where's my love child?
I mean, Freddie's probably at the law school library, checking out books.
Yeah, come on, sister. She's probably at her boyfriend's checking him out. I'm sensing a little inattention here.
No, I'm fine.
That's called denial. And it's all around us. You, sister, let it out.
Let what out?
Oh, I'm sensing something deep.
Oh, you mean Lance? I break up? I'm not upset about that anymore. I mean, even though I wasted 4 years of my precious life years, I would never get back. I can honestly say that I'm no longer a person who should rip his heart out of his chest on Valentine's Day over it. There you go. Denial.
And you?
Oh, I break up nobody. I'm looking for that number.
Kim, share with us.
At the present, I don't feel like sharing.
Oh, I see. You were raised the same way I was, to hold it in. Well, as a holistic psychologist, I urge you to let it out. Here, punch your pills.
No, okay.
No, come on. We all need to do it. Here, this is for bigotry, chauvinism, injustice, Republicans. Another high.
Tony!
Now, my mother ain't never said hello to me like that. Whoa.
The baby whales. Beautiful. I love this tattoo, Jody. I love that.
Look at you, sister. Where'd your hair go?
I'm bobbing. I love what you think.
Oh, do your thing.
I am. Oh, Jody, I want you to meet Ron.
Ron. Kim's Ron. Look, I really have to be going. It's very nice meeting you. Kim, are you okay?
No, I'm fine.
Tony! What?
You know Freddie's dad is still talking about that sweat lodge he did last night. I'm so intense. The four of us naked, chanting
Releasing our toxins.
under the full moon. So, Freddie, what are you and Shazai doing for Christmas? I thought maybe you'd like to join your dad and me and Grandmama.
Johnny, I have to tell you, Shazam and I aren't together anymore, and Ron is my new man.
Whoa, rewind.
Listen, Tony, I got some things to do. What's up, your nigga? We'll rap, all right?
That's her brother.
So,
Black girl's mother.
Back to the mother.
The white girl, right? That's her mother.
You think Johnny's
Him?
No, the lady, the black lady next to it, that's her mother. Her mother, the girl's mother.
All right, Miss Gilbert Wade. For the next 8 hours, you will serve over 1,000 cups of coffee and 5,000 pancakes.
Why am hot?
Doing it all alone.
Daddy, you're not hot?
I'm not hot. You can turn on the heat. You don't know how to turn on the heat?
No. I don't know how to turn AC.
Oh, you want to turn on the AC? Okay. I will show you.
I have AC here for a while.
What about too cold?
Fine.
But I'm 74.
As the owner's daughter, Grace will spend the next 8 hours on the phone with her boyfriend.
Wow. I got this on 68. She's a 78.
You can see why we need someone with your experience. Now, it was 5 years ago.
73 or 74? You look crazy. You want 73 or 74?
73 for the night.
It's gonna be freezing.
No, it's good nighttime. 73.
Okay.
I mean nighttime is hot. Today, you know how many degrees today? 29 Celsius.
That's hotter than Thailand?
Yes.
Okay, tomorrow's gonna be 30. Alright. But we go to museum. Go to museum tomorrow. I want to leave it off in here. One in there.
She's always had love with friends. When I was young, she used to tell me to sleep over in the as well. She was so good at screwing things up. Things have been very intense, especially now. It starts finding where I was heading, and then Johnny shows up with it. She's my role model.
Lisa,
Always glad to get to be just like her. Joey's home. You want something, you just
they asked me to teach in the summer. They asked me to teach in the summer. Yeah, Chris just asked me, he said, we got another plus for the second semester. He just asked me.
Are you still interested in the teaching or how's it summer? You're a teacher. You're what, teacher?
Yeah, two semesters in the summer. Second semester. July, August.
July, August. Not bad. Not cold. You want full teaching?
Yeah, I'm going to ask for 10 o'clock.
Can, okay.
You want to try the money?
We need the money. Yes, we need the money.
So we can talk in on tonight.
Yes, otherwise we cannot do any more.
Huh?
We need the money. You understand? We need the money. Okay.
You are good. Good. That's good.
We need the money. We need the money.
Talking?
Yes.
It was time to do something. So I managed to move up my next step. I'm just not doing this. I'm glad you came in. Let's try it. In order to person, yourself to this proven to 62% more of the active so you can build it.
Results of care serious side effects. Already most patients have increased risk of death and stroke. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and physical depression over symptom level. Calling a doctor about fever, stiff muscles, and confusion, which could be life-threatening, or uncontrollable muscle weakness and draining brains. Increased cholesterol, weight gain, high blood sugar, decreased white blood cells, unusual urges, physical sensitivity, seizures, trouble swallowing, and food. When depression sets you back, keep moving forward. Make an appointment to talk to your doctor about adding less sulfur to your antidepressants.
Meet us at the bottom of the trail.
Oh, man. Hey! The reader's eye will show you some love, but it's sophisticated packed up material. It's easy to forget. That's all. Why lose you? Why be rose? Shut up.
Ready to turn your dreams into plans and your actions into achievements? Explore over 70 programs, 40 classes at National University. Feature starts today at NU.edu.
Last night, I was heading to my grandmother's for dinner. Chrissy cooks. She cooks me my mother. What a mother.
Grab your knees, reach for the sauce that started in the Italian mother's kitchen. Grab your sauce. You probably don't just become the business efforts. Yeah, we can talk. But did you know we also do that? And that. And that. And that menu. And that's important. But yeah, we can put that through. And it's that here. You're really good. You need help to that. We need to put the rest people in your brain. Stick it. Stick it. Get anything.
Times. With people navigating social and justice issues, the COVID-19 pandemic, and associated side effects, including changing working conditions. Now more than ever, a positive workplace culture is critical, not only to the success of organizations, but to the well-being of the individuals working in these organizations. Your active participation is required to build this culture. You are expected to not only refrain from improper behavior yourself, but also to take positive steps when you become aware of the misconduct of others. Your organization's policies reflect this and apply to everyone, regardless of job title. If at any time you have questions about the material in this course or questions on how to handle a particular situation, please speak with your supervisor or the designated person in your organization. Thank you for your time and attention.
After all, you two are best friends, which is why I'm moved to say something here. I'm feeling some sisterly vibes. And sisterly vibes communicate or suffer the karma. It's ridiculous. We're fine, are we kidding? Let it out. I know I said I was fine about moving on, but I'm not.
I love the way you've been sneaking around behind my back. Not the way you treated our friendship. And friendship is still the right word.
Oh, right. Yes, now, doesn't that feel better?
Yeah.
Kim, wait, you and Freddie have
Code. That was cool, Jerry. The way you interfere. Well, at least she's being honest. Can I be honest with you? I am sick of calling you Jenny.
We've always been best friends, more like sisters.
Yes, exactly. That's my problem. Don't you get it? It's like that movie, Chinatown. Brother, sister. No. Why did you come here? Freddie, I am going to take your order now. So I'm patient. But you know, Freddie, all I've known her for years like school with her. She's a little I'm her mother.
She's never talked to me like that before.
Like Miss Fox. Miss Fox.
There she was, kissing shots out. And then Pearl earrings and I bought. Real pearl earrings. Ron Johnson. I'm the one that's supposed to do the two-time, not her. But they give me. Right? I know what it is. It's bad karma for what I did to you. Yeah, you read what you sold about. Oh, sure. Yes, the first time after you ruined Byron's wedding. Yeah, I got what I wanted, okay? What about you? No, you're right. I'm gonna get what I want. I'm gonna have that shot. You don't want to do that shot. I will drag you all over this campus. Yes, we will, bro. Now think about it. It's not all about shots. What do you want for Christmas? You want a blackout? Come on. Then go get your woman, boy. Get on out of here. You know, you're right. And I ain't coming back until I got it anymore. Shit. At least we'll come back and get real for a living.
Hi. Oh, hi. I just have one thing to say. I'm gonna break up with Rob. Yeah. I just told you that I'm gonna break up with him. I have just one question, okay? When did it happen between you? Kim, it didn't. We weren't together until after you guys broke up. Really? It's true. I'm telling you the truth. I know that I'm not acting like myself, and I've never been in a situation like this before, and I know that I'm not handling things very well. Today I'm like, shit, don't kiss me.
Oh, you're really on a roll.
Yes, I am. I'm rolling right downhill, and I'm hurting people, and I'm not being very nice to all this. Oh, come on.
Where are you? You are a little messed up.
Okay. Can we please be friends? God.
You want to put the pillow?
Don't make fun of my mother. Oh, listen.
I'm not trying to make fun of your mother. I mean, in fact, she was very helpful.
Yes. My mother was helpful.
I mean, it wasn't helpful. Merry Christmas, Fred.
Oh my God. I gotta get your present out of the dumpster. Yours is hot next to me, so it's very sad.
What do these look like to you?
It looks like a happy face, 32 eyes, a little red nose, and the bacon makes a slight smile like the Mona Lisa.
There's sunny side up. They're supposed to be spread.
scramble. Johnny, I'm sorry.
No. I'm the one who should apologize. You needed a mother, not a psychologist. So I'm going to make it up to you, starting right now. I don't approve of Ron. My mother's intuition tells me he's nothing but a lifetime of trouble. Shazah is the man for you. There. Is that what you needed?
No, that's not what I want. Listen to me.
No, you listen. You listen to me. 22 years ago, your grandmother took one look at the black man I was in love with and told me I was making the biggest mistake of my life. When I was pregnant with you, she started wearing a black armband because she said your life would be like Vietnam, unwinnable. Well, I swore I was going to prove her wrong, that you would have more possibilities and choices than she ever dreamed of. So, sister, if you think I'm going to stand here and tell you what to do and who to be with, you are wrong. Just as my mother was wrong, just as anybody who tries to take away our choices is wrong.
So who in the hell do you want to be with?
You, I want to be with you.
Any objections?
Brother, as I always told Freddie, honey, if you want something in life, go for it.
Joy to the world. Oh, honey. It's so beautiful.
It's Merry Christmas, baby.
I got you something.
No, you said no presents.
I know, but
You have a computer?
just a picture. Can't really get the computer. Yeah, but that's the computer I would have gotten.
And I would have loved it, baby.
Actually, I think you're gonna have to wait a little longer than I anticipated for the computer because I was just recently fired.
On your first date? Oh, baby, it's all right. It's okay. Don't even worry about that. I know exactly what's going to cheer you up. The presents. You're going to love it. It's going to keep you warm all week long. Well, I couldn't leave it in the store. Cool. Sit down. Sit down.
I'm a princess.
That's right. You sit down. Close your eyes. Told you closing my eyes.
They're closed.
Go peek it. Close your eyes. Y'all gonna close it. Go peek it.
I'm fine. Come on, you do that like now.
Okay. Let's put your hands out. Yeah.
Okay, it's beautiful.
Save on Sunny Day outfits at Kohl's. Get tops starting at $18.69, shorts starting at $16.99, and women's sales starting at $14.44. Plus, take an extra 15% off or save even more with the Kohl's card. More style, more savings. Kohl's.
Your mission, stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis. pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Winvoke can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Winvoke relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints.
I'm Greg, I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to. They don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
It's a yes card. And always use yes.
Always.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Evolve your journey from the first ever Tucson plug-in hybrid EV.
Trilogy for COPD.
Once I am high up you. There's just nobody up you.
COPD may have gotten you here, but you decide what's next. Start a new day with Trilogy. No once daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trilogy. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trilogy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Take a stand and start a new day with Trilogy. Ask your doctor about once daily Trilogy and save at Trilogy.com.
We all have that list of home improvement projects that we have to do, and if replacing your home's windows and doors is on that list, you want to know that it's going to be good. I'm from Renewal by Anderson, and we help thousands of customers who are on a budget with our windows and doors for their home. When we do it, great financing options. With Renewal by Anderson, you can have monthly payments that will probably be lower than your cable bill. With another program, you can get windows and doors now and not pay anything for an entire year. It's almost like free money.
It's really impressive that they sell the product, they manufacture the product, they sell the product, because then you're dealing with one company that has a long-standing base.
Upgrade of Washington and guaranteed for life. Learn more about our Hero program at lovescap.com.
Ready to turn your dreams into plans and your actions into achievements? Explore over 75 programs and 4-week classes at National University. Your future starts today at NU.edu.
Last hand, I'm headed to my grandmother's for dinner. Chrissy cooks. She cooks like a mother. Like a mother.
Gregory, reach for the sauce that started in an Italian mother's kitchen. Gregory sauce, cook like a mother.
Mommy, everything you love about hot fresh pastries was just little. Then you could sleep, and snack pretty much anywhere. That's boss level snacking right there. Crazy good.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, phone the number on the screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve. I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check. I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-531-3809. That's 1-800-531-3809 now.
After heading the Human Art Society for 2 years, I landed an internship in the art ordained Fibonacci, and then after graduating cum laude with a BA in art history, I was hired as a corporate art guy for EHI Industries.
For a resume?
Yes, well.
So why are you here?
Excuse me?
Should be running a gallery, not substitute teaching.
I know. But it is not
Couldn't find a job, huh? Please hire me. I'd love to, but I'm afraid they slashed our budget again. Art is history. However, the teacher for the remedial class just took a sudden leave of absence.
I'll take it.
You got it. We start tomorrow.
Just out of curiosity, why did this teacher take such a sudden leave of absence?
The kids play a little game with people.
Is that all?
With her glass eye.
Like the teacher, I never thought I'd see again. Who you telling? She's about as good with children as the Wicked Witch of the West.
Let's leave your mama I'm feeling useless. My life has become one endless downward spiral.
Yeah, but why dragging some children down with you?
Look, Jimmy Jobless. I need your support. I can do this.
Maybe I'm not trying to discourage you, but Joseph E. Johnson Junior High School is one of the roughest schools in Virginia. See?
Please, Dwight. Don't worry about Matt and him myself. I was late on me last night.
She's dead. Oh, stop it. Yeah, no, she's not dead. No, baby, I remember something. The media doesn't mean slow anymore. It means a dumping ground for problem kids. You can't just walk in there and expect them to respond to you.
Okay, that's where you're wrong, Dwight. Because I'm going to be more than a teacher to these children. I'm going to be a parent, a guide, a counselor. They're a light at the end of the tunnel.
Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby. She's dead. She's dead.
No.
Do you see those sisters? They are too tiny. Not half as tiny as this table. Look at all these water spots. Now let me watch. White on, step on, step off.
Hey, man, Charmaine.
Hello, Gloria. What's up?
You, baby.
I do believe I said Gloria.
Legal, after the game today, we're going to have a party, and I'm so wondering if you want to go with me.
It's going to be ugly there.
I'd love to.
Huh? You asked you 5 times already. What's he doing right now?
I did.
See you tonight.
That is a church boy. So, you want to scare a room? Excuse me. I know how to act like a lady. Too bad some of us have to act.
Well, you too, Mama.
Safe place.
The bottom read up here, punch some rock.
Yeah, that's so right. I thought you was wearing shorts. Please, knock it off. Sit down. Now. Don't bother thanking me.
Could y'all take a seat, please? Now,
I bet she's cute. She is. So got crazy back.
hey, when I call your name, please answer present. Creighton Adams. What? Please answer present. Creighton Adams.
What?
Elias, it's Eli, and you better not call me Elias. Girlfriend. Oh, Black Faith me Descartes.
Look me, sister.
How about I just call you Lily?
You don't respect me as a black man and learn my name?
My mistake, a little for me.
What was it? Present ma'am. Ron Jackson Jr. That's me, baby.
And look at that, you, I know I'm going
to attention. Name is Mrs. Gilbert. One. And I'll be your substitute teacher for the week.
Why is it necessary to preserve not one, but two slave names?
If you're asking why I have hyphenated my name, it's to preserve my identity and still acknowledge that where's my first study, girl? You ugly picture. You put me in this picture. Hardy Hardy, get me in. Well, here's what I found in the little outline I had for you. You all have a test tomorrow in your American history. So take out those books.
This one?
That would be the one. No, man, I'm fixing this one.
I got another one for you. All right. Come on in here, Chucky.
Oh, Chucky,
I didn't realize it was so late.
So I had a really great time tonight. I was wondering if you were asking me out.
You know, Lena, you could answer every yourself.
I didn't want you thinking I was dropping a basketball stuff.
I would never think that.
Oh, maybe we should stop.
You're right, Lena. We should.
Oh, I didn't mean right this second.
I'm sorry, Lena.
No, trust me. It's quite all right.
Lena, wait. I understand. But we'll take things slow, don't worry.
You're right. We should take things real slow because sex is not to be taken lightly.
That's right, Lena. And that's one of the reasons why I don't believe in premarital sex.
Excuse me?
I said I don't believe in premarital sex.
Oh, I get it. Gina and Charmaine put you up to this.
What?
All right, y'all. Y'all got me. Y'all got me.
Hey, I'm serious.
Seriously, though, I can't.
No, wait. This changes things?
Oh, no. It's late and I'll talk to you about it.
No.
Okay, here she is. There. What I said, right What? Happy yesterday. We're not picking today. Remedial does not mean stupid. Now you're in this class because you can't act right in your other class. And that will not happen here today. Yes, you're right.
You're young adults, and you will act as such.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. As I recall, you have a test today, so let's start studying. Open your books to chapter 5. What happened? What's wrong? Nothing.
I'm sorry. I heard silence.
Everything's fine. They just need a little kick in the pants.
They usually kick back.
All right, class, American history. What begins? I finally found my common Dwayne. I marched in there with fire in my eyes and facing my little aspirations in the principal's face. Oh, but this one's not right. This isn't right either. But this one's gonna need a little tutoring this side of the issue. She ain't like me at first, but now we're really bonding. What's going on here?
What's that, Miss Lena?
Who alerted the Americans that the British were coming? Peter Pan. Wait a minute. What did the American Revolution sponsor Boston Harbor?
You know
Hope she can swim.
They said they get those little mini crusts.
That's so crispy. But the answer is always for crisps. What am I thinking about?
Get my friend.
You have yourself a brand new water scooter!
Light, crispy, and buttery puff crisps. As a Main Street bank, PNC has helped over 7 million kids develop their passion for learning through our Grow Up Great initiative. And now, we're providing billions of dollars for affordable home lending programs as part of $88 billion to support underserved communities, including loans for small businesses in low and moderate income areas. So everyone has a chance to move forward financially. PNC Bank. See how we can make a difference for you. On a day without migraine, my whole body feels free because my eyes don't shy from the light, my head doesn't pound, and my stomach isn't nauseous.
It's time for migraine prevention delivered differently through an IV infusion. It's time for Vyepti, a preventive treatment for migraine in adults. Vyepti is designed to start working fast and to last with a 30-minute IV infusion 4 times a year, delivering 100% of the medication directly into your bloodstream. The power of a Vyepti infusion can help to reduce monthly migraine days. Some have fewer migraine days with the very first treatment. Don't take if allergic to Vyepti. Common side effects are allergic reactions, stuffy nose, and scratchy throat. Allergic reactions include rash, swelling, trouble breathing, eyes, and redness of the face. Choose to infuse with migraine prevention delivered differently. Talk to a neurologist or a migraine specialist about Vyepti. Learn how you can save.
Hey, meet us at the bottom of the trail.
Oh, man.
Hey!
Open up. The redesigned Chevy Silverado with a sophisticated high-tech interior. It's easy to forget it's true. That's fine, but find new stuff. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
It's Macy's one-day sale now with great deals of the day, like 15% off small appliances from Cuisinart, 42-piece dinnerware sets, $42.99, and 60% off sheets and bedding. Just download the app for even more deals at Macy's.
Starving, who's cooking today?
Rodriguez.
Whoa, Rodriguez? Yo, he's in there cooking like a mother. Right. Reach for the sauce that started in an Italian mother's kitchen. Grab your sauce. Cook like a mother.
You really can't get much for $10 these days, unless. Is that a real song? I think she liked it.
Your choice of sandwich plus all this for just $5 is what to celebrate. Choose wisely. Choose Eddie's Big Day.
Hold fast to dreams. For a new film, life is a barren field.
You are a plate of fajitas at a packed restaurant turning heads. Sizzle, baby! Sizzle! Keep sizzling.
Peloton. Motivation that moves you. At drive time, we approve 99% of people who apply, and you can see your real down payment in like 30 seconds.
And your monthly payment.
Yep, you get 10.
Did you get there?
Yes, in basically 30 seconds, you can get approved and see your real down payment.
And your real monthly payment.
And your monthly payment. Get more you get zero at drivetime.com. You guys just gave us all a brand new iPhone 13.
We've been customers for years. I found new phones are for new customers. We got iPhone 13s too, switched to Verizon 2 minutes ago.
Ours were busted, and we still got shiny.
Check it out. So wait, everybody gets the same grade you.
I think that's so great.
Now everyone can get a new iPhone 13 on us on America's most reliable 5G network. For every customer, current, new, everyone. Just show them love.
It's nice for some everybody in here. What are you doing?
Well, child, I had a date to go dancing with Denzel Washington. But I decided to cancel and do the night sweep with this room. Grab that dust pack on.
Why are you doing the night sweeping?
Glad you got some. We only have one custodian.
He's got a bad back and a good humor. So how did the first test go?
They didn't quite grasp the material.
I was talking about the test they gave you.
I failed miserably, which is why I feel it necessary to tender my resignation.
Fine, empty it out on the way out.
I'm sorry if I took disappointed.
You didn't. I knew you wouldn't make it.
Well, who could make it? This classroom is overcrowded. The children are totally unruly. We've got these old textbooks with I love the Bee Gees written all over it. There's one little paragraph about black people in it says we were slaves and Martin Luther King came and marched, and now racism is a thing of the past. They teach us that we didn't even exist.
Oh, please. You're lucky you have books at all. Some classes don't, you know. The pocket change they give this school, they're lucky to have a place for the kids to learn and somebody to teach them. And with a few pennies that's left, I try to feed the kids that don't get fed at home. New and improved is a luxury we can't afford.
How could you let this happen?
Excuse me, Miss Jones? You're the one quitting, and after a whole day and a half. Wow. Well, I've been here 22 years. I watch teachers like you come and go. You complain about the problems, but you don't stay long enough to take care of them. I saw your resume. You're smart. You don't like these books? Why don't you fill in the blanks? There is no rule that says teachers cannot be creative. Well, I guess that's a problem for the next substitute.
Principal Shaw, can we at least get some portable heaters in here? It's very chilly. Oh, we're a sweater.
So, did you hit that or what? Brother, I didn't try. Okay, okay. So you can put that shot sensitive role while you hitting another honey. So, man, I'm not hitting anything, man. I'm not down with that, but you down with it. I'm not knocking any boots until I'm married, okay? Damn, man, brother can explode. Look, man, you could get hit by a plane tomorrow. You're not a virgin or a man. But you won't cut that, man. I mean, sleeping with a 100 women that take anybody a man. No. Show me what happens.
Oh, he's leaving. I thought you were going to talk to him. Come on, Linda. That's not enough easy to lose a man like Dorian.
I don't know what to say, okay? He probably thinks I'm a tramp. Just as well, so you can't mix a picture with a heathen.
Lee, I just got one thing to say. I believe in much premarital play.
Well, I hope you like playing solitaire.
Hey, King, Queen, Jack.
I'm telling you. Here I was thinking I was teaching you something, and you were pulling my leg the entire time. And I used to get upset when people said that black people didn't have anything to do with the history of this country, that we were lazy, that we weren't intelligent. And after being with you all for a few days, who could argue? But we never lose that sense of humor. Come on. I mean, really. Aunt Jemima invented the cotton gin. That was a good one.
You're ready to love Dick Wilson.
That takes some practice, Miss Aisha. Please listen to this. She did not get one answer correct on this test. Not one. Isn't it funny?
I knew the answers.
Hey, don't defend yourself now and get a big fat zero.
Being stupid is so funny. I'm not stupid. Number 1, Stephen Douglas. Number 2, Robert E. Lee. Number 3, Eli Whitney. And number 4, the Declaration of Independence. Number 4 is the Emancipation Proclamation. Whatever, but I'm not stupid.
I know you're not stupid. I also know why you don't want to read this book. Because this book teaches us that we don't exist, that we weren't a part of American history. This book doesn't teach us the whole truth.
So why are we reading it?
Because it does give us a foundation. And I guess I have to fill in the blanks. So why don't I teach you some stuff that's not in the book?
Like what?
Like, where did we come from?
Slavery?
No,
Great civilization. Over early King and Queen. Absolutely right. There was Hannibal, Shaka Zulu, Cleopatra. Cleopatra's white. I seen her on cable last night. Now you saw Elizabeth Taylor. This is it. That's right. No. For real? For real? Dang, look at all that gold. That's like rappers keep front. Sorry, Emily. Don't get off that together.
I say it's okay. I forget what I said.
What?
I only a cornball to give it the chance to leave you, right?
Then let's go.
Where we going?
My room. Charmaine and G won't be back for at least 7 minutes. Come.
Wait a minute. I'm
I know you are.
late. You see fools watching around? They try to get as much as they can before they settle down. I see on my wedding night, I only get my woman a gift no one else has had. That's what I was taught. That's what I believe. And if you can't respect that, then we just have to be friends.
It might be nice not to have to fight another offer in 5 minutes. But, you have to promise not to wear those tank tops around me because you look too cold.
I'm trying to remember that.
By the way, nothing was really going to happen just a minute ago. Just let you know.
Really?
Really? What girl do you think I am? But it's nice to know that you're not after me just from a body.
Help me, Lord.
These testers up. Not one bad answer.
I didn't know that.
What?
That your mama shot a green.
So I need a little more time with them, but I did let a fire in the book over.
Yes, you did, baby, for that you would go free so.
I'm teaching them all kinds of things. Shaka Zulu, Side, Nat Turner.
Okay, baby, be quiet. This is Professor Wayne's class.
And what are you teaching me with that?
Everything.
That's my favorite subject. Everything.
Well, all you have to do to get an A is scream my name out loud.
Here, as she channels the worst anti-immigrant, anti-gay sentiments of night.
The mindset of a Muslim is very different from the mindset of Americans.
The new natural law is 2 men, 2 women, and pretty soon, since it's based on love and feelings and respect and dignity, who to say, who are we to now say that your love is legitimate love, but then I say a pedophile man love with a boy, a 12-year-old boy, is illegitimate.
Barack Hussein Obama, I try to mention his name as much as possible. Thinking that at some point a light bulb is going to go off in someone's ear.
Brenna has repeatedly called Barack Obama a Muslim tapping into Trump's birtherism. Tonight, she is in a statistical tie with the 2 other GOP candidates. Trump endorsed Dr. Oz, millionaire businessman David McCormick. Now, to be clear, all 3 are election deniers succumbing to the big lie. But Barnett isn't speaking in code like some MAGA candidates do. As blatant as the Muslim man was and the Don't Say Gay bill is, Barnett is, if you can believe it,
NBC's Dasha Bird's pressing. There were tweets that people uncovered from their past, targeting Muslims, targeting people who are gay. What do you feel about those messages when you look back on what you tweeted out?
I believe it's very unfair to take a snippet, I don't know how many characters that is, and say, okay, we're going to take this clip and this is what she meant, right? We have no beginning, we have no end, we don't know what the context was.
I mean, this tweet says pedophilia is a cornerstone of Islam.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's me. I would never have said that.
Here's that tweet, the tweet that Kathy Barnett now denies writing, right here. Black and white, read it for yourself. Folks like Steve Bannon are calling this race MAGA versus Ultra MAGA. Political reports, the GOP is launching an operation to stop Barnett, worried she can't win in the general election. Trump says she would lose to the Democrat. Folks like Sean Hannity are freaking out.
And now we are uncovering many troubling comments and tweets that would very likely cause her to lose badly in a general election. This is a very important state. There are so many questions she has never answered, and many tweets that likely render her unelectable in Pennsylvania.
The GOP is reaping what it sowed as more and more extremist candidates not only run, but win races. Like J.R. Majewski, who has supported QAnon, is in D.C. on January 6th. He just won a GOP House primary in Ohio. Mitch McConnell warned Republicans to hurt themselves this year with extreme candidates. We have seen that happen right now. Joining me now, Tim Miller, MSNBC political analyst and writer for The Bulwark. His new book, Why We Did It, a travelogue through the Republican road to hell, comes out soon. And former Democratic Congressman from Florida, Debbie Garcelle. How it is good to see you both. Tim, if Kathy Barnett wins on Tuesday, what does that tell you about the state of this Republican Party?
Well, hey, Alicia, I think we already know about the state of this Republican Party. The fact that somebody like Kathy Barnett has a legitimate chance to win on Tuesday. By the fact that J.D. Vance and Jeremy Majewski and on and on, we're going to continue to see extreme candidates throughout primary season. I think what's more telling about this is that Kathy Barnett has revealed that the MAGA establishment, and there, all the MAGAs like to talk about all the Republican establishment, there is now a MAGA establishment that is trying to crown candidates of their choosing. They don't dislike her because of her views about Muslims, which are not all that different from what Donald Trump has said in the past. What they don't like is when you showed that clip from before, they don't think she's very good at selling it. And they're worried about electability. They're worried that Pennsylvania is a state that Democrats can win in. It's a swing state that could cost Mitch McConnell a Senate majority. If Kathy Barnett was running in Alabama, you wouldn't see the supposed freak out on Sean Hannity's show and from, Trump's advisors. The reason why they're upset is because they're worried she's not good at selling all of the dangerous, bigoted material that has been part and parcel of the Trump movement ever since he came down that escalator. So I think that is kind of what it's revealing, is that there's this new establishment, a MAGA establishment within the Republican Party that is trying to wield influence and pick and choose candidates based on who they think is going to be loyal to Trump if he tries to steal the election next time, and who they think is capable of winning elections in November. That's what we're seeing in Pennsylvania.
I mean, David, part of what I'm hearing from him is that if she's not as good at selling it, then it makes it clear what some of the other people who might be better at dog whistles are in fact selling. What kind of threat does this candidacy pose for Republicans, even Republicans who might be outside of Pennsylvania?
Look, Alicia, I have to disagree with Tim. They're probably threatened by her because she's a woman. This is the party that is trying to suppress women's rights. They don't like women of color. That's probably why they were undermining her, and now they're not very happy with the fact that she's actually gaining some ground here in the state. I can tell you that in Pennsylvania, the majority of Pennsylvanians are not where this radical Republican Party.
Some competitors clicking on your ad.
Why me? Why me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hi, I'm Bobby D, and you're watching Dante Boxy Nation. Boxy Nation.
Dante's Boxing Nation, what's going on, guys? So Canelo Alvarez losing to Bivol has upset old media and disheartened them so much that some of these media members are coming out of the shadows. This report that I'm about to share, guys, is really a remarkable story because it is extremely telling. So let's go ahead and get into it. So Bernardo Usana, for those of you guys who don't know him, he is the Mexican commentator on ESPN. He also works with ESPN Deportes. Now, after Terrence Crawford stopped Sean Porter, I reported on this story. Everyone on the ESPN panel, when I say everyone, I mean Max Kellerman, Andre Ward, Tim Bradley, Joe Tessitore, and Mark Kriegel. All five of them said on the panel that now Terrence Crawford is pound for pound the best fighter in the world. Now, before that, they were mixed. Some would say it was Terrence Crawford, some would say it was Canelo. But after Terrence Crawford became the first man to stop Sean Porter, all five of them said pound for pound the best fighter in the world is Terrence Crawford. There was only one person on that panel that disagreed with them and said Canelo Alvarez is still pound for pound the best fighter in the world, and that was Bernardo Usana. Well, it turns out even after Canelo Alvarez lost, Bernardo was on ESPN Deportes, and he was still saying that Canelo Alvarez is number one, the best fighter in the world. And get this, not only did the whole ESPN panel disagree with Bernardo when he said that Canelo was number one before he lost, but it turns out Bernardo couldn't even get the Mexican commentator straight from Mexico on ESPN Deportes to agree with him that Canelo was pound for pound the best fighter in the world. They both told Bernardo that Terrence Crawford is number one and Errol Spence is number two. But the story gets way deeper than that. Let me go ahead and surmise everything. First things first, shout out to my man Gumaro Vasquez, who always sends me messages on breaking boxing news stories. He also does all of the translations for me when there are interviews like this on ESPN Deportes. And by the way, guys, when it comes to Gumaro's translation skills, he's Mexican. He's not Dominican or Cuban. So I just wanted to be clear that he's giving me the accurate translation. So Bernardo was so upset that both commentators was telling him that Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence are number one and number two. He got so upset that he called Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence cowards. The word coward in Spanish is cobardes. Bernardo, he said, Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, they better fight against each other next. If they don't fight against each other, they will be cowards. Now, Gumaro, he surmised the entire conversation and he translated everything. I want to read to you guys exactly what he sent to me. And I'm also going to leave the link in the description box so you guys can watch the video and you can hear it for yourself, what Bernardo Usana said. Okay, so this is the translated conversation that was sent to me. I'm going to read it to you guys. Hopefully I can pronounce this guy's name right. But this is the text. It reads, okay, so David Feitelson, the tall ESPN Deportes reporter, has always been a well-known critic of Canelo. And he has been very consistent on always having Terrence Crawford number one pound for pound. Feitelson once again clarifies to Usana that Crawford continues to be undisputable number one pound for pound, even if Crawford does not generate as much money as Canelo. And he was about to say who his number two pound for pound was, and then Usana tried to help him by mentioning Usyk, Spence, and Noe as number two pound for pound. Feitelson then says Spence is number two pound for pound.
No provoque lo que vimos hoy acá, ni tampoco genere tanto dinero como genera el Canelo. Para mí Crawford sigue siendo el mejor del mundo, seguido por Errol Spence, número 2, y Naoya yo pongo como 4, con Canelo como número 3.
So you just heard him right there. Fido said he said that Crawford was number one. He was about to say Errol Spence is number two. Bernardo, he tried to coach him out of saying that, and he tried to say it's Usyk is number two. And then the guy, he said, no. Number two is Errol Spence. And then he said Canelo was number three. So let me get back to the transcript. So after the reporter said that Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence are number 1 and 2, that's when Usama rants that they better fight each other. There is no other fight at that division. And if we demand Canelo to fight the best, then Crawford Spence needs to fight each other. If not, they are both cowards, cobardes. Now I want you to watch this. Look at the reaction of the other reporters when Bernardo calls them cowards.
Y que al mundo le interesa. De no hacerse ese combate, los dos son cobardes y punto. Son cobardes y punto. Son cobardes y punto.
Man, this guy and a lot of other old media members, they're really having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that Canelo Alvarez got completely dominated and lost. Again, I should say. After Canelo Alvarez went 7 years avoiding Demetrius Andrade and Jamal Charlo at 154, at 160 pounds, and now he's avoiding David Benavidez. This man, Bernardo, never called Canelo Alvarez a coward. When Canelo Alvarez vacated his title, rather than fight his number one contender, Jamal Charlo at 160, Bernardo never called him a coward. When Demetrius Andrade was a champion at 154 and Canelo was his mandatory, and Demetrius Andrade said this.
Canelo, you a bitch. I'm putting it out there. No, I don't like to disrespect men that step into the ring, but then you fighting Kirtland that hasn't been in the ring since Glenn Tapia, but you have the opportunity to fight Demetrius Andrade for the WBO. Then I thought in the sport of boxing, people want to be a champion.
And do you think Bernardo ever said if Canelo doesn't fight this man for his belt at 154, Canelo's a coward? But now after Canelo Alvarez loses, you want to call Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford a coward. We know what time it is. You know, for those of you guys who've been following my channel for a while, you have heard me say on numerous occasions, when it comes to Canelo Alvarez fans, Mexican fans that live in Mexico, they are usually real boxing fans. But unfortunately, when it comes to a lot, at least the vast majority of Mexican American fans, they are usually race fans. And Bernardo Usana, he completely exposed himself as the race fan that he is. But the Mexican commentators from Mexico that were standing right next to Bernardo, they are real boxing analysts. They are real boxing fans. You can tell that when they're talking boxing, they're talking the sweet science. They're not talking color. And that's what Bernardo was doing. You could see it. When Faitelson was saying that Terrence Crawford is number 1 and he was about to say Errol Spence is number 2. And Bernardo, he comes out and he says Usyk. You want to say Usyk, right? You want to say Usyk is number 2, and then he had a no in there. He was basically telling this guy, man, you need to know how to stay on code. Nobody ever taught you this? Man, you need to start paying more attention to some of these commentators out here in America so we can show you how to stay on code. I mean, and even in this photo right here, Bernardo, he has a look on his face like he's hoping his colleague doesn't say something that he feels he's not supposed to say. It's just so ironic because the only people that were corroborating everything you guys have heard me say when I was exposing Canelo for what he is, the only people that were really corroborating everything I was saying were other Mexican champions and Mexican commentators, like the two standing next to Bernardo Usana right here. But when it came to the Mexican greats, people like Juan Manuel Marquez, Eric Morales, Julio Cesar Chavez. Now, sure, maybe some of them, like a Julio Cesar Chavez, altered what he said a little bit because of the backlash from the fans. But at the same time, they still corroborated everything that you guys have heard me say in the past when it comes to Canelo Alvarez. And once again, it just shows you that these Mexican champions, they are not on code when they're talking about Canelo Alvarez or any other boxer in the sport. But going back to Bernardo. See, Bernardo thought he was slick. He thought calling Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford a coward, it was going to fly under the radar because he said it in Spanish on ESPN Deportes, and he felt nobody in America is going to pay attention to this. Even the people that know what I said They're not going to put it out there. They're not going to expose me. And he was wrong. He was definitely wrong about that. And this is the reason why boxers like Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence, they need to expose this man for who he is. And people on the panel, when it comes to ESPN, like Andre Ward and everyone else, they need to expose this man, because we know that Bernardo, he wouldn't have called Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford a coward on regular ESPN, but he does it on the Spanish network because he feels that no one is going to pay attention to it, at least not in the States. This man, Bernardo Usano, he preferred Canelo Alvarez to fight the easiest competition just so he can continue telling people that Canelo was the best. Now you want to sit over here and say Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford are cowards if they don't fight against each other next? Last time I checked, Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, they have never surrendered their belt. They've never vacated their belt to avoid a very dangerous undefeated mandatory. Terrence Crawford was in the exact same situation that Canelo was in when Jamal Charlo was Canelo Alvarez's mandatory. We seen what Canelo did. Like I said, he vacated. When Sean Porter was Terrence Crawford's mandatory, and some people were trying to say that Terrence Crawford was avoiding Sean Porter, what did Sean Porter do? He took the fight and he stopped Porter. Neither Errol Spence or Terrence Crawford have ever abandoned a division just to avoid a dangerous challenge and go fight weaker opposition at a higher weight class. Neither one of them have ever done that. So at the end of the day, we know what time it is when it comes to the double standards. But anyway, I'm gonna wrap this video up. That's all I got for now, guys. I'm on to the next one. Fellas, I've got some great news for you. If you've lost your hair or have a receding hairline, the time has come when you can finally get your hairline back through a process called Scalp Micropigmentation. So here's how it works. It's a hair tattoo that replicates the look of your hair follicles.
All right, Johnson.
No, thank you.
Power outages happen. Luckily, we have Lycan. With a 4.8 kilowatt hour capacity, Lycan gives you 24/7 uninterrupted power supplies for your home. Take control of your energy.
Back at it again, baby, and we have a video where someone had their mind changed on who they should vote for. Let's dive in. Let's see how it happened.
All right, y'all, so I'm back. We up here registering people to vote. And I got my brother, man, I've known for a long time. Love this dude to death, man. He's a really good dude, right? So I say, hey, bro, you registered to vote this year? And he's like, yeah, I'm voting. I say, who you voting for? He was like, you already know. I'm like, Trump? He's like, hell no. Hell no. I'm like, bro, are you serious? So he's asking me, he said, Ted, why? Why vote for Trump? Okay, before we get into it, I'm going to break it down to you. Why are you voting for Biden? Why?
Because what's going on now in the situation with Trump? What Trump situation? What's going on now? Shit just fucked up. I believe he can come in and do it.
You really do?
I believe.
What has he done? You know he's been in politics for 47 years. What has he done in 47 years? What has he done in 47 years?
The thing that sucks about these videos is the actual trafficking and stuff. That's how you know this is a genuine conversation. You got all types of motorcycles and cars going by and go.
Terrorist one, others. So he didn't keep it going. So that hurt it around 94, 95, right around that time. The terrorist one would have somehow remained in power. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the hip hop
teacher.
Yeah,
He didn't
the
teach
hip hop.
No, the thing is, the worst thing is, you feel what I'm saying? Let me tell you something. And I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
The kids making records on what they know is going to get played. If you had to leave a message to get played, everybody be dropping some old shit like back in the days and having picking boogers and calling, and you can make a record about anything. Now you got to make a record about how much money you got, how many niggas you killing, and all the girls you dropping, and all the hate you got, and that's what's getting played. So I know so many little artists.
In 1939, an international organization headed by John D. Rockefeller
Seen come up that was doing great little concept and they like, man, ain't nobody playing this.
They're not doing it.
I got to go drive by and kill it. They ain't never killed a mosquito.
No, of course. But here's the thing. It's almost like a false narrative. Because you look at the dudes that are now like the Pox, the Biggie, Jay-Z, you got Kendrick,
J. Cole, Drake, making records together.
He ain't talking about none of this shit.
Nah.
They might sprinkle a little bit here, like this is what the homies going through,
but it's a whole different. That's
talking about, and they at the top, but they drop before.
Ain't nobody above them, but nobody's really following that. They'd rather.
They know that's old now.
Yeah,
they're old now.
They not new artists.
They're old now.
J. Cole, Kendrick, they not new artists. They not new artists. They looking at them rolling up like, what's up, OG?
That's
Oh,
OG. I did that. But nobody since then has surpassed that. They're not looking for that. The game. They're trying to say. They're trying to say. They're trying to say Dirk there. They want the kids are saying the kids right now. Dirk is getting the guy to the kids. Dirk is little baby. Hold on. Exactly Dirk right now. Hold on. In the age range, it would be for Dirk would be 26 to 31. Under 26 is young boy. Drill. NBA young boy from 16 to 23. Black. Kodak. So let's have the Gucci Mane on them. They Gucci is in jail now, but Gucci is one of the new ones. You got B-Love right now. You got A-Fly. Gonna be one of the Pop Smoke's gonna be one of the Fabio Foreign right now. You got all of those. In NBA young boys, that's from 16 to 23. That's their god. Dirk is there. Dirk surpassed everybody we just said. Dirk is on the top. Oh no, they got it there now. He caught Lil up there with Dirk. Lil Baby is but not the last couple months. The last couple months, it seemed like they Cardi is about to be on the level of OG. In 2 years, Cardi is OG. Yes. In 2 years, Cardi's there. You know what I mean? And the spinners and the young ones all there. Yeah, niggas outside Jamaica. I got some, baby. Something in Lincoln. Outside Jamaica. Something in Lincoln. Outside Jamaica. That's something, right? Something in Lincoln, bro. Stop. I got a friend out there used to run the corner. Something in Lincoln. I know that McDonald's. That's the most famous McDonald's. Outside. But I can say outside. You heard me? But I can say there is going to be a changing of the tide. I hope so. After the Jadakiss and Dipset versus. No, I love that lyrics is coming back to the game. You know what I really love coming back in the game? There's Mark, rest in peace, man. He said, samples. Samples. Where did you get that sample? I want that sample. The samples bring that culture. What happened? People started. You heard the production change. Right. Because they were charging so much for samples, everybody started making their own beats. They said, I made that beat, it sound like it. Same beat for like 10 years. Certain producers, they had it, when they had funky tracks, it was different, but the samples made it like all samples was different too. Right. The samples set the part off when you do it. Yo, do you understand? Hold on. Do you hear the trap records? Look, there was no fucking drum track. No snare. No, but you know what that is, though. It was just. Now, it was like if you was. But you know what that is. It was always. Listen, that's not. I'm gonna keep it honest. That's not fair. You had to be high as hell listening to that shit. Yeah, nah, but that's not fair. I live down south. That lean and make you lean. Yeah, I live down south. How New Yorkers did their beats with, you know, the MPC, the beat. Listen, let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. I live down south. Can I? Let me finish. So you see the movie Drumline, right? Yeah. Based on that, that's every producer down south. That's right. That's right. Listen, chill. They did chill. Yo, I love this podcast. I love this podcast. This is like they went through music. New York producers didn't know how to read music. Down south producers, they grew up. Listen, my nigga. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. I'm glad he's doing time. He does it to me all the time. No, but you're not listening. Hold on. Let him finish. You're not listening, bro. What Trek said is how they were programming their music going forward. That's how they are. They would be on the motif, 88 keys. They knew how to read music. That became a cultural thing, such as New York producers. If you didn't make a beat on the MPC, you wasn't a real producer. Down south, if you couldn't read music, you couldn't play on the 88 keys, the weighted keys. You have to learn how to read music. That's why they shit bounce like this. Boom, 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 boom. It's a theme. And that's how they've been able.
I'll tell you another secret in hip hop. From producers, why like Dre is one of the greatest. Now, of course, you know, Dre had, you know, samples, all of that.
Yeah. He makes it.
But certain producers started. Dre was one. Bringing live band plays on top of the samples where you like, how does it sound?
And then you said you thought Parliament was playing behind. With a sample.
Right.
And he would track
Made it more relatable to the rest.
He would track every instrument, the violin, everything. He would use all 88 channels.
So it sounds like an orchestra on a hip hop track with the 808 bass.
That nigga used to take, Dre took a garbage can and created his own snare in the studio and banged on it. And put the sound in. He told me in Rock Wild that I don't sample sounds, I make my own sound. You want to know something with Dre, with his background? He had music theory. People don't know that. He understood. He could read music. But in New York,
Recognize this work? It's yours in Asana.
MPC, that's how Kanye got on, knowing how to really, that's a different skill. Your mind got to be special to take a whole record and rip, like the Wu-Tang season 2, when Rich was doing the Protect Your Neck beat, and nobody knew how the original beat sounded. And when he was in the studio with Ghost, he was like, yo, let's do it back. Timbaland. Music theory. Timbaland knows how to do music.
Yeah. Switch beats, like them niggas different than tracks, like you know what I mean? Like getting, like
they get into the track, they mix the sounds before you even get it.
Man, it's fresh.
The sounds is mixed. Music theory.
Like different sounds, west, boom, east, like sounds like this. You like, like I love this.
I love it. I can see where it used to be and shit. I would get there. I would get there. We might talk about this. I would get there. He was a monster about music. That's the whole thing. That's what used to be. Don't put some salt in your hat. It's gonna put some salt in your hat.
Hold on, the African's still on 135th. You know, motherfucking tiny ass little strands up in there, motherfucker. Your shit ain't that thick, neither. You know what I mean? You know what I'm I mean, you can't be mad at the truth. My shit ain't Stephen A. Smith. My shit ain't I want to take it off, Stephen A. You heard that shit you said about the neck.
Where's Stephen A. from? Oh, he from Queens? Yeah. You better tell him come home, man. That's his man. He's from Queens. Oh, you ain't claiming him? Oh, man, you ain't claiming him. You ain't claiming him? Everybody in Queens ain't good. I ain't even lying. Everybody better do it every week. Queens, nigga. Queens, nigga. Yeah, Stephen A. Queens, nigga.
Something, you
Stephen A. Quiet for Stephen A. Alright, so this is snack rapper. Only snack rapper that's no snack rappers. Got bars I can hang with the backpackers. Trap star, I don't hang with the backpackers.
people always ask me, first thing they ask me is, CT, why did they change? Why plant-based all of a sudden? Then a meat eater.
How did you feel about the way they tried to depict, or the way they depicted you in the Salt and Pepper?
I mean, it was flagrantly fictional.
Flagrantly.
Flagrantly.
Flagrantly fictional.
Listen. She already know. Everybody that known us from the book, everything else.
Flagrantly. Flagrantly fictional.
Listen. She already know. Everybody that known us from the book, everything else, yo.
Yeah.
Not my character ever. I don't get down like that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, she wanted Tina Turner Ike story. They shut that shit the fuck down. Never in your life ever you know better. Niggas, a long line of Jamaicans, and we live in the mansion where the family lived. You know how the yard is.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Homie, any of the kids, nobody, whenever has anything or wrong, or any police, or any records. Come on. You want to have a story, tell your story, but shut it down, because it's a new thing called defamation of character. And if I come with that, yeah. You understand?
Yeah.
Like, you had your run? All right, now. Put it on pause, because we can handle some things. Look, I got divorced and they even have a prenup or even go for you in a bigger tax bracket, and I'm coming for you type of nigga. Because I get my own paper for my kid. You feel me? Now I could go for money. You want me to go for money? I could go tell stories. You want me to go tell stories? Right. You understand what I'm saying? You can't call me no cheat. We have bitches. That bitch is our bitch. They're breaking you feel me? So it ain't nobody gonna go through what you said you went through. Bitch is our bitch. Go tell stories. You want me to go tell stories? Right. You understand what I'm saying? You can't call me no cheat. We have bitches. That bitch is our bitch. They're breaking you feel me? So it ain't nobody gonna go through what you said you went through, and then when I'm just in the building at a show, we're doing a show with you, and you pull me on stage on what a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. What you say? He ain't pulling Ike on playing what a man.
That ain't happening.
Tina ain't even gonna be in the same building as Ike.
Right.
Or same tour. Tell about them bags you got on that tour. Well, who? Anybody abuse me, I'm not nigga. It's a mother. You don't even him? No, he can't get in the door. Not like, let him up there on stage with me so I can shake my ass on daddy's lap. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a man. What?
Right.
All right, did that speak for itself?
Absolutely. Did it bother you?
Of course. Of course. You know, my daughter got to read a book and come to me, Daddy, I didn't know what's happening. Hold on. On a reality show, you know, because they need to weigh in. But you want to defecate my character and try to destroy me? Like, you know, to sell a book or a reality show or whatever else? You feel me? Like, you know, certain people do certain things, but you know, real ones know from years and everything else that comes up. Like, nah, we were right there.
So you guys had like a polyamorous situation?
Nah, we had a hip hop love story that went to a point where it didn't work out. we was together for 10 years, married for 1. You feel me? So there was some salty things going on and everything. So like I said, when I step away, I'm knowing the laws and all that. Okay, me in your mansion. I didn't have to spend nothing on this. But now we divorced, no prenup. You know what I could do? You know how much you could pay me forever. When the divorce came, everything, I'm a whole different character. We got kids, we gonna do things. I ain't no thirsty nigga. I'm gonna always have mine. You feel me? But you degrade me one more again, I'm gonna pull up because the statute of limitation went. There was a certain point after the book come out. Now you have a show. Came through, your little movie that flopped. But it was slavery fiction.
No, we was in here discussing the Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez incident, and the question came up: do black women protect black men?
I mean, it depends on the scenario. Like with any of that, only thing I can say like that I feel like if it's a case or anybody has a pending case, if it's a gag order on one person, it should be on both parties because somebody from the jury could be hearing that at all times. So you already entertained the jury's thought of what happened, and then if something happens on a certain night and one thing is said and it's not, do our women? Yeah, they protect us. You know what I mean? So unless there's a problem with them personally.
Right.
You feel me? Then they can destroy you.
Look, did you know there was a government-funded education grant that could
your character or whatever else? It's like you gotta be so careful now because it's a new era of thirst stockism.
Right.
And hashtag me too. Like if anybody violate a woman, they should get handled.
Right.
But when it becomes a hustle for a woman to just say somebody did something they don't, and then they goes get proven they were lying, nothing happens to them, but you don't know already destroyed this man's character.
Because there's some people that's not gonna go back to see if it was true.
Ever or not,
Right.
they know what they heard first. It's like, I heard he was a touchy feely. I heard he was a pedophile. I heard he was a.
It's over.
You know what I mean? So with any case given, it's always, you know what I mean? And it said before, proven guilty, but it's opposite when it comes to us.
Yeah.
We guilty first. And I don't believe in saying nothing about no cases until both sides are heard and it takes its course in court, but I don't think it's fair for anybody. Like if I had a case on somebody, I should be able to talk about it and they have a gag order.
Like, Gail, sit down with Gail
They
King.
can't talk about it, but I can. I could. So I'm on my side the whole time.
Yeah, the worst part is he got locked up for just tweeting. Something casual, and he had to make $300,000 bail.
No, it's like if you get
violator.
if you get told the judge tell me you can't do something, I ain't doing it. I'm not commenting. But you feel like it's gonna fuck with you if you can't.
You can't
mess
defend
with you if you can't defend yourself. You feel like the social media,
Absolutely.
blah, blah, blah. But if you get a court order to say it's tough, it's like you gotta be. Mom's the word.
Not can I ask something ignorant?
Hold on. Hold the ignorance.
Hold the ignorance.
What would be your advice for men that find themselves in that position?
Hold the ignorance.
What would be your advice for men that find themselves in that position?
Not can I ask something ignorant?
Hold on. Hold the ignorance.
Hold the ignorance.
What would be your advice for men that find themselves in that position? Where a woman that you've been in a relationship with wants to tell a different type of story. What's the advice?
No, I mean that's hard. It's like the thing is you gotta watch those that you are just meeting and don't know. You know what I mean? One nighters. This new broad, this boom boom boom, this da da da, boom 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 boom, boom. Chris Brown just had it where girls said all the rest, but they seen his tape. You gotta treat everything like a case might come after this one broad. You gotta have a track record. Back in, hey baby, you come, yeah, I'm coming with oh daddy, that was so great last time. Oh, you're not gonna say I did not.
Right.
You feel me?
Right.
It's gonna be a record, and you gotta you got to do things on a whole different level. You gotta think like, what might happen? How can I protect myself? You can't film everything and anything else, but you wanna know where you at. There was a camera here. We came in together, left together, boom, boom, blah, blah, blah. Boom, look at them messages and blah, blah, blah.
And you like being with me, right? Like, you come on to be with me, right?
I love being married. Like, my stage of that is like you ever saw like Menace to Society. It's like AWACS, he put in so much work. He just like to watch it. I put in so much work on that. I don't pay paper. I like to see my I see I love, man. I had those heydays, and it's gone for me, and it's not safe for no celebrities really to be out there like that. Because you got somebody that could just on hearsay say you did something, and that's an open case. Are you serious? No. It's a record following everything. I little thirst stop, little hood book. I don't know you. The sad little singing ass
and you gotta go back to the smoothie spot and get the camera footage from y'all having smoothies the next morning.
Oh my nigga.
Just to prove it wasn't shit.
Boy, you the dark man lately.
I'm just saying.
He's the leader.
It's time for snack rapper. Only snack rapper that's no snack rappers. Got bars. Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
You don't have to be a pro. You just need one singer.
Woo! Y'all have to watch this. Watch this. You're a natural born public speaker, and that's a fact. Do you actually feel guilty of what you just told to? Focus on actually what we can do. The point of the show is you have the freedom to do what you want to and be what you want to in America. What are you going to do with that? What oppress me? Just saying. So CRT coming here. What's going on, folks and folk around my eyes? Welcome to my channel. Don't forget, if you have been watching my channel and you forgot to do it, make sure that you are subscribed. If you think you are subscribed, double check to make sure that you are subscribed. I don't want to do too much talking because I really want you guys to pay attention to this video, to look behind all the crazy line and the rhetoric that goes on with Black Lives Matter. You have to watch this because, look, there's nothing more I can say to my sister. My sister broke it down in here. Candace Owens, shout out to you. Can't wait to come on the show again. You guys have to watch this because this is just something that people need to know. If it's true, it's true. All right? Pay attention to this. This is Patrice of Black Lives Matter. Feeling like she's being threatened by Candace Owens, but you're going to see Candace Owens' response too. I'm going to just let it play out. I'm not even going to try to convince y'all of anything. Watch this. Just watch.
The right-wing media and right-wing pundits are creating have created an incredibly dangerous environment for me. This morning, I woke up to Candace Owens being outside of my house with a news crew. She was demanding that I come outside. When I looked at the video recording of what she was asking about, she was actually asking about the Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation property. And for some reason, it seems like she thought my house was that. It's unacceptable and it's dangerous that anybody, any stranger, come outside of my house, but it's really unacceptable and dangerous when Candace Owens, another Black woman who is actually working as a part of a right-wing agenda, comes outside of my house with cameras. As you all know, I've experienced, and many of us have experienced, death threats. Many of us are children. Many of us are super vulnerable. And the fact that she's came outside my house and demanded things, harassed me, is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. And I'm going to keep doing the work I need to do to make sure that I'm in right relationship with my community. But I'm not going to let the right wing and right-wing pundits and media try to drive me against my community and have this community driven against me. I'm begging and pleading with all of you all to pay attention to what's happening to me and to many other people, many other leaders inside of this movement. Pay attention to what's happening, because what happened to me today has the potential to open up the floodgates of many other right-wing people that may next time be bearing arms, that may next time be more violent. This is unacceptable. Black people should be able to fight for our rights, for our right to live without being harassed, without being, without fearing for our lives, without having people, strangers, show up to our private and personal property. I'm still in shock. Thank God I called, obviously, my team. Thank God for community, for Black community, for Black movement community here in Los Angeles. I just really, really, Y'all, I really need my family to be safe. I need to be safe. I need my child to be safe. And what happened this morning is not safety. It's not what I deserve. It's not what any of us deserve. So just be diligent when you see shit in the media and you see shit that's being talked about. Please be diligent because they are purposefully doing this. They are purposefully building a wedge between Black people because they know that when we are together, we're stronger, and they've seen what we've done this last decade. They've seen what we've done. And so they're literally trying to destroy us. They're trying to destroy me. They're trying to destroy the movement.
What is the Fair Share Amendment? A permanent source of funding for roads and schools paid for by taxing only the 1% who make more than $1 million a year. It's a win-win for all of us.
And I just need us to be stronger. I need us to be more diligent. I need us to be more present. I need us to be clear. I need us to be accountable. I love y'all so much. Pray for me, pray for my family, and pray and check on Black organizers.
Okay, so this is insane. In real time right now, I am watching Patrice Cullors do a live claiming that I went to her property and demanded to speak to her. And I don't know if I can describe it. She sounds like she's really scared. We're working on a documentary talking about all the funding pertaining to Black Lives Matter. Obviously, we know that Patrice and a lot of the founders purchased $1 million homes in what neighborhoods. They also purchased a Black Lives Matter property. So we went to the property and asked if there was anyone that we could speak to, very politely, by the way. We've got cameras in tow, so there's no way she can, I was all on camera. And we said, I know we can speak to. Nobody asked us to leave. The person who went inside, it was just a white man that we saw outside that was providing security, which is super interesting because obviously Patrice here is anti-police. And so she's, oh my God, I think she's crying on this live, pretending that she was harassed. Like I said, very politely to the guys, I know we can speak to. My name's Candace Owens. We never went over the gate. It was just me ringing the doorbell, trying to speak to someone. He said absolutely nothing. He started just recording us. And we said, okay, if there's no one we can speak to, we're gonna leave. Patrice is pretending to be scared because she knows that this Black Lives Matter lie is falling apart. And she doesn't know what to do. I mean, people are aware of the scam that is Black Lives Matter. She's intentionally limited the comments, so you can't even comment on this post. So I was gonna comment and be like, this is a complete lie, and we have it all on camera in terms of what happens. So what you are seeing right now is the face of a woman who is pretending she's afraid of right-wing pundits when in reality she's being exposed as a fraud who took millions, used the faces of Black people, took millions of dollars to fund herself, to fund her lifestyle, to fund her girlfriend, and to buy $1 million mansions in neighborhoods where no Black people live. So Patrice, this footage this story that we're covering is just a significant one. I have always been interested in the fraud that is Black Lives Matter, your fake tears, your crocodile tears about someone politely ringing your gate and speaking to your white security guard and asking if there was anyone that I could talk to because I was covering the story. Not really gonna cut it, Patrice. This is only going to commit me further to discovering the truth about what you have done with this funding. Black people died, you used their faces to raise money, you demanded that the policing be stopped. You demanded that police officers be defunded, but you've got a private security detail outside of $1 million homes. It just doesn't work this way, sweetheart. So the truth shall set you free, or Candace Owens shall set you free, girl, because I'm about to tell the truth. All right, we're still filming. Bye.
discovered the 8 immortal kings of Samaria lived a total of 241,200 years. I've discovered through my research that these type of
In congressional hearings, the minority party gets to select its own witnesses. And of all the people the Republicans could have selected, they picked Candace Owens. I don't know Miss Owens. I'm not going to characterize her. I'm going to let her own words do the talking. I'm going to play for you the first 30 seconds of a statement she made about Adolf Hitler.
I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets, the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist. But if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. Problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German. Everybody to be German.
All right, so my first question is to Ms. Kirchhoff. Ms. Owens said, quote, if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. So when people try to legitimize Adolf Hitler, does that feed into white nationalist ideology?
It does, Mr. Liu. I know that Ms. Owens distanced herself from those comments later, but we expressed great concern over the original comments.
Would you like time to respond to that?
Yes, I think it's pretty apparent that Mr. Liu believes that Black people are stupid and will not pursue the full clip in its entirety. He purposely presented an extracted clip.
The witness will suspend for a moment. It's not proper to refer disparagingly or to a member of the committee. The witness will not do that again. Witness may continue.
Sure, even though I was called despicable.
Witness may not refer to a member of the committee as stupid.
I didn't refer to him as stupid. That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. You didn't listen to what I said. May I continue?
Please.
As I said, he is assuming that Black people will not go pursue the full 2-hour clip. And he purposefully extracted, he cut off, and you didn't hear the question that was asked of me. He's trying to present as if I was launching a defense of Hitler in Germany, when in fact, the question that was asked of me was pertaining to whether or not I believed that Hitler whether or not I believed in nationalism, and that nationalism was bad. And what I responded to was that I do not believe that we should be characterizing Hitler as a nationalist. He was a homicidal, psychopathic maniac that killed his own people. A nationalist would not kill their own people. That is exactly what I was referring to in the clip, and he purposely wanted to give you a cut-up similar to what they do to Donald Trump to create a different narrative. That was unbelievably dishonest, and he did not allow me to respond to it, which is worrisome to tell you a lot about where people are today in terms of trying to drum up narratives. By the way, I would like to also add that I work for Prager University, which is run by an Orthodox Jew, and a single Democrat showed up to the embassy opening in Jerusalem. I sat on a plane for 18 hours to make sure that I was there. I'm deeply offended by the insinuation of revealing that clip without the question that was asked of me.
I just have to say that I object strenuously to your use of the word hilarious. To me, this feels a lot like your reaction to being named in one of these manifestos. Now, you're of course not responsible for somebody writing that document, but I do think that laughing at it is a real problem, because these are real families that are impacted by this violence. And I think our efforts towards talking about this have to start from a place of mutual respect, which is what I've heard from this side of the table. Now, the reason we don't have those numbers, I want those numbers as much as you do, but to say the numbers don't show something is simply not supported by the data.
Okay, and I have 38 seconds left, Ms. Mulligan, if you want to respond within that time.
The only thing I would add is that it's in the name. Terrorism, domestic terrorism, it terrorizes us. It terrorizes us in our homes, it terrorizes us in our schools. And to the points made by the other panelists, it is disproportionate to its impact on any individual life. It's not.
You reject the idea of something that doesn't matter, or doesn't really matter.
Absolutely reject.
Okay. All right, so here's where we are. Every member now has had 5 minutes and, okay, and Mr. Clay, so we have 2 members who have not, so I'm gonna go to the 2 members who have not yet, and we'll give an opportunity for a closing thought to any member who wants before we go.
Am I next responder or is Mr. Meadows?
I thought Mr. Meadows was
Mr.
next.
Meadows, okay.
Mr. Meadows is next, and Mr. Clay, then to you, Mr. Cook.
Ms. Owens, obviously, this is a gang up on you. You know, we're giving these witnesses the ability to do a rebuttal on you. And so, you know, I find it unfair, Ms. Balloon. I mean, you know, candidly, for you to show mutual respect and then you to go after Ms. Owens is not appropriate. So, Ms. Owens, you can have 4 minutes and 34 seconds to respond. However, I'll yield to you.
Thank you. I believe, Ms. Owens, when you used the word hilarious, it was referencing the fact that no one had asked you a question. It wasn't to the subject matter of the hearing. Is that right?
That is correct.
And perhaps to have another witness insinuate something that is not accurate is just not appropriate, Mr. Chairman, for how witnesses are supposed to behave in front of this committee. I also think you didn't say it doesn't matter about the subject matter of today's hearing. You said there are other subjects that matter as well, and maybe we should spend some time on those. Is that accurate?
That is correct, and they matter much, 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 much more. And I have said that. I said that in my opening, and I will say it again. You know that white supremacy, white nationalism is ranks nowhere near the top of the issues that are facing Black America. And the reason that you are bringing them up in this room is because it is attempt to make the election all about race as a Democrat.
Not in my case,
Please
Mr.
don't cut me off.
Please do not characterize my mood.
Mr. Chairman, it's my time. It's my time.
You've got your time, Mr. President. 3 more seconds.
Every 4 years, you bring up race, and you knew exactly what I meant when I said hilarious, and you just tried to do live what the media does all the time to Republicans, to our president, and to conservatives. But you tried to manipulate what I said to fit your narrative, okay? I was not referring to the subject matter that is hilarious. I said it's hilarious that we are sitting in this room today, and I've got 2 doctors and a missus, and nobody can give us real numbers that we can respond to so we can assess how big of a threat this is. Because you know that it is not as big of a threat as you are trying to make it out to be, that you can manipulate. And the audacity of you to bring up the Christ Church shooting manifesto and make it seem as if I laughed at people that were slaughtered by a homicidal maniac is, in my opinion, absolutely despicable. And I think that we should be above that. To try to assign reality or any meaning to a homicidal maniac writing a manifesto, which, by the way, let the record show, also cited Spyro the Dragon, the child's cartoon, as a source of inspiration. He also cited Nelson Mandela as a source of information. I don't think that Nelson Mandela has inspired mosque shootings. You can correct me if you think I'm wrong. You would rather assign meaning to a homicidal maniac than to actually address the things that I said today that are actually harming Black America. Number 1, father absence. Number 2, the education system and the illiteracy rate. Illegal immigration ranks high, abortion ranks high, white supremacy and white nationalism, if I had to make a list again of 100 things, would not be on it. This hearing, in my opinion, is a farce. And it is ironic that you're sitting here and you're having pre-Caucasian people testify and tell you what their expertise are. Do I know what my expertise are? Black in America. I've been Black in America my whole life, all 30 years. And I can tell you that you guys have done the exact same thing every 4 years ahead of an election cycle, and it needs to stop.
I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows. And now,
After saving with customized car insurance from Liberty Mutual, I customize everything. Like Marco's backpack. This is a full 3-month.
Breakfast in bed. I just drank this. Drank what?
You know, I want you guys out there to get your popcorn, your beer, your weed, whatever you need to relax and chill. Because I'm going to give you guys an interesting story about the Charlos getting dropped as foreign. Well, one of the Charlos getting dropped as foreign by Errol Spence. This is a must-hear story right here. A lot of people is spectating. They don't know whether to really believe the story or not. I'm letting you guys know right now the truth on what happened in the sparring. Now, you will hear my smoke alarm in the background. Why? Because this is an older clip. You know, time's better now, but times is hard at these times. You know, it is what it is. So, like I said, get your popcorn because it's gonna be a good 20 minutes of entertainment, y'all. All right, enjoy. All right, y'all. Welcome to another episode of my sparring stories. Now, this sparring story right here between Errol Spence and Jermell Charlo, the reason this sparring story right here is so interesting is because these guys have sparred with each other countless of times. But this was the time when they first basically, you know, popped each other's cherry, you know, pause when it comes down to getting to know each other, how each other fight, actually practicing with each other. They were both new to each other when it came down to sparring. And these two,
This is exactly what we need to be hearing right now. This isn't pull yourself up by the bootstraps. This is common sense. First time. This would be my first time ever reacting to Thomas so well. Judging by the title of the video and judging by what a lot of you guys have been telling me in the comment section, it looks like this fellow gentleman is going to be rather very interesting, okay? The reason why I say this is going to probably be the most interesting video or the most interesting thing I've seen for a long time is because we look at people like Tom McDonald, Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, a lot of the people I've already had on the channel, right? When white people call out a specific thing or call out black people on something, they're called a racist. But what happens when a black man does the same thing? I'm assuming you call them like an Uncle Tom. I'm assuming you call them a sellout, right? So we are going to get straight into this video. And as always, I'll let you know my thoughts on afterwards. Let's go.
When I grew up in Harlem in the 40s and 50s, I never heard a gunshot.
Black subculture preventing. Oh, let me read what you say in your preface. You say, "Let me stay here." Preventing. Oh, let me read what you say in your preface. You say, "Let me stay here." And now that these essays do not mean 1, all Southern whites were or are rednecks. 2, all Black Americans today or in the past were or are Black rednecks. What? Whites were or are rednecks. 2, all Black Americans today or in the past were or are Black rednecks. One cannot predict, you write, much less forestall all the clever misinterpretations that others might put on one's words. The most that can be done is to alert honest people to the problem. Black rednecks, who are they?
These would be blacks who came out of the Southern culture and who carried that culture with them north into the urban ghettos, into the ghettos of the South for that matter, and who have not moved out of that culture since. Over the years, both blacks and whites have moved away from that culture. But in the poorest and worst of the ghetto areas, there are lots of people who have not. And these kinds of, it's a culture which didn't do whites any good, and it's certainly not doing blacks any good today. And the tragedy is that people regard this culture as somehow the authentic Black culture, and therefore you're not to interfere with it.
You may not fall in love with who you're voting for.
I'm proud to be a bartender. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I
don't feel no ways tired. I come too far.
I hate that.
From where I started from.
Black English is considered not quite proper English. On the other hand, if blacks happen to have all the power and own all the corporations and whites were working for them, it would be the other way around.
There was a period, I'm trying to remember now, I believe it was in the mid-70s, when substandard English began to become viewed as a discipline of its own within linguistic studies and so forth. And for all I know, it was all perfectly legitimate that certain speech patterns would be traced back to various regions in Africa and so forth. And this is a language of its own that has its own validity. But your argument would be, I don't really care what its validity is. It's holding people back.
Yeah.
It's preventing them from participating in the wider society. Is that right?
Absolutely. And also, none of these things went back to Africa.
Oh, is that so?
No. Yes, they did not go back to Africa.
Oh, really?
If you look at the peace, for example, using the word acts for ass and stuff like that, all of that goes back to the South. And it goes back to the parts of Britain from which white Southerners came. So if you trace calling hog entrails chitlins, that was in a certain section of Britain, the section from which whites moved into the South, and they were known as rednecks and crackers in Britain in centuries past before they ever set foot in the South. So the whole thing is as phony as a $3 bill.
In Intellectuals and Race, you cite an observation by the intelligence expert, IQ scientist James Flynn, that just stopped me cold. After the Second World War, you've got large numbers of American troops remaining in Germany. For that matter, there's still several tens of thousands there today. And both black and white American soldiers had children with German women. And Flynn discovered that those children growing up in Germany showed no IQ differences at all. The black kids and the white kids, the same. Professor Flynn concluded that the reason was that the offspring of black soldiers in Germany grew up in a nation with no black subculture, close quote. Which means what? Which means they experience exactly the same expectations. Is this
No, the expectations are external. The culture in which they grew up with was not the culture in which black kids grew up in America today.
So there's
no gangster rap. That was pervasively available in Germany.
So here's what I'm getting. There is something about black subculture in America today that holds African Americans themselves back?
Yes, because that very same subculture held whites in the South back as well. That in the time, this mental testing in the First World War turned up, among other things, the fact that whites in various 4 or 5 southern states scored lower on the mental test than blacks from 4 or 5 northern states. And so it really was a question of the subculture that was there, which was a handicap to both. I could go on for days about social degeneration, but let me give you just one quick example. When I grew up in Harlem in the 40s and 50s, I never heard a gunshot. Now, I'm sure someone fired a gun somewhere in Harlem, but it was not such a pervasive thing that you had to hear it. I have relatives in Washington. I asked them the same question. People in my generation.
Growing up in Washington, D.C.
Yes, and low-income black neighborhoods. Did you ever hear a gunshot when you were growing up? The answer was no. I have relatives in North Carolina. I asked the same question. No. And now, people in housing projects especially, they put kids, some of them, in bed in bathtubs so that they won't be hit by stray bullets in the night. Now we take it for granted that there's tremendous levels of crime and violence in the black community. That was not always the case. In the 20s, it was very common for white celebrities, including George Gershwin and William Faulkner, to go up to Harlem not only for entertainment places, but to go into private homes with kids, people they knew. And Gershwin played Rhapsody in Blue and this home where Walter White lived. Milton Friedman, when he was a graduate student at Columbia, he and the lady he later married would go dancing at the Savoy Ballroom in Harlem. And he said, we had no fear of being mugged or accosted on the street or anything like that.
I've heard you say, Tom, when you were a boy growing up in Harlem yourself, your own neighborhood felt totally safe to you.
Not totally safe. I wouldn't exaggerate. There's nothing resembling today. I mean, I did sleep on hot nights. I would sleep out on the fire escape. When I tell people in Harlem that today, they think I'm from another galaxy. But that people slept on the fire escapes in New York and in the public parks in the 30s, all over the city, because it was not a jungle. You could run through a great number of other things. Children raised without two parents present. That was about 22% in 1960. One generation later, it was 67%, and it's gone up a little since then as well. And now the rate among whites is higher than it was among blacks in 1960.
Why it's hard for blacks to move out of culture. One, what
I take responsibility.
I take responsibility.
I take
I
responsibility.
can do this.
Black people are being slaughtered in the streets, killed in their own homes. These are our brothers and sisters, our friends, our family. We are done watching them die.
How do you define a white liberal?
Those kinds of people who have the kinds of attitudes that are called liberal in the United States, although the word is misused, those people have created an atmosphere in which these counterproductive cultures are to be celebrated, perpetuated, and the consequences overlooked. It reminds me of a scene in the Blue Max where this general is encouraging this daredevil pilot to do all kinds of wild stunts, you see, knowing that the guy's going to kill himself if he keeps doing this, and therefore the general will be rid of a political problem. Now, I don't think that the white liberals are doing this deliberately, but I think the net results are the same. They are cheering blacks on and doing things that are absolutely self-destructive.
Black leaders, aka
One of the things I discovered in the research for my book I'm currently working on is that leaders of groups that are lagging in countries around the world almost invariably have counterproductive policies for them. And it makes perfect sense, because insofar as members of lagging groups assimilate into the values and achievements of a larger society, they don't need those leaders. I mean, there's no mystery to me as to why Jesse Jackson says what he does, or Al Sharpton and others, because that benefits them, but it does not benefit the people they lead. And all the incentives are for leaders to lead people into things that don't help the people, but help the leaders.
Well, you create there would be an exception for Dr. King, though, wouldn't there?
Yes, but one of the things that's different
because you're earliest, or why? What's different?
Well, it's like insurgent movements in general. When an insurgency starts off, by definition, it has an uphill battle. Now, and you can look at the history of Christianity, for heaven's sake. If you're going to be a Christian in the Roman Empire, before in the first century, you had a lot of grief to go through. Now, but after Christianity becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire, this is a bonanza, and there's a lot to be done. And so now you will follow policies that are the opposite of what you advocated. You would see that with all kinds of other insurgent movements.
Somewhere, watching this interview, there's a young Thomas Sowell. There's an African American who's smart and wants to do something with his life. What seems to me, we've already got one piece of advice you'd offer to him is stay away from the races industry. Stay away from what advice, race hustlers. What advice would you give a young Thomas Sowell? How do you make something of yourself?
Enlighten me.
As an African American in America today?
The way anybody else would. You equip yourself with skills that people are willing to pay for.
Yo, that ended perfectly. You know what that exactly reminded me of? That reminded me exactly of the Kathy Newman, Jordan Peterson debate. Equip yourself with skills, certain characteristics, and certain attributes that are going to draw you and draw other people around you. This is exactly what the Black community needs to hear. Now, this isn't to say that hip hop or rap is inherently wrong or is inherently evil, but it's the messages, and there is some provocative sense within these mediums of music. such as rap and hip hop, that a lot of the African Americans, I mean, yes, there's other races that do the same thing, but specifically, this is just specific to the African American community right now. A lot of what this really just boils down to, MLK, the content of one's character. If you are willing to succeed in life, if you want to succeed, if you want to get ahead, if you want to do everything you can to make the best life for yourself that you can do it, regardless of skin color. And so when we see these white liberals and these people pretty much shaming themselves, oh, I'm sorry, it's almost a sense of self-justification for the cycle to continue. That cycle is not taking responsibility for the things that Black.
It's time to take action. Start by talking to your doctor to see if Descovy is right for you. Whether you or your doctor. Yeah, baby, we got the brother Jordan Peterson versus Michael Dyson. Let's dive right on in.
Let's have you jump in on this idea of what you see as the pernicious danger of groupthink when it comes to ethnicity, when it comes to gender. Why do you think that's one of the primal sins in your view of political correctness?
Well, I think it's one of the primal sins of identity politics players on the left and the right, just to be clear about that. Personally, since this has got personal at times, I'm no fan of the identitarian right. I think that anybody who plays a game, a conceptual game where group identity comes first and foremost, risks an exacerbation of tribalism. It doesn't matter whether it's on the left or the right. With regards to the idea of group rights, well, there's a fundamental, and this is something we've fallen into terribly in Canada, not least because we have to contend with the threat of Quebec separatism. But the idea of group rights is extraordinarily problematic because the obverse of the coin of individual rights is individual responsibilities. And you can hold an individual responsible, and an individual can be responsible. And so that's partly why individuals have rights. But groups, how do you hold a group responsible? I mean, the whole idea is it's not a good idea to hold a group responsible. First of all, it flies in the face of the idea of the sort of justice systems that we've laid out in the West that are essentially predicated first on the assumption of individual innocence, but also on the possibility of individual guilt, not group guilt. We saw what happened in the 20th century many, many times when the idea of group guilt was enabled to get a foothold, let's say, in the polity and in the justice system. It was absolutely catastrophic. And so, okay, fine, group rights. Well, how are you going to contend with the alternative to that, the opposite of that? Well, where's the group responsibility? How are you going to hold your groups responsible? Well, we don't have to talk about that because we're too concerned with rectifying historical injustices, hypothetical and otherwise. And that's certainly not to say that there weren't any shortage of absolutely catastrophic historical injustices. That's not the point. The point is how you view the situation at the most fundamental level. And group rights are an absolute catastrophe, in my opinion.
But let's, Michelle, come in on that point.
Okay. The reason that Trump and Brexit in Britain and all kinds of nativists all over Europe are succeeding is not the triumph of the right. It's the catastrophic failure of the left. It's our fault. We absolutely. My point is not that I've turned to the right.
So is that what Brexit was all about? I remember hearing stuff about Brexit. Let me know if Brexit was a political thing, like the left versus the right kind of situation. Let me know.
To anything like that, all that I'm nice and fluffy and want everybody to be decent. I'm saying fuck political correctness. Resist. Fight. If you have a point of view, fight it in the proper manner, using democracy as it should be, not channels of education, not language. You know, it's so silly. But there's a chess rule, you know. In chess, the best move to play in chess is not the best chess move, it's the move your opponent least wants you to play. At the moment, you're being recruiting sergeants for the right, but by annoying and upsetting, and instead of fighting, either fighting or persuading. But political correctness is a middle course that simply doesn't work.
Well, first of all, you said be empirical. Now, empirical, as far as I know, the word means that which can be verified or falsified through the sense.
Exactly.
So if we look at it in an objective way, the reality is that people don't have equal access to the means to articulate the very moment you're talking about.
I'm talking about the empirical results of this political attitude.
I understand that, but my point is simply this. I'm suggesting to you that people use the weapons at hand. Now, it was Abraham Joshua Heschel, the rabbi, who said everybody's not guilty, but everybody's responsible. Right? That's a distinction there. Everybody clearly is not guilty. But what's interesting, look at the flip side. If you have benefited from 300 years of holding people in servitude, thinking that you did it all on your own, why can't these people work harder? Let me see, for 300 years, you ain't had no job. So the reality is, for 300 years, you hold people in abeyance. You hold them in subordination. You refuse to give them rights. Then all of a sudden, you free them and say you're now individuals, not having the skills, not having the skills. I'm talking about America, first of all. I'm talking about American society, first of all. I'm talking about the Northern Hemisphere. I'm talking about every society where enslavement has existed, but I'm speaking specifically of the repudiation of individual rights among people of color in America who were denied the opportunity to be individuals. So I obviously, and ideally, I think Michelle Goldberg does too, agree with the emphasis on individuals. What we're saying to you is that we have not been permitted to be individuals. We have not been permitted to exercise our individual autonomy and authority, and the refusal to do so, to recognize me as an individual, means when you roll up on me and I'm a 12-year-old boy in a park, and you shoot first in ways you do to black kids that you don't do to white kids, you are not treating that person as an individual. If we're living in a society where women are subject to aberrant forms of horrid, patriarchal, sexist, and misogynist behavior, you are not acknowledging the centrality of the individuality of women. You are treating them according to a group dynamic. And if we get beyond the ability of people on the right to understand the degree to which they have operated from the basis of benefit from group identity, without having said, I end by saying this. The great American philosopher Beyonce Knowles said that it has been said that racism is so American that if you challenge racism, you look like you're challenging America. We are challenging inequality. We are challenging the refusal to see me as an individual. When we overcome that, have at it, we're all on equal.
I think it's got a couple of questions.
Jordan Peterson's response. I got a feeling it's going to be fantastic. Let's find out.
Let's folks. I'm gonna go to Jordan, then to you. Let's assume for a moment that I benefited from my white privilege. Okay, so let's assume that. That's fine. Yeah, well, that's what you would say. So, so let's say here. Let's get precise about this. Okay.
Was that very individual of you?
Let's get precise about this. Okay.
Let's get precise.
To what degree is my present level of attainment or achievement a consequence of my white privilege? And I don't mean sort of. I mean, do you mean 5%? Do you mean 15%? Do you mean 25%? Do you mean 75%? And what do you propose I do about it? How about a tax? How about a tax that's like specialized for me so that I can account for my damn privilege, so that I can stop hearing about it? Now, let's get precise about one other thing, okay? We'll get precise.
It was like, oh yeah, talking some good shit. Little tax.
About it. Now, let's get precise about what. You mean 25%? You mean 75%? And what do you propose I do about it? How about a tax? How about a tax that's like specialized for me so that I can account for my damn privilege, so that I can stop hearing about it? Now, let's get precise about one other thing, okay? We'll get precise.
It was like, oh yeah, talking some good shit. Little tax. What the hell? I would never.
Precise about one other thing.
Precise.
Yeah, precise. Yes. And so, if we can agree, and we haven't, that the left can go too far, which it clearly can, then how would my worthy opponents precisely define when the left that they stand for has gone too far? You didn't like equity, equality of outcome. I think that's a great marker. But if you have a better suggestion and won't sidestep the question, let's figure out how I can dispense with my white privilege, and so that you can tell me when the left has gone too far, since they clearly can. And that's what this debate is about political correctness. It's about the left going too far. And I think it's gone too far in many ways. And I'd like to figure out exactly how and when, so the reasonable left can make its ascendance again, and we can quit all this nonsense.
Okay. Mike, I want to come to you on on Jordan's point about how does he, in a sense, get an equal voice in this debate back if
it is implied that his participation brings with it this baggage of white privilege that doesn't allow him to see clearly the issues that are before us.
But that is to be complicit in the very problem itself, terminologically. You're beginning at a point that's already productive and controversial. You're saying, how can he get his equality back? Who are you talking about? Jordan Peterson, trending #1 on Twitter? Jordan Peterson, with an international bestseller? I want him to tweet something out about me in my book. Jordan Peterson.
Little self promo, but he's trending because I feel like a lot of people agree with him. I personally feel like Jordan Peterson is a very, very reasonable person. I don't think he's radical in any type of way, shape, or fashion. I feel like he speaks the mind of a lot of people. A lot of people are afraid to say what he's saying because of the PC culture that we live in. And if you say anything wrong, then they try to cancel you. And Jordan Peterson doesn't give a shit about being canceled, so to speak. So he's saying what a lot of people want to say, but they're too afraid to. And I think that's part of the reason why he's become so popular. And also, I think he mirrors a lot of people's mindset in terms of not being.
This is your chance to win a brand new Mercedes 4x4 Sprinter van with an $80,000 eco-friendly conversion from Van Smith. So if you've been dreaming about living the ultimate van life and drooling over custom builds, then get ready to have your wildest fantasies come true. Recently, Brian from Wyoming won his very own home on the road, and you could be next. Just go to amaze.com/sprintervan and enter now. Every donation will support the Mike Rowe Works Foundation. Good luck.
Radical in any type of way, shape, or fashion. I don't think Jordan Peterson is radical at all. I think he's center. We're close to center. And I think that, like I said before in previous videos, I think that's where most people are. They sit somewhere near to the middle. That's the way I see it. But y'all let me know in the comment section.
Right? This is what I'm saying to you. Why the rage, bruh? You're doing well, but you're a mean, mad white man. And they're going to get us right. And I have never seen so much wine and snowflaking. There's enough wine here to start a vineyard. And what I'm saying to you empirically and precisely, when you ask the question about white privilege, the fact that you asked it in the way you did, dismissive, pseudoscientific, non-empirical, and without justification, the truth is that white privilege doesn't act according to quantifiable segments. It's about the degree to which we are willing as a society to grapple with the ideals of freedom, justice, and equality upon which it's based. Number two, what's interesting to me, you're talking about not having a collective identity. What do you call a nation? Are you Canadian? Are you Canadian by yourself? Are you an individual, or are you part of a group? When America formed its union, it did so in opposition to another group. So the reality is that those who are part of group identities in politics deny the legitimacy and validity of those groups and the fact that they have been created thusly, and then have resentment against others. All I'm asking for is the opportunity. The quotation you talk about, the difference between the quality of outcome and quality of opportunity, that's a staid and retried argument, hackneyed phrase derived from the halcyon days of the debate over affirmative action. Are you looking for outcomes that can be determined equally, or are you looking for opportunity? If you free a person after a whole long time of oppression and say now you are free to survive, if you have no skills, if you have no quantifiable means of existence, what you have done is liberated them into oppression. And all I'm suggesting to you, Lyndon Baines Johnson, one of our great presidents, said, if you start a man in a race 100 years behind, it is awfully difficult to catch up. So I don't think Jordan Peterson is suffering from anything except an exaggerated sense of entitlement and resentment, and his own privilege is invisible to him, and it's manifest with
Life isn't completely fair. That's life, part of it. So what? We didn't start at the same So what, we didn't start off in the same financial situation? A lot of people don't. Not every white person starts off rich. I'm sorry if y'all hear her pooping. We have been doing this for years and it hasn't gotten us anywhere. And y'all know the old saying, to quote a white privileged man, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I wish I could talk to some people and drill it in their head. Nobody cares. Work hard. That should be a saying that's everywhere. So what if you started, if the other person got a head start in the race? So be what? Figure it out. Suit up and lace your boots up. Let's get to work. I don't know. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Y'all let me know in the comment section. But that's just the way I feel.
Lethal intensity and ferocity right here on stage.
Well, what I derive from that series of rebuttals, let's say, is twofold. The first is that saying that the radical left goes too far when they engage in violence is not a sufficient response by any stretch of the imagination, because there are sets of ideas in radical leftist thinking that led to the catastrophes of the 20th century, and that was at the level of idea, not at the level of violent action. It's a very straightforward thing to say you're against violence. It's like being against poverty. It's like, generically speaking, decent people are against poverty and violence. It doesn't address the issue in the least. And with regards to my privilege or lack thereof, I mean, I'm not making the case that I haven't had advantages in my life and disadvantages in my life like most people. You don't know anything about my background, where I came from. It doesn't matter to you because fundamentally I'm a mean white man. That's a hell of a thing to say in a debate.
Very, very brief, because I want to move on to men and women.
The mean man like comment was not predicated upon my historical excavation of your past. It's based upon the evident vitriol with which you speak and the denial of a sense of equanimity among combatants in an argument. So I'm saying again, you're a mean man like man, and the viciousness is evident.
Crowd didn't like that. Change the deck. So let's bring Jordan in on this, because you've written and commented about a lot.
Well, I think I'm going to point out two things again. The first is that my question about when the left goes too far still hasn't been answered. And then the second thing I'm going to point out is that, it's conceivable that I am a mean man.
Let's see. Pizza. What do you want? It's an AC one.
I'm cold.
You cold?
Yes, I'm turn off AC now.
It's only 76. It's supposed to be 73.
Oh, okay.
I'll leave it on. I'll turn it off.
Okay. Okay.
AC is off.
Who won now?
You're cold, okay. So it worked. I'm cold too. I'm cold too. I'm cold. I am cold. What do you think of? This house break goes on every 5 minutes.
Come on, like that.
You know, I mean, maybe
Is this audio like off? Like his mouth is moving at a different time than what I hear coming out. What the hell?
meaner than some people and not as mean as others. I think that's probably more the case. But I would say the fact that race got dragged into that particular comment is a better exemplar of what the hell I think is wrong with the politically correct left than anything else that could have possibly happened.
Imagine the hurt, the anxiety, the insult that you might genuinely feel, according to what I felt was an
Hi, my name is Fami, and I would like to give you a new reason why you should consider
appropriate comment of description at the moment of its expression. But imagine now those hurt feelings, and
I know where he's going.
Okay, you feel great. You feel great about it.
It's really different. I'm not a victim. I'm not hurt.
You're not hurt. Okay, you wouldn't be a victim. So what's interesting is that whatever non-traditional feelings of empathy you endure at this particular point, the point is, imagine then the horrors that so many others have had to put up with for so long when they are refused to acknowledge their humanity. Now, I take your point seriously.
So you're
let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
To me.
Let me finish. You're not my inquisitioner. Okay. What I'm saying to you is that when you said you were upset that I added the element of race there, right? When I said mean man, white man. Well, what's interesting is that you may have felt that you were being ascribed a group identity to which you do not subscribe. You may have felt that you were being unfairly judged according to your particular race. You may have felt that your individual identity was being besmirched by my rather careless characterization of you, all of which qualifies for a legitimate response to me, but also the point we've been trying to make about the refusal to see our individual existence as women, as people of color, as First Nation people, and the like. My point simply has been, the reason I talked about race in that particular characterization, because there's a particular way in which I have come to a city. I don't know if there are a lot of black people out here, not sure, but I constantly come to places and spaces that are not my natural habitat, other than intellectual engagement and the love and the fury of rhetorical engagement, yes. But I often go into hostile spaces where people will not vote in favor for my particular viewpoint because I'm interested as an individual of breaking down barriers so that people can understand just how complicated it is. So what I'm saying to you is that I would invite you, in terms of the surrender of your privilege, to give you a specific response. Come with me to a Black Baptist church. Come with me to a historically Black college. Come with me to an indigenous or First Nations community where we're able to engage in some of the lovely conversation, but also to listen and hear. And when I added race to that, I was talking about the historically evinced inability to acknowledge others' pains equally to the one that they are presently enduring. So, as a human being, I love you, my promise, but I stand by my comment.
Well, I've seen the sorts of things that you're talking about. I happen to be an honorary member of an indigenous family, so don't tell me about what I should go see with regards to oppression. You don't know anything about me.
You asked me a question, I gave you a response.
Yeah. You gave me a generic response.
It's not
generic race-based
response. Jordan Peterson, I would like for you to come with me, Michael Eric Jackson, to a Black Baptist church.
I would be happy to do that.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna hook you up.
Mr. That. So I'm not here to claim that there's no such thing as oppression, unfairness, brutality, discrimination, unfair use of power, all of those. Anyone with any sense knows that hierarchical structures tilt towards tyranny, and that we have to be constantly wakeful to ensure that all they are isn't power and tyranny. It's interesting to hear Foucault referred to. It's unfortunate, but it's interesting. You know, because Foucault, like his French intellectual confreres, essentially believed that the only basis upon which hierarchies were established is power. And that's part of this pernicious politically correct doctrine that I've been speaking about. When a hierarchy becomes corrupt, then the only way to ascend it is to exercise power. That's essentially the definition of a tyranny. But that doesn't mean that the imperfect hierarchies that we have constructed in our relatively free countries, which at least tilt somewhat towards competence and ability, as evidenced by the staggering achievements of civilization that we've managed to produce, it doesn't mean that the appropriate way of diagnosing them is to assume without reservation unidimensionally that they're all about power, and as a consequence everyone who occupies any position within them is a tyrant or a tyrant in the making. And that is certainly the fundamental claim of someone like Foucault. And it's part and parcel of this, what would you call it, this ideological catastrophe that's political correctness. I'm not here to argue against progress. I'm not here to argue against equality of opportunity. Anyone with any sense understands that even if you're selfish, you're best served by allowing yourself access to the multiplicitous talents of everyone and to discriminate against them for arbitrary reasons unrelated to their competences. It's abhorrent. That has nothing to do with the issue at hand.
I don't understand why people think he's so radical. Like if you just sit and you listen to him speak, I'll put this simply. I feel like Jordan Peterson speaks from a place of common sense. That's the best way that I could put it. Simplest way I could put it. When you listen to Jordan speak, you're like, oh yeah, of course, that's common sense. You know? Yeah, that's common sense. Of course. Like in my opinion. But let me know how y'all feel.
It isn't that good things haven't happened in the past and should continue to happen. That's not the point. The point is the point my compatriot Fry made, which is, well, we can agree on the catastrophe and we can agree on the historic inequity, but there's no way I'm going to agree that political correctness is the way to address any of that. And there's plenty of evidence to the contrary, some of which I would say was displayed quite clearly tonight.
And that is my point. For one, I feel like Michael Dyson said a lot. I feel like he rambled on quite a bit. But also, like, was he right in some of the things that he said? Yeah, sure. And I find that people that are losing arguments or debates, they resort to like the name calling and the belittling and like just the childish things. And it's always a bit interesting to watch that unfold. People come into a debate all peaceful, you know, and then once they start losing, all that shit goes out the fucking window. And it is some of the funniest stuff or craziest stuff to watch. But also, I don't see how anyone could call Jordan Peterson a radical. He acknowledged Michael's statements, and he even agreed that some of them do exist. But like at a certain point, that victim mentality isn't gonna get anybody anywhere. You know, suit up and lace your boots up, and let's all get to work. Let's all love each other. Let's all work together. Stop the name calling and the blaming and the victim mentality. But maybe I'm wrong on this. Y'all let me know how you feel about it in the comment section below. Smack that like button. It greatly helps the channel out. We really, really appreciate it. Hit that subscribe button if you're new, and hit that bell button too, so you know when all these videos drop. All right, and go and join the new Discord server. It's the first link down below. Peace and love. I'm out.
USAA is made for the sick pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bomb. With USAA,
someone should have said something about Harvey Weinstein much sooner.
But we could start somewhere else. We could start with Harvey Weinstein was wrong to do what he did.
We got another one with Jordan Peterson. We have, I'm actually an expert, what we're going to be checking out today. Y'all going to have to excuse the multitasking here. Go and join the new Discord server too. It's the first link in the description box below. Yes, go.
So when you talk, say, about domestic violence, and there's a sort of thesis behind it, and I'm putting it in a nutshell here, so feel free to rephrase it, that men, in the end, if men are pushed too far by too aggressive a feminism, there will be a backlash, and that there's a sort of undercurrent of violence, be it verbal.
Oh, that's a warning, that's a warning.
But it's a warning that kind of suggests that there may be sort of fault in those who push progressivism too far. They will get a backlash. Some people, of course, see that as a bit of a permissive environment for bad behavior.
Well, people tend to confuse describing the likelihood of something with supporting the fact that it exists. And I'm describing the likelihood of something, not supporting the fact that it exists. If you push too far on the left, you're going to get a backlash on the right. That's how things work. And this is just a derivation of that as far as I'm concerned.
How does that work in the context of domestic violence?
Oh, I don't think it's applicable in the context of domestic violence at all. I think those things are completely separate issues.
I mean, you were mentioning to me specifically that.
And I was speaking only politically with regards to the backlash. That was a comment on political backlash. And it had nothing to do with domestic violence. That's a whole different issue.
But violence often pops up in your work as something you think drives it. I think you've said in relations between men are regulated by a background threat of force. And that's why men have difficulty with women. Is it really?
No, that's why men have difficulty with women who are completely out of control. But women have difficulty. Women? Well, other women themselves, men, society, just like everyone is controlled. I mean, you're controlled by society. I'm controlled by society, and thank God for that. I mean,
funny. I mean, you described yourself as a liberal earlier, and I think a liberal doesn't think that society controls women or men.
Well, let's say regulates. I'm a psychologist as well.
But what does control a woman? What is this creature? How do we know when we met them?
I'm sure that you've met women in your life that acted towards you in a bullying and detestable manner. It's very difficult for women to cope with that because they don't have any real recourse. And female bullying can be unbelievably vicious. And usually it takes the shape of reputation destruction, innuendo, and gossip. It's well documented. It's very difficult to defend. Men do it too, but men, no. But
disproportionately women, you or not?
Yes, disproportionately women. That's what the data indicate. I mean, if
but
men
what
are.
What is the data on innuendo and gossip?
Well, it's among antisocial behavior among adolescents. It's a well-documented field. So, because people look at aggressive and
I think that's always common sense that women, on average, I'm not saying all, obviously, gossip more than men. I feel like that's common sense, you know? Am I wrong? Let me know in the comment section, please.
Social behavior in women and in men. And in women, it tends to take the expression of innuendo.
When the Navy SEALs discovered they had a weakness in hand-to-hand combat, they called Paul Bunak. If you're familiar with street fighting, you've probably heard of Paul. He's one of the best real-world fight technicians alive today. Black Belt Magazine labeled him the world's most dangerous man before the SEALs even came calling. And the hype was entirely justified, because Paul developed a technique that can end any fight in 10 seconds or less. The SEALs recognized they couldn't stop Paul, so instead, they hired him to train their soldiers in his techniques. For years, the only way to learn Paul's method was to become a SEAL. But his technique proved so powerful that soon the U.S. government was teaching it to numerous government agencies so they could survive a fight in hostile territories. And that's why I learned. My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer, and you might recognize me from my appearances on Shark Tank, the ABC Today Show, or Fox News. Fact is,
gossip and reputation destruction, and in men it tends to take the form of outright physical aggression. There's a whole literature on that. It's not a surprise to anyone. This has been known for 30 years. I mean, the rates of antisocial...
I think the female gossip probably predates 30
Well, it does.
by a long time, but that doesn't...
But
make me gospel.
But people have... No, it doesn't. But people have looked at how women express... Look, women have to express aggression somehow, unless you're willing to say that they're not aggressive. They tend not to do it physically. Not to the degree men do, so they use other channels. And what other channels are there other than physical aggression if you're going to be aggressive? Well, you go after people verbally. You go after them with innuendo and gossip and reputation destruction. And that's how it works.
And just to be clear, that you think that's predominantly a female modus operandi.
It isn't that I think that.
Well,
it's that the clinical literature indicates that. It isn't that I think it.
Well, I'm not interviewing the clinical literature. I'm interviewing you. What you
Well,
think.
I'm a psychologist and a scientist, and I tend to base my opinions on what I've read in the broad, relevant clinical literature.
I love this guy. You know, he said it's not my opinion. I base how I feel or based off of the literature, based off of the studies, based off of the facts of the situation. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're not interviewing the clinical research, but that's where I get my thoughts and my ideas from. So that's what I'm going to spew back at you. I run off of facts and not feelings.
I'm not making this stuff up. I studied antisocial behavior for like 15 years. I'm actually quite an expert on it. And so we know that men are more likely to look at it this way. All right. Women are much more likely to try to commit suicide. And men are much more likely to kill themselves. And the reason for that is that men use lethal force and women don't. Now that's a big difference. Okay, so then you say, well, women manifest aggression towards themselves and to others, but they don't use lethal force. They don't use physical force the same way men do. So they have to do it some other way.
Why do they have to do something some other way? Because people are aggressive. War against, so you basically Hobbesian.
No, half and half.
She said, why do women have to do it a different way? Because men and women are different. Why is that such a bad thing to say that men and women are different? Like I feel like it's become like a crime to say men and women are different.
Half Hobbes, half Rousseau. That's why I'm not an ideologue. Because I don't think that people are good or evil. I think they're both. I don't think that culture is security or tyranny. I think it's both. And I don't think that nature is benevolence or catastrophe. I think it's both. And that's why I'm not an ideologue.
And where do you stand on the Me Too campaign? Good thing?
I think that it risks damaging the presumption of innocence. I mean, there's plenty.
Is there more to it than that?
Oh, sure. Women face the arbitrary admixture of sexual advance.
I like what he said there. He said it risks damaging the presumption of innocence. I feel like we do live in a little bit of a different society now, where if you're accused of something, like you're guilty until proven innocent now, and I think that's a terrible place to be, because you can really destroy people's lives simply by making up something.
And workplace performance all the time. It's a very complicated thing to sort out. We don't know how to sort it out exactly, because NBC, for example, the American TV station, has made it policy that you're not to hug your coworkers, which may be true. Although I don't think it's the sort of thing that a corporation might be deciding for people.
I can't give my coworker a hug. Like, you have every right to. If I walk up to somebody, hey, yo, what's going on, man? You can deny my hug. You can deny it, like, hey, no, stick your fist out, fist bump. I deny people, hugs or handshakes. Coming to you, hey, fist bump, fist bump, fist bump. You know what I mean? For a multitude of reasons. I don't know. I just find that a little weird. Maybe I'm tweaking. Am I tweaking? Let me know.
But we don't know exactly what the rules are for governing male and female behavior in the workplace, because we've only been working together for about 35 years.
We don't know. After 35 years?
Honestly, we should use a condom, but we got distracted.
Honestly, we've been together for a while, so
Getting tested never really crossed my mind. No.
Would it be possible to figure something out?
Not when you're talking about a transformation in behavior that's that profound. I mean, we don't know how men and women can work properly together in the workforce. It's very complicated. Men don't know how to compete.
Millions of men and women across the world go to work together day in, day out.
But you're the one who asked about Me Too.
Let's start with you're the one who.
Me Too is an expression of the fact that men and women are having a hard time regulating their behavior in the workplace. It's the only reason I responded to that. Because the question
is more broadly suggesting that some men are having a great problem with it. What is the lesson of the Harvey Weinstein story for you?
Someone should have said something about Harvey Weinstein much sooner.
But we could start somewhere else. We could start with Harvey Weinstein was wrong to do what he did before we get around to other people should have spoken out. That's the secondary order issue.
Fair enough. I thought that went without saying. There are going to be psychopathic predators. They're going to exist, and what has to happen is that people have to stop them, because they won't stop themselves. And so I thought that was sort of implicit in the statement.
I hate when interviewers do that. Like, duh, that's common sense. Of course he shouldn't have done that. Like, do I honestly need to say that at this point? Like, are we at that point in society? Like, I need to say he should have been doing what he was doing? Well, duh.
Obviously, he shouldn't have done what he did.
But you don't think that the culture in which he was operating, that there was particularly in his world and in many other worlds, that there was a culture of, like, this guy's a powerful guy, he's the great silverback gorilla here, let him get on with it.
Oh, I think that culture was everywhere in Hollywood, which is why
Not
it's
just
actually
Hollywood?
Hollywood particularly. I mean, the casting couch idea has been around for a very long period of time. And I think that the Hollywood types who are all upset about this should look to their own devices with regards to the role they played in fostering the culture that managed that. So.
That sounds like the party is like all the women or who?
No, it's the entire culture. We were talking about culture. So, I mean, it's certainly the Hollywood.
What's the sensible thing for women to do about Me Too, to your mind, and what's the less sensible thing?
That's a hard question. It isn't obvious to me exactly what men and women have to do in the workplace to make that kind of sexual predation much less likely, with also subjecting themselves to restrictions on the sexual aspect of their existence that would be unbearable. It's very difficult.
What would be unbearable about that?
How about everybody wears the same uniform to work? That's what the Maoists, well, look, if you want to eliminate the differences between men and women sexually at the workplace, you have to constrain the sexual differences. I mean, men wear suits to work.
Well, you have to eliminate the sexual differences for people to work together with respect.
You have to eliminate them to some degree.
Why?
Because the question here is, to what degree should sexually related behavior be impermissible at the workplace? Well, it depends on how you define it. Should you be able to dress attractively? And if you can dress attractively, what do you mean by attractively exactly? Like precisely? I got into trouble.
I mean, I dressed nicely today. You look very well dressed to me, right? You're a man and a woman with this nicely dressed. Now we're getting on with the interview. What's the problem?
Well, the problem is the boundaries of what constitutes nicely dressed. Because because part of what constitutes attractiveness, part of what constitutes nicely dressed is sexual attractiveness. Because you can't separate out human attractiveness, sexual attractiveness from human attractiveness. And so then the question is exactly where are the boundaries? And that's what the discussion is about. Where are the boundaries?
The dinner parties, which you described in forward to your book, where friends enjoy debates and disagreements. Do you think in the broader conversation we've lost that spirit, or in danger of losing that spirit?
Oh, I think we're always in danger of losing that spirit, right? Because lack of freedom is much more probable than freedom. We have to be very careful to maintain that because it's always under threat. But I do feel that it's under threat now. I think that people are very careful about what they say in ways that aren't good. I think the fact that many comedians won't perform on university campuses now is a very good indication of that. That's a canary in the coal mine scenario of that.
It's a canary in the coal mine scenario. Now, if I know the canary in the coal mine situation correctly, coal miners used to take a canary down into the coal mine with them. The canary, if I remember right, and I could be wrong, let me know in the comment section. I believe the canary would die if there was an elevated level of something down there that was dangerous. And that would let the coal miners know, we gotta go. If I remember correctly, that's the situation. But let me know in the comment section the canary in the coal mine thing. But I feel in terms of, especially what he said there at the end about the comedians. I know he related it to going on campuses, but I was talking about this in other videos as well. The situation with comedians for at least a little while. I feel like they're kind of coming back a little bit, but we're afraid to make jokes about certain things because they would get canceled. And it's just like, wait, we can't even make jokes anymore? Like, I don't understand. Like, jokes are jokes. They're just that. If you're easily offended, why the fuck are you even watching it? Y'all let me know what you thought about this one in the comment section below. If you agree with me, if you disagree with me, why not? Yeah, smack that like button. Really helps the channel out. We really appreciate it. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. Go and join the new Discord server too. It's the first link down below. Peace and love. I'm out.
So I'm at Beachside Hotel.
He's whack. He ain't got no education. Maybe he's got education. If he does, I don't know what it is, but he's whack.
Ask you a question, Megan? Because you're right. You know more about what's going on in your party than I do.
My sister-in-law is an advisor to Kevin McCarthy. I have a lot of friends and family who work on Capitol Hill.
Like a lot. Hold on. Yeah.
So
Okay,
what's the question?
Hold on. My question is, if it's not the Republican Party, shall I call it the QAnon Party? What shall I call your party now? Who defends people like Matt Gaetz and goes against Liz Cheney? What are we supposed to call it?
I think you can call it whatever you want
Explain it
because
to me,
their
please.
influence in the Republican Party is almost zero. And again, as I said on the show, it is for us to figure out amongst ourselves. One Republican is like, Joy Behar doesn't like my party. Oh God, I better stop voting for them now.
You know what, Megan? Hold on.
Influence on
Megan.
I don't think at least.
Yes, but you often on this show give your opinion of what the Democrats should be doing with themselves to better themselves.
You said that people on Capitol Hill, are supporting him. I'm telling you, from people that I know personally, they are embarrassed. This is embarrassing for the Republican Party.
Okay, then why don't they get rid of him?
They should,
Why don't they get him off his committee?
Because they have to convict him or whatever. I don't know what. They have to. What is it? The police have to arrest him. I don't know about it, but like they have to arrest him and charge him. That's why
they didn't have any problem. They didn't have any problem taking Liz Cheney off of committees without any further investigation.
Liz Cheney, but that's a different thing. Liz Cheney wasn't on the committee. She was the ranking member, and she didn't
really.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Sunny has a legal note that she needs to read right now. So Sunny, would you do me a favor, please, and read your legal note? Can you read your legal note?
There's only one reason I really want to cover this particular clip, and it's not because of the back and forth between Joy Behar and John McCain's daughter, Meghan McCain. It's because there's a concerted effort in the Republican Party to rebrand themselves, to move themselves back away from being the party of Donald Trump and being the party of QAnon, the conspiracy theories. There's a faction of the Republican Party that wants to go back to being the classy Republicans. The type of Republicans who ate caviar while they suppressed our vote. The type of Republicans who, like to go to the country club while they voted against a woman's right to choose. That type of Republican, right?
Joy Behar after she trashes Trump on The View. The View's host, Joy Behar, is always trying to portray President Donald Trump in a negative light. Dr. Phil attended her show on Thursday and had a few words against her. We can safely say that Behar was silenced, hopefully once and for all. Behar pushed Dr. Phil to start and speak against Trump and portray him like something he isn't, a narcissist who shouldn't be a president. Fortunately, Dr. Phil truly knows how things are. Dr. Phil gave a lesson to Behar and her supporting audience by explaining what narcissism actually is. Hopefully, Behar had learned the lesson she needed. Dr. Phil had a list to describe what a narcissist actually is. Here is a transcript of their conversation. So why not just play the clip? After they finished, Goldberg said that a lot of people have those characteristics. Dr. Phil responded, well, that's a lot of people. And if you take out everybody that has any of those characteristics, then you're going to take out a lot of people, including some at this table. Behar then asked him, yourself included? Dr. Phil answered, absolutely. Behar didn't stop there and explained that Obama didn't have those symptoms and went against Dr. Phil because he said that every president is a victim of some disorder. I didn't say they all have it. I said most leaders are under a lot of stress and pressure. So a lot of it will show anxiety, depression at different times. Lots of leaders will have some affliction at different times because the pressure and demands of the office, Dr. Phil answered. Let's take Dr. Phil talks Cash Me Outside meme. Narcissism and more on The View.
No,
tune in to Dr. Phil every day. And a lot of them could use his advice right now. Yeah. So we're going to talk to Dr. Phil McCraw. Welcome, man.
What is she wearing?
Let's see it. So if you're teaching abstinence at home, just putting condoms in high school bathrooms, send the wrong message. Well, in any
You gotta tell the parents, if you're gonna do it, tell the parents, because the thing I've always said is, as parents, we're not gonna be the only voice in our child's ear, so we need to be the best voice in our child's ear. And if we don't know that this is an option for them at school, then we don't have to sit down and say, hey, okay, let's talk about this. I wasn't born last night. I know what's going on. I know what your options are. That's there. It's not encouragement. It's protect. Let's talk about it. I want to know. So when my child sees it the first day, I want to be able to talk to them about it. It's their right to do it. I think sex education is good, but involve the parents. Don't go around them. What the hell's that all about?
I would like to know.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's something that I'm interested in. Now, you want to go further? Yeah. You good? So, yeah, she's gonna ask you this question. Yeah, because so they can't diagnose anybody, you know, somebody they have to have doctors. Therapists, a lot of respected psychologists out there, really big time, big names, are saying that Donald Trump is showing signs of narcissism, which, by the way, one of the symptoms is preoccupied with the fantasies of unlimited power, success, and brilliance. And they're questioning that he has narcissistic disorder. Number one, do you think that's a mental illness, narcissism? And if so, is he fit to be president?
Well, Counselor, that's a compound question, and I object. But, you know, people talk about narcissism, but they don't really know what it means. So I brought a list from the DSM-5 about what narcissism really is, because if I asked people to stand up and define it, they wouldn't know. And let's just take a vote. One has a grandiose sense of self-importance. Two is preoccupied with fantasies of success, power, or brilliance, which you said. Okay. Three believes that he or she is special or unique. Can only be understood by special people. Four requires excessive admiration. Has a sense of entitlement, which means it's very thin-skinned. Is interpersonally exploitive. Lacks empathy. Has the inability to stand in other people's shoes.
You mean like when he makes fun about people who are handicapped?
Just reading it, you can interpret it. Is often envious of others or believes that others are envious of him or shows arrogant and haughty behavior.
That's a lot of people.
Well, that is a lot of people, and if you take out everybody that has any of those characteristics, then you're going to take out a lot of people, including some at this table. But
yourself included.
Absolutely.
Which one are you?
Well, I'll tell you what. Leaders. Let's see. I would have to check a few of these.
All of them know to be
First off, you have to have a number of these present for an extended period of time, and they have to be disruptive to your functioning.
Duh.
Okay? And be disruptive to your functioning. And so the question is this malignant to the point that it puts people's lives in jeopardy, puts our futures in jeopardy? That's what you have to decide. I doubt that there's ever been anyone that has sat in the chair of the presidency that didn't have some type of imbalance, mentally or emotionally, at some point in their life. We all have our hearts broken. We all have things that we go through.
You always look at that President Obama and say he has narcissistic disorder. So you can't just say they all have it. Some people have all the things you said.
Right.
You just checked every one of them.
I said most leaders have a lot of stress and pressure. So a lot of them will show anxiety, depression at different times. A lot of leaders will have celebration at different times because of the pressure and demands of the office.
She could talk about this all day, so why don't we come over here? About a moment on your show that's gone viral. The original clip has over 21 million views. I think you know what I'm talking about. The sassy 13-year-old girl that got a little annoyed with the audience, but let's take a look at this clip.
Did you say the hoes are laughing?
Yeah.
So the audience are a bunch of hoes?
Yeah.
That Cash Me Outside, yeah, I saw that, but you know, listen, Joy Behar is, and if there was ever a narcissist, wasn't Obama narcissistic? So, yeah, I go along with what Dr. Phil is saying, even though I'm not a fan of his, but yeah, I can understand that. You know, different type. But Joy Behar just wants to attack Trump. That's basically the bottom line. Where actually she's very arrogant also. Let me know what you guys think in the comments.
Yes. He can make a fool of himself.
Phone plans by Google. With our Unlimited Plus plan, you'll get unlimited data, calls, and texts.
News, ladies and gentlemen, we got one with Candace Owens. Let's dive in.
The right-wing media and
This is a wonderful film where we see you there, but then you turn into a 13-year-old version of yourself.
Yeah.
You were a mean boss. I think
Very
that
mean
came across in the clip. You're a very nice person.
Thank
you. Enjoyed playing mean people, though?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's great because you don't have to apologize. You're just rolling through. I could say I was in character and be a monster. You know, I could be Sam Method. But no, it was fine because no one was, no one.
No, personally.
Right.
You got to, you were in Atlanta, yes?
I was in Atlanta.
And so when you go to Atlanta, you did not stay at a hotel, which is what I would expect.
Oh,
Okay.
I always stay at the same place, which is kind of an Airbnb that I love. And this time, so when we're shooting Little, the guy said, oh, Tyra Banks is in your building. And I had done Tyra's show, but I don't know her well. But I was like, I'm going to go say hi. So this particular night, she was right across the hall. I mean, right there. Steve Fred, right there. So I'm going to go over, and I go, and I'm like, I don't want to yell my name. It's a pretty big building, so I don't want to say Tyra. It's Regina Hall. So I go, and I'm like right in the doorway. I'm like, it's Regina. Now I didn't think about the fact that I was distorted through the peephole.
Yeah.
So they don't open the door.
But they're there.
Oh, I hear. She's trying to disguise her voice.
Okay.
She brings her mother. Her mother goes, how can we help? Are you okay? Because they're wondering, am I a woman in crisis? Or am I a woman trying to do a setup?
Gotcha.
And take her and the mother and the baby. So I go, you know what? I'm going to write a note. I go to back to my apartment. I write a note. But the note is in code because if it's not her,
right,
I don't want to put my name in information.
Gotcha.
Right?
You really,
my name kidnapped.
yeah, you've created quite a conundrum for yourself.
And then I was like, why did I do it? And what's so great about this building is that it's airtight, so the note can't fit under the door. So I'm literally trying to sleep. So I go home and I go, you know what? We have a hair person in common, Oscar James. And I said, I'm going to call Oscar and just say, Oscar, can you tell Tyra that was me? Because I signed the note R.
Okay.
But I told her the room I was in. I was like, but I'm in an apartment if you want to come check me out.
Okay, gotcha.
So I just go in and I'm like, fine, whatever. And I get a knock and I look out, it's security. Tyra called security and said that either a woman needed help or was trying to get in her apartment. And then security, and then I looked, she's around the corner, and the security guard goes, ugh, you actresses. He was so annoyed and disgusted. So annoyed, but then I went in and
Okay, good. It all worked out. All right, good. I'm glad it has a happy ending.
It had a very happy ending.
I did. You spent a lot of time in New York. You went to NYU.
I did.
Got a master's in journalism.
I did.
And then you taught at New Rochelle University.
College in New Rochelle.
College in New Rochelle. And how were you as a teacher?
Well, I thought I was good. I was strict.
You were strict?
Because I was
Good,
young.
though.
I
Yeah.
was young.
Oh, interesting. You think younger teachers on the whole are stricter?
Well, that particular campus was for students who were coming back to school. So we were all
Gotcha.
learning. I wore a head wrap. I don't know why I thought that made me look.
Just like academic?
And it didn't at all.
Yeah.
It just made me look like a fucking head wrap. But I wore a head wrap. I thought it made me look academic.
And then after your life in academia, you were in New York trying to make this actor. Were you one of those people who had bad New York apartments over the years?
You know what? I had. My roommate and I had an apartment that I think a murder had taken place in.
Really?
But we only stayed there 3 days. We broke the lease.
What was it?
It was that yellow tape. The yellow tape.
They left the yellow tape?
The yellow tape. And I said, we can't, I don't know what happened. But yellow tape means it's not good.
Yeah.
So
what did the realtor say when he showed it to you? Like, there's some really nice touches.
You know what? When we looked at it, it was fine. It was the moving in. And I was like, why is there yellow? There was a crime scene here, sir.
Do you think in the time when you first looked at it to when you moved in, that's when the crime happened?
Yeah. I do. And what's crazy is we were so excited because we wanted to get it so fast because the rate was so good. I can't believe we're getting this for this bargain price. Bargain and murder happened twice. But we moved after like 3 days.
And obviously now everything's worked out for the best. And it's just so lovely to have you here. It's always a pleasure to see you. Everybody, that's going to be in the hall.
The Queen is holding court.
Thank you, darling.
The brunch is everything. The mimosa is a busy, hard seltzer. The vibe is good. Busy mimosa is a vibe.
Very good to see you.
It's so good to be here.
You smell really good too.
Thank you.
You do. And not that Bill didn't. He smelled fine, but
right.
The last time, I think the first time you were here, actually, you told me that you'd been giving your dog marijuana, right?
Yes.
And are you still? Is that still happening?
Well, he ended on a high note. He's in heaven now.
Oh.
Yeah.
So no then.
No.
Yeah. So well, I'm sorry I asked. I'm sorry that.
No, it hurts,
Yeah.
but it's okay. He lives a great life.
What did you do with his marijuana? Did you?
You know what? That's a good question because the good stuff is you don't want to throw it away. So I was sad. I couldn't sleep.
Uh-huh.
My mother came to visit because it was traumatic for me, and so she had arthritis, and so I gave her a little, and I took a little.
Oh. And how did that go? Did it work?
For a while, and then I told my mom. I said, "Look, mommy, you're going back." She was visiting me. I said, "You're going back. You need to learn to do this yourself. Because if you're going to continue to use it, but, I said, I think that's too much."
Oh, she took too much.
She put it on the cracker because I use the kind that, it's not an edible, it's an oil, it's in a tube.
Oh, and you put oil on a cracker?
No, it's not oil, it's like the consistency of like honey or tar.
Okay.
And you put a little bit on a cracker, a cookie, you know what I mean? This is to help heal.
Uh-huh.
And she put I knew it was too much. I said, "Mommy, that's too much." And her quote, she said, "That little dab you give me barely does enough."
Oh. Are you sure this isn't dog marijuana that you guys were having?
No, it's like I've got some.
So you gave her more than she should have had.
She put more on there.
She gave her more than she should have.
Yes,
Right.
she gave her.
How did that go?
Well, First of all, she took it at 9. I said, it's a little early. And she said, no, I'm going to bed early. And then we were up late. We were actually watching you. We were watching you.
Oh, that's how they recommend you watch the show.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry, I don't know.
it's a really good we actually really thoroughly enjoyed it. And then she went to bed. It's a little late, 12:45. I took my shower, went to say goodnight, and I went in, and she was like, she said, Gina, like, what did you? And I said, Mommy, are you okay? She said, I don't think so. And I said, what's wrong? She said, I said, Mommy, are you having a stroke? And she said, I think no. I think I'm having, she said, well,
Oh.
So I called the, ambulance.
You called an ambulance?
I called an ambulance.
And then, did you go to the hospital?
We went to the hospital. She had on my Think Like a Man 2 robe.
That sounded very low profile.
Well, because we were panicked.
All right.
And
Yeah,
I called my friend on the phone. I said, listen, I think Mommy's having a stroke. And I was distraught because I was like, the dog, now Mommy.
Right.
It's like Zeus, Mom. It was too much. And then, yeah.
So did you tell the doctor what was going on?
No, my friend was doing a prayer.
Oh.
And then we were downstairs, and she said, did you take your stuff? And I said, yeah, and she was like, I think you bitches are high.
Was that the official diagnosis?
Well, I went to my mother. Yeah, and she was like, I think you bitches are high. And she said, did you take your stuff? And I said, yeah, and she was like, I think you bitches are high.
Was that the official diagnosis?
Well, I went to my mother. I said, Mommy, Doc thinks we're high. And my mother and I started cracking up. It was so funny. And then the doctor came down because they had done an MRI and blood test. And they said, the MRI shows nothing. And so then I said, my dog had a chemodectoma. And I was trying to shrink him and I can't sleep. And then I told him he was not amused. And he said, why are you whispering? And then my girlfriend was still on the phone and she said, yeah, you've been whispering all night. I didn't know. She said, I thought you were in the hospital.
And at the end of this, was a lesson learned?
Well, we learned when her mouth gets like that, she's just high. No need to worry.
This is kind of going on. We've been hearing about celebrities donating money to colleges for various things. You don't ever have to give money to a college because almost every college in the United States has your name on it.
I know.
That's Xavier University in Chicago.
Look at that.
That is also, that's another one. And look at this. This is
I love that name.
There's a whole bunch of them like this.
Look at
This is
that.
Marywood University in Scranton. And as far as having things named after you, buildings are pretty good.
When I went to high school, there was a high school. One of the buildings was named Regina Hall.
Really?
Yes.
And did you get a big kick out of that? No.
Well, it's weird to say we're going in Regina Hall now.
It is weird, yeah, the
It was
plural,
weird,
yeah.
yeah.
Especially
It was a bit prophetic, but weird at the time.
Weird at the time. Tell me about this movie. This Little is kind of a flip of the movie Big that Tom Hanks was in.
Yeah, I played the big version of Little Jordan Sanders, which is played by Marcy Martin, and she's so amazing.
And she is not, she's from Blackish, and she is a kid. She's executive producer of this movie.
I know, incredible.
So was she like your boss on the movie?
I mean, I guess you could say so. You're right, Jimmy, maybe.
Well, it's great to see you. I'm glad your mother is okay.
She's fine. You know what? Honestly, it happened one more time while she was there, and it was great. And she said, it's a bad batch, Gina. It was so funny. She said it was a bad batch.
Please videotape her the next time this happens.
I will.
Will you make me that promise?
I promise.
All right. Regina Hall, everybody. Little, April 12th, and the season finale of Black Monday, Sunday night on Showtime. Thanks for watching. Remember, every time you click the subscribe button,
Yeah, idiots like that, you know. Yeah.